Let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't care. You know I love it when you're loving me. But sometimes it's better when it's publicly. I'm not ashamed, I don't care who sees us hugging and kissing, a love exhibition. Oh, we'll rendezvous out on the fire escape. I'd like to set off an alarm today. The love emergency, don't make me wait. Just follow, I'll lead you. I urgently need you. Oh, let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't. Let's make love. Let's go somewhere they might discover us. Let's get lost in lives. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't care. I see you closing down the restaurant. Let's sneak and do it when your boss is gone. Everybody's leaving, we'll have some fun. Oh, maybe it's wrong, but you're turning me on. Oh, we'll take a visit to your mama's house. Creep to the bedroom while your mama's out. Maybe she'll hear it when we scream and shout. But we'll keep it rocking until she come knocking. Oh, let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't. Let's make love. Let's go somewhere they might discover us. Let's get lost in lives. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't care. If we keep up all this fooling around, we'll be the talk of the town. I'll tell the world of our love anytime. Let's open the blinds, 'cause we really don't mind. Oh, I don't care about propriety. Let's break the rules, ignore society. Maybe our neighbors like to spy, it's true. So what if they watch when we do what we do? Oh, let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe you'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't. Let's make love. Let's go somewhere they might discover us. Let's get lost in love.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá, muito bom dia. Sejam
Hello, good morning.
bem-vindos e bem-vindas
Welcome,
ao
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Auditorium number
Eu sou
1
a
at
Brenda
São Paulo
Olivieri,
Expo.
sou apresentadora
My name is Brenda
e
Olivieri.
criadora de conteúdo
I am your host.
digital e
I am a
também
digital
streamer.
content creator and
Bom,
also a
é um
streamer.
prazer estar aqui com
Well,
vocês
it is my
hoje.
pleasure to be here
E
with
nessa
you
manhã,
today,
principalmente linda e ensolarada
and
da
especially this
Califórnia, a
morning,
gente vai descobrir
such
juntos
great
tudo que tem
weather.
de bom no
And we're
segundo
going
dia
to
do maior
see
evento de games
all the cool stuff that we
independentes da
have here
América
as far
Latina,
as indie
o Big
games from
Festival
LATAM.
2022.
This is the Big Festival
Esse ano,
2022.
nós temos 3 auditórios
This year, we
com
have 3
conteúdos
auditoriums with some exclusive content that is happening simultaneously throughout 4 days.
Se você quiser ficar por dentro
So
da
if you
nossa
want to
programação
stay tuned
completa,
and check
acesse
out
nosso
our
site
entire agenda, please check out the website
Lá você
www.bigfestival.com.br.
encontra tudo sobre o festival,
Over there,
além
you
dos
can see
prêmios
everything
da
about your
noite
festival
e uma
and
votação
all the
aberta
great
para você
games. And
escolher o
we
seu
also have an
favorito.
open voting, so you
Recados
can pick your
dados.
favorites.
Ó, vamos descobrir
That's the
o que
housekeeping.
vem
So
agora.
let's see what's
No
in
nosso
store for us
próximo
now.
painel, faz
In the
parte
next
do
panel,
line-up do
which is
Big
part of
Business
our Big
e é um
Business lineup,
oferecimento da Apex
and is
Brasil,
brought to us by
agência
Tax
brasileira
Brazil,
de promoção
by Apex
de
Brazil,
exportação
which
e
is the Brazilian
investimento.
agency
Nossa
for
primeira apresentação
exports
de
and
hoje é
investment.
especial
Our
para quem
first
quer
presentation
fazer
today
bons
is
negócios
special for
em
those that
todos os
want
cantos do
to have
mundo.
good
O
business in all
Ministério das
corners of
Relações
the
Exteriores,
earth.
com seu
The
programa
Ministry of Foreign
Diplomacia da
Affairs has a
Inovação,
program
veio
called
mostrar para a
Innovation
gente como tem
Diplomacy, and
apoiado
they
as
are here
empresas
to show us how they
brasileiras
have
no
been supporting
relacionamento
Brazilian
comercial com
businesses in this
empresas
commercial relationship with
internacionais.
international
E
companies.
para comprovar, eles trazem
And to
caso
attest to
de
that,
sucesso.
they have
A
a success
Brasil Games
case,
Week,
Brazil
liderada
Games
pela
Week,
embaixada em Tóquio.
which is led by the embassy
Bom,
in
antes da gente
Tokyo.
começar, uma
Well,
dica para
before we get
vocês.
it started,
Durante
I
essa
have a bit of a tip for
apresentação,
you.
você poderá enviar
During this
perguntas por
presentation,
meio
you
do
may send
seguinte
your
endereço.
questions
Anotem
on
aí.
this address, so you can write it down, ask.bigfestival.gg.
para enviarem perguntas.
So you may submit your
As
questions
melhores
as you
questões
like.
serão
The best
selecionadas
questions
e
will be selected by our
respondidas aqui no
staff and they
palco
will be
pelos
answered
nossos
here on
convidados.
stage by our
Combinado?
guests.
Então vamos lá.
Okay,
É com
so
muita
let's get to it.
satisfação que eu
It is
apresento
my
a vocês
pleasure to
no
introduce to
telão
you, as you can see here on the screen, Guilherme
chefe do
Gondim,
setor de CTI
who is the
e
head of the
cooperação da
CTI sector and
Embaixada do
cooperation
Brasil
for the
em
Brazilian
Tóquio,
embassy
no
in
Japão,
Tokyo,
e
Japan,
Rafael Leal,
and also
subchefe
Rafael
da
Leal,
DCTEC do Ministério das
the
Relações
sub-chief of the Ministry of
Exteriores.
Foreign Affairs
Seja
in
muito
Brazil.
bem-vindo.
Welcome,
E o palco
gentlemen.
do Big Festival é
And the
seu.
stage of the big festival is yours. Thank you, Rafael.
Bom dia, Brenda. Bom dia a todos.
Morning, Brenda.
Meu nome é
Good morning,
Rafael
everyone.
Leal,
My name is
você falou,
Rafael
sou
Leal.
subchefe aqui da divisão de
Like I
Ciência,
said,
Tecnologia
like
e
you said,
Inovação do Ministério das
I
Relações
had
Exteriores.
the sector of
Bom, tô aqui
innovation
hoje para a gente
here
falar pouco
for the
sobre
Ministry
o
of
que é o
Foreign
programa
Affairs,
de
and
Diplomacia
today
da
we're going to
Inovação
get
do
into
Itamaraty.
the innovation initiatives here at Itamaraty.
Talvez eu consiga passar aqui.
Let me just see if I can share my screen.
Bom, primeiro, o que seria a diplomacia da inovação?
First of all, what does it mean to
Diplomacia da
have
inovação a
innovation
gente pode
diplomacy?
dividir aí em
Well,
quatro
innovation
vertentes.
diplomacy may be split
E
into 4
Uma delas
sectors,
seria a diplomacia pública,
one of
que
which
teria a
is
ver
public
com a marca
diplomacy,
Brasil,
which has
o
to do
branding
with
do
branding.
país no
It has to do
exterior.
with the Brazilian
E
brand
quando,
abroad.
quando a gente pensa, por exemplo, em Brasil, o que
When
a
you
gente
think about
pensa
Brazil, what comes to mind?
relacionado à inovação?
What comes to mind
A
with
outra
regards
seria
to
a parte de
innovation? That's what
cooperação
this
técnica
is.
e científica.
So the other
Falar um
bit
pouco
is
sobre
the
cooperação
technical and
científica.
scientific
Seria
cooperation.
quando dois
I'll get into
países se
that a little
unem
bit.
para
This is when
cooperar
two
e
countries get
realizar alguma
together
coisa
to
juntos.
cooperate and
Isso
accomplish
implica que
something
geralmente
together.
eles estão no
And
mesmo
that entails
patamar de
that usually they are at
desenvolvimento.
the same
Cada
level
quer
of
trazer
involvement,
algo
they are chipping in
para
on the same
aportar para
level,
essa
and they
cooperação.
both will contribute
A
equally to
outra
this
seria a cooperação
process.
técnica.
And the other
Quando o
one is
país detém
technical
o conhecimento,
cooperation,
ele
which is when
transfere,
one country
transferência da
has that
tecnologia
knowledge
para
and it
outro país.
transfers that
Em geral,
knowledge
um
or
país mais
technology to a different
desenvolvido.
country. Usually one country has more than the other one in this case. And the fourth one is technological promotion, which is about promoting Brazilian technology
Qual que é a nossa
abroad.
missão aqui na divisão de ciência,
What is
tecnologia e
our mission
inovação do
here in the
Itamaraty?
Science and Innovation
Conforme a primeira
Division at
delas é a
Itamaraty?
promoção da
The
imagem do
first
Brasil
one
como
is to
nação
promote the
inovadora.
Brazilian image as an
O que é
innovative
isso?
nation.
Quando eu falo para
What is
vocês,
that
por
all about?
exemplo, Japão
Well,
ou Coreia do Sul,
when I talk about
e
Japan
a gente
or
pensa
South
numa
Korea, for
tecnologia,
example,
essa
and when it
associação
comes
é
to
positiva,
technology,
é
um,
negativa? Imagem
do you
vem à
think
nossa
this
cabeça.
association is
O que
positive,
acontece quando a gente
negative?
fala
What image
Brasil?
comes to mind? What
O
about
país ainda está
Brazil?
muito preso aos estereótipos,
Brazil is
de
still very
sol,
stuck to
praia,
its
futebol.
stereotypes like
Uma das
sunny
missões
beaches
aqui
and
é
things like that.
mudar
One of our missions
essa
here is
percepção,
to change that
fazer com que
perception,
quando se fala em
to
Brasil,
make sure that
o
when you
mundo
talk
pense
about
em
Brazil, the world
startups,
can
em
start thinking about
inovação,
startups and innovation
na
ecosystems,
indústria de games, nos grandes
the gaming
desenvolvimentos
industry,
brasileiros,
and different
próximos.
Brazilian
Então,
developments,
essa é a segunda
Brazilian games. So
vertente.
this is one of
A
the
outra seria
pillars of our mission.
engajar os agentes
And
do
the other one is
ecossistema
to
de inovação
engage the
brasileiro
agents
no processo
of
de
the innovation
internacionalização.
ecosystem in
Então, é
Brazil in
ajudar
process of
uma empresa de
internationalization.
games
So it's about helping
queira se
gaming companies, for
internacionalizar,
example, that want to become
através
international.
da nossa
And we
rede de
do that
embaixadas
with
consulares,
our
dos
network
chefes do
of
setor de
embassies,
ciência, tecnologia e
consulates,
inovação.
and all the divisions around
E a terceira
innovation.
vertente seria
And the third
a
pillar
conexão com
would be the
parceiros
connection between
estrangeiros,
Brazilian partners
principalmente
and
por
foreign
exemplo,
partners.
conexão entre
That could
cientistas,
be a connection between
pesquisadores brasileiros que estão no
scientists,
exterior,
Brazilian
ou
researchers that are
institutos
based
que
abroad,
queira
or
conectar
maybe
o
an
seu
institute
convênio
that wants
no
to
exterior, e
liaise
assim
with
por
a
diante.
counterpart abroad.
Bom, agora o que é o Programa Diplomacia
So
da
let's get into
Inovação
the innovation
propriamente dito?
diplomacy program
Esse programa
itself.
foi criado em
This program was
2017
created in
com os
2017,
seguintes objetivos.
and these are the objectives.
Promover o Brasil como país
We want to
inovador.
promote
Isso
Brazil
para a
as an
gente
innovative
falar,
country,
fazer com que
which
a
is
marca
exactly what I
Brasil
just
seja
said. We want to make
associada
sure
à
the Brazilian
inovação.
brand is associated
Promover
to
parcerias
innovation. We want
internacionais,
to
seja
promote
entre
international partnerships,
pesquisadores,
whether it's between
instituições,
researchers, institutions,
universidades, institutos
universities,
de pesquisa.
research institutes.
Fomentar a
We want to
internacionalização
foster
das empresas
internationalization
e
for Brazilian
institutos
businesses and
brasileiros
also
e
technology
mobilizar a
institutes.
diáspora
And we want
científica
to
no
mobilize the
exterior.
scientific diaspora
Como é que
abroad.
funciona isso?
How does that
Criar
work?
uma rede
Well, we
desses
want to create a
diasporados que
network
estão no
between
exterior.
all of those
Atrair
people that are abroad.
investidores na área de
We
ciência,
want to
tecnologia e
attract
inovação e
investment
também
on
na área de
science,
games
technology, and innovation,
e
also for gaming.
oferecer inteligência na área de
And we
ciência,
want to
tecnologia e
provide
inovação.
intelligence for CTE.
Bom,
CTI,
como que a
pardon me.
gente faz isso? Como é que a gente
How do we
cumpre
do that?
esses objetivos
How do we
que eu acabei
meet
de
those
falar?
objectives that
Bom,
I just mentioned?
a primeira atividade que
Well, the
vou
first
destacar
activity
aqui é
that
a
I would like
análise
to
do
point out
ecossistema de
here
inovação.
is the
Então, por
ecosystem
exemplo, você é
analysis.
uma empresa de
So let's
games,
say that you are a
desenvolvedor,
gaming
você
company, you are a
quer
developer,
exportar
and
para a
you would
Malásia.
like to export something
Como é que é
to
o
Malaysia.
ecossistema lá?
Well, what is the
Existe
Malaysian
desempenho?
ecosystem
Qual é a
like? Do you
demanda
have
do
a
espaço?
gaming landscape? What is
Estou
the
dando o
demand
exemplo de
like?
games, mas a gente faz isso de uma forma mais
Not only for
abrangente,
games,
né?
but we do
Você
that
leva
in a more
inovação,
comprehensive way.
tecnologia
We
de
do that
modo
for
geral.
technology,
Então, por
science, and
exemplo, que
innovation
departamento
ecosystems
você,
overall.
o que aquele
So we
país
get
é
information
bom,
about
o que
what
ele
that
não
country
é.
is good at and what that country is not so good
Outro
at.
tipo de estudo que a gente
One other type
desenvolve
of
são
research that we
estudos
develop
relacionados a tecnologias
is a
específicas,
study
por
related to
exemplo,
specific
computação quântica.
technology, for
Esse
example,
foi um estudo
quantum
que foi
computing.
lançado
This is a
ano
study that
passado.
was actually released last year.
Eu quero saber o que está
Let's
sendo
say
feito
you
com essa
want to know
informação
what is
quântica
being
toda.
done as far as quantum
Como é que a gente
computing
promoveu
around the
esses
world,
produtos?
and how
Nós
can we
relacionamos
get
a uma
that
série de
information?
postos no
Well, we
exterior
reach out to our
para que
network
eles
abroad
levantassem informações.
so that we can get that
Meu colega
information.
Guilherme fez
For
a
example,
pesquisa. O que
my
o Japão
colleague
está
Guilherme did a
fazendo em
research.
tecnologia
What is
quântica?
Japan
Quais são
doing
os
as far as
programas?
technology for
Quais são
quantum
os grandes
computing? What are the
institutos?
programs? What
Quanto
are
de
the major
dinheiro esse país está
institutes?
colocando
How
nessa
much money is
tecnologia?
this country
E a gente
allocating
tem
to
feito
that
isso para
technology?
diferentes
And we
tecnologias,
have done that for
para
different types of
diferentes
technologies
áreas
and for
também.
different sectors as well.
Outro item são
One
missões de
other item
startups.
here is the startup mission.
Ajudar startups
So we
brasileiras
want to
a irem
help
para os
Brazilian
grandes eventos
startups
mundiais.
to
Às
go
vezes
to the
muito
major
para
international
passagem.
trade shows.
Queria falar um pouco sobre o programa de incubação
I want to tell you a little bit about the
startup.
cross
O que é
incubation
isso?
programs as well.
É eu ter
What is that all about?
selecionar algumas startups brasileiras
Well,
e
we cherry pick
ajudá-las
some Brazilian
a
startups
participar de um programa de
and we
imersão no
help
ecossistema
we help to get them involved in an immersion program. We have that with Colombia, we have that with India and South Africa. And on the other hand, we have local partners, we have the embassies, and they also select some startups to come to Brazil. and they promote that immersion. They participate in incubation and acceleration programs. We also have the media campaigns. I'm not diving into the detail because Guilherme is going to get into that. We have the Brazilian Gaming Week, which is a success case, but we also have some other campaigns. In those campaigns, we choose a topic and we reach out to all of our networks. Itamaraty has over 220 outposts abroad, and those outposts may be maybe an embassy or a consulate. Right now, we're going to have a 200-year campaign. That's the Brazilian independence anniversary. And also, we want to create some matchmaking opportunities, whether it's via MO days with some specific events, etc. And who does that? Well, the ones that do that is our network of partners abroad. And we have some specific locations. We have sectors for that we call SecTechs, sectors for technology and innovation, and they are scattered all over the world. So they provide us with some operational support. They do a research about the local intelligence and the local resources. And they also work on the engagement. They try to create a network between whether it's the Brazilians that are out there, businesses that are out there, or businesses that want to venture out abroad. And this is how we are set up as far as our SecTechs. We have 55 SecTechs in 39 countries. As you can see, the majority is in Europe. Why? Well, because we have a focus on countries with more technology development. This is the map, just so you know where we are based. And when we don't have SecTechs, we also have 112 embassies and consulates, which is what we call sectors for commercial promotion, or SECCOMs. These are the folks that are out there helping us out to assist your business or to assist your institutions to get access to that market. Finally, I want to show you this graph, and I want to bring your attention to the left-hand side. It shows that the majority of the activities conducted last year was in Asia, and that gives us an idea of the strategic focus we have here in the ministry. We believe that the Asian market is yet to be tapped in its full potential, and we want to help Brazil improve the relationships with some Asian countries, both ways. We want to improve the Brazilian image out there as well. Okay, that's it for me. This is my QR code. You can contact and access our page, so you can check it out. And over there, you're going to find the contact information to all the heads of the sectors. You have the email information, and you can contact us anytime you like. Thank you very much, and I'll hand it over to my colleague, Gondim. Thank you so much.
Alô? Perfeito. Bom, obrigado, Rafael.
Thank you, Rafael.
A minha apresentação está...
Is my presentation being shown?
Perfeito, obrigado.
Great.
Gostaria de agradecer ao Rafael.
So I would like to thank Rafael and congratulate him for his great presentation. I'd also like to thank the organizers of the Big Festival for inviting me to be here. My name is Guilherme Gondim. I work in science and technology here in Tokyo. During the day, I am a diplomat at the Brazilian embassy, and at night, I'm a PC gamer, and I love strategy games. And I'd like to tell you a bit about our work in the gaming industry for Brazil. Why has the foreign ministry paid so much attention to the gaming industry? It's a global market that has been growing expressively, over $200 billion in 2021, 3 billion players and consumers. Brazil has a very good ecosystem. We have hundreds of studios, including our unicorn wildlife, talented professionals in Brazil and abroad. We have big gaming conventions like this one, and we have an association for the industry. Brazilian companies are looking for opportunities abroad. 90% of Brazilian studios already export and produce games in English. So these are some data that you might know: the number of players, a growing market, even during COVID. So there is a perception from the international and national scenario about how favorable it is to having a bigger presence of Brazilian games internationally. This has drawn attention from the foreign ministry and other governments. And I'll tell you a bit about my work here. When I came to Tokyo 1.5 years ago, I had the privilege of associating my personal interest with the embassy's work in the gaming industry. And why Japan? I think this image says it all. As everyone knows, Japan and the US are the original benchmarks for the gaming industry. They have commercial results which are expressive, and in Japan, they're a cultural element. So I read several recent articles talking about an apparent decline in the gaming industry versus other parts of the world. But is it really true? I have two examples to show. First, software and then hardware. Elden Ring was a Japanese game launched earlier this year, and it's considered by many to be one of the best games ever made. On the other hand, Nintendo, through the Switch console, has reached 100 million sales, and that was the quickest console to reach that milestone. So I don't think we should be talking about a recession in the gaming industry in Japan. There is no crisis. It's still very strong. Now, to tell you a bit about the Japanese market. Its market size is $20 billion, the second after China and the US. And there is a deep relationship between the Japanese and gaming. When I'm walking around Tokyo, I see several magazines on the gaming industry and on Japanese gaming. And the Japanese spend a lot of their time playing digital games, from 6 to 7 hours a week. And their expenditures are much higher than the global average. Mobile only that has the most expressive expenses. The average expenses are $407, while the average is far below that. As you know, Japan has some of the main gaming studios in the world. These are the ones that had the biggest revenue in 2021, and they're well-known names among publishers, hardware, and gaming companies, and that shows the strength of this industry. Although Nintendo Switch and PlayStation are very well known, it's interesting that the Japanese market is focused more on mobile. So a big part of the gaming industry is mobile, followed by consoles, and PC gaming has a smaller share. It's around 10% of the market only. The most appreciated genres are shown here on the slide. Most famous JRPGs, which are far ahead of the other genres, including in mobile, but adventure games, puzzle games, platform games. And we can tell you a bit more about this market if you'd like. But although this is a very expressive market with many opportunities, foreign games face a challenge in Japan. Since there is a large competition with local developers, since there are cultural and language differences, and since Japanese consumers prefer local products. So, with these challenges and opportunities, the embassy has been trying to promote Brazilian games by promoting our reputation as a supplier of quality products and services, the proposals that were mentioned before by Rafael, generating business opportunities for Brazilian studios and finding investments for our industry. So in that context, we have the Brazilian Game Week, or the Brazil Games Week, which is a global promotional campaign week for the gaming industry, promoting relevant and new activities every day, and it's coordinated by the Brazilian embassies and consulates abroad. And it's organized in a partnership with Abra Games and Epix Brazil. The main challenges that Brazilian studios have in the global market are related to finding information on the Brazilian gaming industry. So this strategy involves founding work to go into different cultures. It's a coordinated initiative in 30 embassies and consulates. This was last year. It involves the main areas where games are consumed and produced. So China, the US, European countries, South Korea. And how did it happen? It was 1 week in which we published information in all participating areas from September 20th to 24th, and we created websites for each part of the industry. So it gave an overview of the Brazilian game industry and then featured Brazilian games. We talked about esports in Brazil during one of the days and serious games and how quickly they are developing. That means education, healthcare, and other industries. And finally, a niche that is becoming more important, virtual reality. The most interesting thing was that we were able to translate all of this information into different languages. We created content for each day. So we translated all of this content into 8 languages: Portuguese, Russian, Polonese, French, Chinese, English, and so on. This is just an example of what we did. We also had G2B, or government to business initiatives, by mapping the local games consumption, establishing closer contacts to the most relevant stakeholders in the industry, and creating this catalog, presenting a list of Brazilian studios to give to local publishers and showing them the opportunities that lie in our market. Some of the results of this campaign. We saw that there is a lot of interest from the press. The international press and specialized websites covered it, including a local Brazilian news portal. There's a lot of willingness to do business in Brazil, and we also became more aware within the foreign ministry and other government agencies about the need to promote the industry, especially because this is going to continue to gain relevance. With the Metaverse and gamification, all of it is based on gaming. And I'd like to announce that we already have the Brazil Games Week planned for 2022 in September. And we have 39 consulates and embassies who will participate in the program this year. Now, let me mention a few other initiatives. We are very efficient at promoting seminars and workshops online on the Brazilian gaming industry. It's an opportunity for example, Japanese developers to contact publishers, specialists, and see what opportunities we can provide. So this was an event we had in April, the Japanese gaming market event. If you're interested in the Japanese market, I would recommend it because it provides some very good tips on how to do that movement. You can also visit our YouTube page, Brazil Games. And finally, we participate in specialized trade shows like Big Festival and in other places in the world, including the Tokyo Game Show, the main trade show in Japan that attracts thousands of people every year. They have all the representatives from the Japanese industry, and now we have an Abra Games booth and also some indie developers. So here's my contact information. Thank you And if you'd like to get in touch, we can continue this conversation. And now we'll be open for questions. Thank you.
Quero agradecer a participação do Guilherme Gondim.
Thank you, Guilherme Gondim and Rafael de la Justina, and everyone watching us in Auditorium 1 at Big Festival 2022.
Vamos para um break agora.
We're now going to have a short 15-minute break.
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game, uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
cliente para todo mundo. Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
A gente sabe acreditar em super-heróis. A gente sabe o que é cuidar do outro. A gente sabe como é ficar às vezes longe da escola, dos amigos. A gente sabe o que significa não estar perto de quem a gente ama. A gente sabe o que é ter medo. Sabe o que é brigar com um inimigo que a gente não vê. A gente sabe brincar dentro de casa. A gente sabe esperar. A gente sabe se proteger. A gente sabe a importância de amar. A gente sabe lutar. A gente sabe ganhar. A gente sabe manter a esperança. A gente sabe acreditar.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá! Bem-vindos e bem-vindas.
Hello, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to Auditorium 1 at São Paulo Expo. My name is Brenda Olivieri, and we're here learning together about all the good things to come on the second day of the biggest independent gaming event in Latin America, Big Festival 2022.
Você pode ficar por dentro da nossa programação completa.
You can see our full schedule at our website, bigfestival.com.br. There, you'll find everything about this festival, you'll see great games, and there's an open vote for you to choose your favorite. So after those announcements, let's hear what we're going to speak about now. This panel is a part of the Big Tech and Tools lineup. During this presentation, we're going to hear about Cocos Creator, the biggest multi-platform open source engine in the market. We'll hear about what tools they use to facilitate the creation of games, and we'll hear about innovative techniques to ensure that games perform well in several formats and devices without sacrificing your creative expression. Before we begin, here's a tip for you. During this presentation, you can send us your questions using this link, ask.bigfestival.gg. The best questions will be selected and answered here on stage by our guests. Okay, so let's do this. I'm very happy to introduce to you Antonio Flores, a senior development executive at Cocos Creator, Gabriel Coutinho, the partner and founder of Plug and Boom, and Fabio Damian, a games programmer at Bitcake. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Alô, bom dia, pessoal. Como vai tudo? Bueno, aqui, obrigado pela apresentação. Eu sou Antônio, evangelista de Cocos para Latinoamérica.
Hi, thank you for introducing me. My name is Antonio. I work for Cocos in Latin America, and it's a pleasure to give this presentation to you. We're going to show you our engine and our technology, and I'd also like to thank the organizers of the festival for giving us this opportunity, as well as Abra Games and Apex. I'd also like to thank our partners from Bitcake, and I'd like to thank you for being here and watching our presentation. Before I begin, I'd just like to confirm if I can continue speaking my mix of Portuguese and Spanish.
Alô? Eu acho que sim.
I guess that means yes. So let's carry on.
O Cocos Creator.
Cocos Creator, I think for many of our friends here, will be the first time you hear of it. It's the first time we're speaking in a big event. Cocos is an open source multi-platform engine for the market. We have over 1.5 million developers in our platform. In the Chinese market, 4 out of every 10 developers use Cocos Creator for their projects. But outside of China, our resources are focused mainly in India, Vietnam, and Japan. Here in Brazil, according to the Abra Games report, we have only 3.2% of the market. We have several teams here like Bitcake, that have made very interesting projects with Cocos Creator. One of the main advantages that Cocos Creator offers is that it allows you to create games for different platforms. So developers can use our tool to export games to different formats: Android, PC, web, and this can be done directly in the creation tool. As of July 1st this year, Cocos Creator is also supporting development for Nintendo Switch. So that is something we announced that will be very useful for developers. We have an ecosystem that integrates different third-party services. All of them are available in our editor for the developers, so it can be used in your project. Another important part of our system is the resource store, or Cocos store, which sells assets, tools, codes, templates, and other resources for developers to use in their projects directly. We also have our channels for community building. The idea here is that you can interact with other members in the global community. So you can talk about your experience, your concepts, get your questions answered, and so on. Now, let me tell you a bit about some technical topics. Cocos is an open code engine, which means that developers can take their original code in the engine and change it according to their own requirements. They can also find modified engines to use for their own projects. Now, to talk a bit about the theme of this talk, we're going to show some of the advantages that our technology can offer for developers. Starting on the engine's structure, it allows you to export games to different platforms. They can be native, like Apple Store and Google Play, but they can also be web platforms. This is possible because Cocos Creator is integrated to frameworks. So one in JavaScript and the other in C++. So it allows you to code your games in a more natural, stable environment. So among all the engines in the market, Cocos is the one that has the best results when you're creating content for multiple platforms. So we balance adaptability and performance. On the other hand, when it comes to rendering graphics, we use real-world parameters for the PBR system. So lights, camera, the different materials has all been created to replicate the outside world. Cocos also uses a deferred rendering technique, which allows you to include over 1,000 sources of light in the same scene without sacrificing performance and processing power. With our technology, it's also possible to give shape to several gameplays, different game communities. So game modes, such as floating bodies, elastic bodies, first-player shooters. This allows you to have more freedom, which is what developers need to meet the limits of their creativity. So with all of that in mind, this is a short video, a demo we created in April to show the level of sophistication that Cocos Creator can reach. As you can see, it's very advanced. And
¿Cómo comenzamos? Bueno,
how do you begin?
Con Cocos Creator podemos
Well, with
crear
Cocos Creator, you can create all sorts of effects that you just saw that look like the real world.
bueno, también diversos gameplays.
And it also allows you to create several gameplays.
Aplicación de distintas tecnologías.
The demo uses several different technologies, but for this talk, I wanted to focus on 5 of them.
O demo presenta varios niveles de
First, we can provide several levels of rendering that are pre-established. So each one of them will change some of the rendering parameters based on the GPU model and focusing on each of the devices. So with this setting, the CPU operational efficiency can be automatically detected by the game. And the game then implements the correct changes to maintain the right performance level that is consistent in different devices. So iPhone 13 or a Samsung that was launched 4 or 5 years ago.
Depois temos a oclusão de espaços ambientais.
Then we also have SSAO, which allows you to calculate the amount of light and shadow in a scene. And this is done at a low cost. So if you have a darker image, where it is more clouded by an effect, that gives you a more real-world feeling. So, for example, on walls, on corners, when objects touch, these areas that receive less light will be darker.
Também podemos apreciar
You can also appreciate some of the effects that we can provide by having high-quality reflections. Cocos Creator allows you to have high-quality reflections that can be adjusted to have better FPS rates, or frames per second. It is literally possible to use a reflection of your image on water. And obviously, this kind of effect will use a lot of device resources. So we want the game to be, well, we want it to be able to be played in more devices and more platforms. So this effect can be combined with FSR. It's high-quality rendering that was developed by AMD. And it renders high-resolution reflections based on low-resolution images. So this is a comparison. On the right, you're seeing an image with FSR and without FSR. And you see how much it influences your quality. So FSR gives you a much more real-looking finishing, and it gives you a better-looking effect at a lower cost. Finally, I'd like to highlight the use of this tool that allows you to easily control the camera path within the game.
Então, já como vimos, não?
So, as we saw, Cocos Creator has been making huge strides in the last few years. It's reached an unprecedented level of sophistication comparable to many other major engines in the market. After the latest version was launched in 2020, we optimized our workflow for native platforms using C++, JavaScript for 2D and 3D. We're also supporting Nintendo Switch, and we are also expanding our system through Cocos store, attracting designers, services, and other resources. And beyond that, the Cocos technologies also allow developers to work not only with games, but also with other interactive products. Like HMIs, smart devices, and we now have products for cars as well. We're currently working on some new functions for virtual reality. We have a partnership with Rookie, which is a manufacturer of driving or direction devices. And at the end of the year, we're going to have some more news in this area when it comes to virtual reality and augmented reality. So now I'd like to invite our friends from BitCake to share their experience on the products they've created with Cocos Creator. Fabio, Gabriel, over to you.
Olá, bom dia.
Hello, good morning. We are from BitCake, and as Antonio mentioned, we're here to tell you about our experience. So we can share our slides.
Primeiro, por favor, a produção pode tocar o vídeo.
If you can play the video, I'm just going to start by showing Pocket Battle Royale, which was our first experience with Cocos Creator.
Então, como vocês puderam ver,
So as you were able to see, this is a battle royale game where
sobreviver até o final.
you have to survive until the end, basically. Next slide, please.
Então, inicialmente, o porquê que
So why did we choose Cocos?
Então, o projeto tinha algumas
The project had a few requirements, and
resultado para a web.
One of them was to have a 3D web game that could also run on mobile devices. So we did some research at the time. We found Cocos Creator and decided to try it out. Next slide. So when did we start to use it? As Antonio mentioned, in February 2021, we got the first version of Cocos Creator 3.0. It was the first version that had 3D support. So the first impressions that we had with the engine was how similar it was to Unity, which was very positive because it made the work easy for the entire team. It was very easy to adapt to this editor. But adapting to TypeScript, if you come from a C# background, was also a relatively easy process. Of course, with every language transition, there are some specificities, but in general, it was very positive. And also the possibility of seeing the engine code. That was very good because it allowed us to see some examples of how it would be used besides just what was provided in the documents.
And like I said, we got the first version, so we did have some challenges at first. We did find some instabilities in the process, and as we found those instabilities, what we did was we went to the Discord and we went to the forum and we communicated that.
Então teve caso.
And we did get some good responses.
Encontramos bug.
There was this one case where we found a bug that only happened using Safari on an iPad, and we communicated the Discord and we let them know that this bug was happening. So we reported the way that could be reproduced via the forum, and we got some feedback from the Cocos engineers. And within a week, maybe, or maybe a couple of weeks, I don't remember the exact timeline,
que corrigir esse bug.
but we did get a reply and the bug was corrected. Again, we did have some challenges, but at the same time, we had a direct channel of communication with the developers, which was really positive. And one other thing that we realized is that initially on Cocos, we didn't have a lot of control for our animations.
Mais cru, então a gente tocava a animação mais diretamente.
We work with the animation more directly in that system. So that was the experience that we had in the first project from an animation perspective.
Como vocês viram no vídeo,
And as you saw on the video that I played, at the end we had a project that runs in mobile and is also a web project. So this here is the link that you can access. This is our partner GameSnacks. On that link you can play the game directly, and the outcome was very positive. We were really satisfied with everything that we did. Just like any project, just like any product, we always see points of improvement, and that is definitely on the list for our next projects. That was my experience. I'll now hand it over to Gabriel so he can continue. Thank you, Fabio. Now moving on to the next slide.
Como a experiência com o Pocket Battle Royale foi positiva, né?
Well, since we had a positive experience with Pocket Battle Royale, and most importantly, we were able to stick to the schedule, now we closed 8 games for us to develop in 2022. Why do just one? I mean, let's do everything that we can get out the door. And we have Panda Pizza Parlor and Slime.io. And the Panda Pizza Parlor was actually launched already, but it hadn't been launched when I did this presentation. So I actually put up a link for you so you can play it. But all you have to do is go on GameSnacks and you can find the game in there. Now, for these 2 projects, we were able to use Cocos 3.4. Fabio had used 3.0 at the time. And one of the difficulties with 3.0 was that we didn't really have an animator, we didn't really have an animation control, and this is something that we do have in this Cocos version.
Esse animator, então eu coloquei umas imagens dele aqui.
This is an image of the animator. It's called Marionette. It's pretty similar to the Unit animator, which is really important to us because our team was used to working with Unity. So we wanted to migrate into this new platform with the least friction possible. So you have that process, you put up an animation. As a matter of fact, it does have Blend 3, which you can see in the second image. So we can animate characters walking around, running around, and we can blend both of them according to the speed that the character is moving without it becoming something, I mean, with it being continuous, without having breakages.
Bom, a fim ainda de manter essa transição.
So, in the interest to having a smooth transition to this new platform, to Cocos in our team, we wanted to make sure we had some tools to facilitate the process, as to reduce the workload for the team. And right here, I have 2 examples of just how easy it was to migrate to Cocos and how good it is to work with the tool. The first one is a tool. It's a framework that we use that is called Signals. And Signals is used by the programmers. It's actually a tool that creates a communication layer between the different modules of the game. So you have the game controller, you have the gameplay, and they communicate through events. and that happens via signals. But this is not a Unity tool. This is a third-party tool that we had to acquire for the project. And now we create this behavior at Cocos as well to make sure that the programmers can work the game in the same way with that same logic. And then when it comes to creating a similar tool, we created what we call project ingredient, but we also have what we call the event target. So this is native in Cocos. We don't need a third-party tool for that. And you can see the code that we had to write for this one. So you see the project event code. And then you can create a listener for those events. And on the right-hand side, this is how you can trigger that event. So it was a super simple process. One other tool that we use quite a bit, and we can move on to the next slide for that, is DoTween. DoTween is a tool that we work to create animations at Unity. And DoTween is also a third-party tool. It's not a Unity tool, but our animators and our VFX artists were quite used to using that tool. And we wanted to have something similar at Cocos so they could work in the same way. So when it came to looking for a tool for Cocos, we also found a tool that is native to Cocos that is already in there. And all that we had to do was to create an editor's interface because the tool exists, but it is only used via code. So we created an interface and we made it available to our artists so they can use it. So on your left-hand side, you have an image of DoTween from at Unity, and on the right-hand side, you have the CocoTween tool. Of course, we don't have the events and parameters that the other one has, but we develop them on demand. So anything that we need, we put in this interface. Things that we don't have yet, it's because our artists haven't needed it yet. And the outcome is something that you can see in the next screen. It's actually a video of Slime.io. Well, in this case, you can see the character moving around, and we are using the tool, and you have different movement animations, and you can see the different sizes. When it's smaller, we wanted to jump faster, and when it becomes bigger, we wanted to drag around a little bit more. So you see that it's pretty smooth. You don't see the transition, and we use a lot of that tween tool when things pop up. We also use a lot of particles. You see the character when it blows up, when you lose, and on the next slide we have a little bit more of that result. And this is from Panda Pizza Parlor. On this one, we use the tween tool even more. Everything that the player clicks, you have a punch scale animation, you have that skip. So whenever you put a pizza in the oven, you see that it jumps around. That was done with the tween animation. And you can see the different balloons here showing up with the information. And this is an outcome that, in my opinion, is not really something that I expected for a web game. This is something that I expected for a mobile game. And myself and all the team, we were very positively surprised with the final outcome.
Acho que pode passar, acho que a gente não precisa tocar o vídeo até o final.
You can move on.
Acho que é isso,
and
pessoal.
there you go.
Muito obrigado.
This is it, folks. Thank you so much. Antonio, Fabio, would you like to say something in closing? I just want to say thanks.
E volta com a Brenda.
And over to Brenda.
Muito obrigada.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your attention.
É isso aí, muito obrigada.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks to all our guests, and thanks to all of you that have been watching with us. Thanks for joining. And we're going to have a lot more coming down. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back shortly with more of Big Festival 2022.
Se você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo! Acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei!
Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá, bom dia! Sejam todos
Hello, good morning.
bem-vindos e bem-vindas
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Auditorium number 1 at São Paulo Expo in our big festival. My name is Brenda, and we are here to discover together everything that is good in the second day of the largest indie game event in Latin America, Big Festival 2022. You can check out our full schedule by accessing the website at www.bigfestival.com.br. You can see everything about the festival, besides a lot of great games and an open voting for you to pick your favorite. Well, that's the housekeeping messages, so let's find out what is in store for us. So the next panel is part of our big business lineup and is brought to us by Apex Brazil. On this panel, we're going to have a chat between Brazilian companies that managed to capture successful investment that was much needed. So that made them become success cases. But how long does it take for you to negotiate something like that? And what changes in the next day? How do you plan the transition from the original company to the investor group? Our guests are going to tell us all about it and much more. Are you ready? So I am very happy to call to the stage Rodrigo Carneiro, CEO at Puga Studios, Ronaldo Cruz, founder and COO at Fortis and co-founder at Octagon Games, Sandro Manfredini, business director at Aquiris, Rafael Costa, founder and CEO at Monomito, and Jefferson Valadares, founder and VP at Doppio. And to moderate this great conversation that we are about to hear, we have a Fortis journalist, Luiz Gustavo Pacete.
Sejam muito bem-vindos e o palco.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Muito obrigado.
The stage is yours.
Pessoal, bom dia.
Thank you, Brenda. Good morning, everyone, for all of those that are here and for all of those that are watching online from different parts of the world. I believe this is not really a panel. This is a team. This is a proper one. And it's so great. I mean, a lot of the cases that are here represented, I kept tabs on, and there are some discussions that we're going to try to bring to the forefront here and hear these folks' perspective, because investment is not always a good thing. So that's the first provocation here. We always feel that, oh my God, I'm getting this investment, my life is going to shoot up, but it's not really like that. I mean, all the cases are positive here. All of these folks are panning out, but it is a major challenge. And it's an important topic because it has to do with culture, business stance, and all of that. But let's take a first round of introductions. Let me start with the magician. Please tell us about Puga, Rodrigo. What is happening at this point? What is your deal? Tell us about it. Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? My name is Rodrigo Carneiro. They know me as the magician. We are being acquired by this Ukrainian company. They have a presence all over the world, and we have been in talks with them since October last year. One question that everyone asks is that, oh, you're being bought because of the war in Ukraine, right? And it's quite the opposite. We've been talking way before that. So the process was great. It was intense. As we were in talks, unfortunately, the Russian invasion happened in the midst of all of that. But yeah, it's turning out good. It's a lot of work, I'll tell you that, but it's positive. Ronaldo, tell us a little bit about your move. You know, Fortis and Octagon. What is the stage of this process? What is happening? Right. Octagon had some investment in the past. We call it exit, right? We were looking for a partner. So first in comes a VC, puts some money in, gets a share of the company, and then we sort of we structured ourselves up until a real partner steps in. And we were trying to find the right partner. And my colleague here was a board member, and he's laughing actually because he knows exactly how it works. But in practice, it's not that easy, You might find a partner, but the fit is not great. Sometimes it's a good fit, but it's not the right moment for the company. And so, it's a whole process to find somebody. And it's not easy by any measure. There's been a lot of frustration, a lot of events that unfolded. But when we finally found the right partner, we found the lid to our pot, so to speak, which is 40s Games. And they had been looking for a studio that was in line with them. They wanted a player that was experienced in the market that they wanted to focus on. They wanted a company that had the right mindset and the right foundation. So we announced it in February, but we had been in talks for a long time. We had our Cupid, which was Jeff. Jeff was a board member. So you can see that, with a board member, we got together with Sean, and Sean is definitely checking me for facts. But yeah, it was love at first sight, man. As I said, this is what we want for ourselves, and this is the type of professionals that we are looking for. That's the profile, and we clicked it. It was a match. So we took it from there, and there's a lot more to tell about. And Jeff, just to take the opportunity that we are sitting on the same table, tell us a little bit about the complexity of the process. Now, it's a whole love story, but what was it at first? I was actually laughing because we promised not to speak ill of the people in the past. And, you cannot speak bad about your ex-girlfriend. No, they were wonderful. It's not too bad. It's not about bad-mouthing your ex. It's a provocation. Right. So getting into it, let me just go back since we are speaking about investment because some of you know I had Jinx, a different company that was founded in 2000, and we got some investment in the year 2000 actually. Obviously, today is much easier, much less complications. And I think, even though that it's based in Portugal today, and the company that I sold, we got some investment as well, Amazon, Google, and some VCs. But yeah, we exited, and we were able to get that connection between Ronaldo and Fortis because I saw a fit there. It's about understanding. On Sean's speech, they were talking about, how do we sell a company? First you have to understand what you are trying to make happen. So the fit is really important. You got to be clear about your objective, and you got to find the right partner. So yeah, I guess I helped out, play the Cupid. Of course, and you have the Sean spreadsheet, which is now famous with his speech, and it's got to be in line with the spreadsheet. Nah, it's just trying to make a joke here. Yeah, and by the way, I'll go back to you guys, but Rafa, tell us a little bit about Monomito within that ecosystem, which is space. That was a recent one as well. So these are Brazilian companies, but you also have foreign investors. Tell us about that. Around 2020, Monomito understood that it was the right time for us to look for partners and try to scale up the teams and try to scale up the objectives that we had on the mobile market. And we partook on many rounds, and we were just trying to look for potential partners all over the place. And we came across Louds, and it was love at first sight as well, because their objective in the game market was really in line with our objective to step into that multiplayer competitive market, and it was really in line with the products as well. And they were out there, they were part of a group, sort of a holding. And today they have 7 companies in the gaming industry, right? So it's an ecosystem of companies that help each other. And they also have some foreign investment. They have investment on each of the companies, and the objective is to self-help, and to cater to the market as a whole. So Monomito is the development arm, and it was a smooth process, really. Obviously, all the red tape takes a long time. It took over a year until we got all the paperwork together. But since the beginning, it's a really close relationship, and we always keep that contact. We keep it close because we don't want to have any noise in between, and we try to develop the ideas together. So nothing really changed in our culture. I mean, we're still the same. We just embraced the good stuff from that. Great, Sandro. I haven't forgotten about you. If you want to continue with them, it's all good. No, I'm going to tie that question up, and so we can raise the temperature a little bit. But tell us a little bit about Epic Games, because myself as a journalist, obviously, this is a full plate for me. But tell us about Epic Games. What happened? Well, in April, we announced Epic's minority investment. We actually had a venture capital fund that got into the company in 2014, and as most VC, they have a cycle. And our cycle with them for the fund specifically, that has started in 2011, and it was supposed to be done by 2021. So when we participate in this type of investment cycle, we know that at some point, either they're going to renew with a different VC fund, or we're going to have to help and look for an exit for that fund. In our case, it was also in line with our eagerness to have a cycle with a strategic investor. We went out to the market to look for one, and the relationship with Epic made it happen. So we announced that. We announced that on April this year. Great. So you may notice that everyone is in their honeymoon stage. It's all good here. So before I bring the problems into the equation, I think it's really interesting to look at this panel and see it for what it is. We are talking about Brazilian companies that pique the interest of foreign investors. It's not only in Rio and São Paulo. We are talking about northeastern Brazil. We still need some women up in here next year. I really want to have some girls up here making it happen and making deals. But this is a very interesting situation. This is a decentralized company that has the potential for it. And Centro, let me throw something at you. I mean, in other interviews, you said something about the investor's perspective for games, to take games seriously and to recognize that potential. What has changed, though? I mean, is the Brazilian industry being taken seriously now? The reason for you to be here, I think it illustrates that there is some the momentum happening. But now from an investment perspective, the interest in Brazilian games, what happened? I don't think there's been any magic trick. What we are seeing here is Big Festival is like the 10th edition or something. I think that shows that we just have some consistency in the Brazilian market as far as launching games, quality games. We have some pioneers sitting here like Valadares. In the 2000s, these guys were already soaring high and getting investment. I mean, there's not a lot of examples as far as VC funds that invested in Brazil. So I think it's just a consistency that we achieved. And I think that is really helping making things happen. As a matter of fact, it's 15 years here. These guys are at it for 15 years. I've been in the industry for 10. This last decade, I think, was really great for us to foster that. I mean, Abra Games, Big Festival, all of that helps people come together. And for example, in our relationship with actor here that was at Sony at the time, we know him since 2014. All of that adds up, it counts. We are showing that we have talent, we have quality. We don't have as many opportunities, especially as far as funding, that other markets have, but we're getting there. And Jeff, Sandro was talking about 15 years and over a decade in the industry and the evolution of it. Of course, that we are talking more about the interest, but before that, there's a lot of challenges. I mean, people standing alone, trying to make it happen. How did we develop? Right, for sure. And to me, I'm so happy to see the industry right now compared to when I started back in, when there was anything to show for. And we got to meet different companies, we made some friends, and then we got with Abra Games, and today you have events like Big, and you have Brazilian presence abroad. I'm so proud to see that journey in the last 20 years, but early on, there was nothing. You look at the companies and the sheer quality today, I mean, at the time we didn't know anything, we just learned it by doing it. Even investment, I mean, we talked to investors and we fell in that first drop at NASDAQ, there was some investment and we were trying to learn things, and it's nothing means anything until you have that money in that account. So we signed the papers, and then you had that drop in April 2000 in NASDAQ, and nobody took our calls anymore. That was the first investment that we almost got. And then we got something else with a Brazilian fund later on. It's more of a family office. It wasn't as professional. Today you have much more professional funds. 10 years ago, you really started seeing those funds that are a little more organized, because early on, man, it was just like a few funds here and there. Now we have some more organized funds. And today you have Stratégico, you have Fundo. I mean, you have so many options for funding. Back in the day, you didn't have anything. We were just grinding. Now, considering that you are at this important stage, I mean, what attracted these folks to take a look at Puga, first of all? And also, when you do a deal, when you sit at the table, when you try to bring a partner, what is the attention point? What do you have to mind to make it make sense? Well, at Puga, we always focused on culture quite a bit, and that really helped on our deal. They came over, they went over to Recife 2 years ago, and they went over to Puga, spent a week. We presented the process and everything that we had, and they were impressed, with everything that we had in the company. And they said, you guys are us for years ago. So that was a great feedback to get at the time, because it's not only about the deal, it's about the structure and the culture. We went over to Poland as well. We couldn't really get into Kiev, but we spent a week with them, and we got to know the group. We got to learn about the business. We met the CFO, and we just realized that, man, I was so impressed. These guys are in Eastern Europe, and the culture is so similar to ours. Puga always focused on its culture, because now you're not the owner anymore. Now you have bosses, right? So it's another layer on top of it. And that's really important to assess, because that can also take roots in the company, that culture. You have to really work well with people, and you got to try and bring the best out of them. And yeah, cultural alignment to us is really important. And Ronaldo, there is one thing interesting that Magician said, which is the independence, right? When you have a partner. So I'll pose that question in two parts. What changes when you are no longer independent? And what is the role of culture when you look at independent studios? What is that culture like? Right. So Octagon went through the mill as far as different stages. We wanted to make games whatever the cost, but there were some other things in tandem. So we understood that the Brazilian market had a certain moment. For you to do your own games at first was hard. So we took something, and we had our desire to work with games, to make games, and through peaks and valleys, we always went back to what was important, because any gaming entrepreneur in Brazil knows that there is a lot of peaks and valleys. And when we first got an investment, which was right at the beginning, it was a whole excitement, a whole uproar, but we got hit quite a bit. Jeff was sitting on our board, and I remember when he said, I think you forgot this, man, but I do remember when we were at a very tough point, and he said, no, man, copyright, your own games is cool, the upside is wonderful, but investors now are in line with us, and we have to somehow keep the team and keep the culture of what we built, because we want to have people here. And Jeff said, but that's the beginning of the end, though. And I was all concerned. I was like, you don't know, but I lost sleep for a weekend. I don't know, that was like 8 years ago. And I said, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep my structure, keep the team, and I'm going to try and have some revenue streams going, but I'll maintain the people. The desire to make games is key. So I'll try to find a business model to where I can still stick to some objectives that are important, but at the same time that creates revenue. And that's when we pivoted to different business models. We did pivot, but the team stayed the same. And I'm proud to say that we have some employees that come from different companies we worked at and are still here. Someone said to me, man, thanks for bringing me over. This guy is like 12 years in the company, so we did value people. And I think that's what maintained us at it until we reached this new stage with 40s.
Rafa,
now there's another layer of complexity. Well, not a layer, but a different context when you're in an ecosystem. Companies that have strong personalities with a story. What changes that? Because it's not only about the culture from an investor, but the relationship you have with other companies, even working together very often. So what changes in your case? Well, I think paying attention to the investors, to the investment board, that's very similar to what they do. So we do have another layer that that defends the entire group, and we have a responsibility with the companies that work together with us in different projects. So, for example, we just launched a game called Gunstars, and we're including Web3 elements, which are made by another company in the group. So it's a responsibility that we have along with them, and that changes our perspective for Monomito. We have to see what else we need to embrace. It's not the same spirit as we had 2 years ago with independent indie games that were fun and that's it. You need to look at additional factors. That's interesting because we're in a context in which a lot of things are coming together. Crypto, Web3, Metaverse, NFTs. So, Sandro, a business perspective, besides these challenges, investors are giving you the possibility of having new revenue streams with new business lines. How does that work? Does it make sense? When you have an investor, when you have an investment, does it automatically change your focus? Do you also need to look at other lines? Do you also need to look towards growth? What complexity is added when you have a new investor with money on the table and when you need to expand? Well, in our case, it wasn't an acquisition. So Epic joined us for what we're doing. So actually, right now, they're like an older sibling who is teaching us how to do things that would take much longer to learn by ourselves. So it doesn't mean that right now we're opening several other business lines or games. Right now, it's quite contrary. We're focused on what we have been doing to improve them even more. And we're learning what we can do to make the best of what Epic is offering. From the synergies that we have, which are obvious because we have games developed in the Unreal Engine, and the publishing arm, which tends to be very important for us. The theory behind this marriage is how we can take our games, which have had a lot of visibility from the public, to a much wider audience. So that's what we're focusing on right now. Investments, usually when you're getting an investment, you need to say what you're going to use it for. So very rarely do you get money and then you decide what you'll do. You've already had the conversation and said, I want these funds to work on that. So there is a commitment. Ronaldo used the word pivoting, and that's something that happens. You get an investment and you need to work on that. You might get different opportunities, but if you got your investment for that, you have a responsibility, so you need to focus on that. And if it works, if you want to pivot, you need to talk to your investor. You can say that you've tried and it's not working and you're doing something else, but you can't really do anything you want with the funding. It's not how it works. And Jeff, I think focus is a very clear factor, but once again, we have several things happening. Staying focused, looking at other things, the euphoria of investing in a studio and bringing it towards crypto or whatever, looking at the foreign experience. Is this a trend? Is there some euphoria? When investors look at an ecosystem, they also start looking from different perspectives, not only development, games, right? Yeah, I'd say that investors are always looking for something. There's always the fad, right? Our first investment in 2000 was because of the internet, right? people wanted to invest in web, and we would say that we have web games, and they would get very excited and want to join us. But then after the bubble burst, everyone stopped liking that. And then in 2014, we were talking about VR all the time. If you said you wanted to do something with VR, people would just dump truckloads of money in front of you. And of course, last year it was crypto. So, and just before I had the transaction with Fortis, I was on the second round, and I was doing something on video, chat, voice, but I'd say that half of the meetings, people would bring up, couldn't you include blockchain somehow? And I knew that if I said yes, I would get a higher likelihood of getting funded, but you have to know what you want. Do you want to raise money at any cost? Do you want to just tell them what they want to hear? If you have a good background, you can do it, but is that the right thing to do? That's a different story. I think you made it very clear, right? There is some euphoria, and it can be tempting. And talking about balancing focus and strategy, again, following the example that Jeff mentioned, you often get the temptation of following a certain path to get an investment. But in your case, how do you balance those two things? How do you look at the market trends? Our case was much easier because Momentus does what we do. So they came in to expand in Latin America, and they wanted to see how the company could do it. So that really facilitated our conversation. We have similar ambitions, good ambitions, right? Our ambition is not to end our competitors, but rather to create a good environment, train people so that they can work with us in the future. And that's the option that we have. We want to expand Latin America, Pugas, and other companies so that we can leverage our business even more, as we do in services. And in services, we're focused on people. Without people, you don't have a client, and without a client, you don't have people. So we came to Brazil thinking about that. Brazil is a great area to develop talent, so why shouldn't we do it? Well, acquisitions are different from investments. With investments, you're getting money for what you'll do in the future. So in your case, you're getting money for what you've already done because you're already well established. So acquisitions are different. Ronaldo, something related to big festivals, something that we mentioned in the conversations here is the industry. Okay, we've got this far. We've talked about the fact that there is some foreign interest in our potential, but what challenges are there? What is the driver when you look at the industry? How do you strengthen our industry? I don't think we have enough time to answer that entire question. Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief. You're talking about the perspective I have in the industry today and the challenges we have for the future. What we've been seeing since we started developing games is that it's not about having a good or a bad market, but markets have different speeds. Things take longer to take off in comparison to Silicon Valley. Things do happen. We just wish it were faster. So, for example, in your generation, VCs were organized, but in our days, it was different. But still, you still see a lot of people giving into temptation, as you said. And I think it sort of makes our industry lose sight of what we should be focused on. And then investors get disappointed. When we got investments in the past, we had a mission of making things grow and working so that other investors would come in. So it's very difficult for an industry to develop without investments. So it's great when cases work because that drives more success. But I remember we were getting investments. A group that had gotten an investment years ago had not given good returns. So it was very difficult to get VCs, and now we're getting them again. This comes and goes. Our speed, our pace could be better. And why Are we not getting the same rates of investments as the consumption market is growing? We wish it were happening, but the only way to do it is by working hard and creating good examples and being focused, of course. And Sandro, since we're talking about being focused, how do we accelerate that process? I think you made it very clear, but how do we accelerate that considering we're in a great moment for the market? What do you mean? What should we accelerate? How do we accelerate this evolution? How do we make the market organize itself better? How do you fix Brazil? You have 15 minutes to talk about gaming in Brazil. Yeah, and you can talk all day. If anyone can do it, it's you. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way of accelerating it even more. I think growth sort of comes exponentially. The examples we mentioned in this panel just illustrate what is already happening, and it's not going to stop here. In the next 12 months, we'll certainly see other companies receiving investments. So I think examples follow each other. Last year, we had Arrowhide in Uruguay. We had investments in Colombia. So the more companies look this way, others sort of get curious and want to come and see as well. So I think it will be a natural movement. I think it's important to do it as an industry, as an association, in events, so that companies know where to go, so that they're focused, and I think it will just happen naturally. It's funny, I lived in Finland, so I was in Helsinki before they were the hub they are today. But that's how it started as well. They had some companies, some of them were successful, some were acquired, and people were able to do bigger things because they got American funding. I learned how to do processing and marketing, which was not very common here at the time. And then one company takes off. First Rovio, then Supercell, and now everyone I worked with in 2005 can get funding if they raise their hand, because Finland created this idea that they know what they're doing. So what we really need to do is have the same here. One game, if it takes off, everyone's going to look at Brazil and want to invest here. So I just want to add something. A quality in our industry is that we have an association, and we've always contributed and collaborated with each other. Of course, there are exceptions, but as a rule, we've had good collaborations, and it helps because we tell each other about good opportunities. We try to get other people growing as well. So across the industries you work in, Passetti, I think the gaming industry is one of the most collaborative, because in Brazil, we are competing with the entire world. Our competitors are not here, so we try to help each other out. And it's at a much bigger scale, right? So now let me put this into a different context, and feel free if you want to answer. You talked about VCs or venture capital, persuading investors, and I think this festival plays that role as well. But right now, we're having a challenge when it comes to funding. Unicorns are having layoffs, they're slimming down, they're redefining their strategy, there's inflation in the US, and how does that affect our ecosystem? And two perspectives here. Right now, when money is a bit shorter, how do you get an investor? How do you persuade investors? And is there a pact or not? So, is investment going to different areas of growth? Yeah, I had that experience firsthand because I had an investment in 2000 and it didn't work. Once there was a crash, everyone disappeared. So now I knew that a crash was coming, and that's why I sold my business last year. That's easy. Yeah, in my opinion, people are working hard, but some people are just messing around. When something like that happens, like if there's a problem with a couple of unicorns, it doesn't mean that everything is lost. Some VCs As I said, the VC market is going beyond. They're doing better analysis. They're understanding, when a VC analyzed our company, they looked at our resilience during the bad times. And that always comes, right? So this is the kind of thing they're analyzing now. They're more comprehensive in their analysis. So if you're serious about it, you're not going to just want to surf the NFT wave. You want teams and companies that are looking at something long term. That's who you want. Of course, some VCs are more short-term results driven. So it's like the example that Sean mentioned yesterday. You have to talk to many VCs and choose the right guy. Yeah, that's very important. They're much more thorough when they're investing in people now. Anything from you, Maj? Yeah, we're not getting an investment. We're being acquired, but it's not about persuasion at the time. It's about being transparent and showing your investors what future perspectives you have. So that's where I come from. You have to know that this guy or this girl is going to come to your company and they're going to know everything about it. So you need to be transparent. Rafa, let's keep it short as well. You talked about looking at your investors, your partners, and when you're coming in with an investor, when you're looking at an ecosystem, we talked about being independent, but what can't you compromise on? And this is an alert for you. Referring back to what I said, investments are good as long as there is a connection, as long as everyone does their homework. But what should you not compromise on when you come to an ecosystem with a holding? From the beginning, we wanted to sell what we wanted to do, not only currently, but for the future as well. So there needs to be a connection. It's not only about money or the moment. Of course, I'm very open to anything happening in technology. Our group is very open. So we can find things that match between the different companies in the group. But something I don't compromise on is what we mentioned in the beginning, in the first conversations. Our culture, the way Monomito presents itself in the market, and whenever something tries to draw you away from that, you can have a board meeting, have a friendly conversation, and refer back to your origins. But like I said, since we're in a holding, it's an ecosystem, and you have to be open for many things, and you have to see what makes sense for the company and position yourself. At the end of the day, nothing is going to work if one of the parties doesn't agree with it. Yeah, and I think one of the mistakes that gaming companies make is that they don't understand what VCs want. They might be looking for something specific, and you come in and say, well, I want to sell this game. Okay, good luck. That's a non-starter. VCs like money. They don't like you. So they might say they like you, but what they really like is money. And that's what they want. They want to grow. If you don't have a good business that matches what they want, it doesn't matter. You can take them out to dinner and it's not going to work. If you only want to sell a game, maybe you need to find a different way of getting funding for your company. Sandra, what is non-negotiable here? Yeah, you can't just solve your current problems with money because that's going to generate much bigger issues in the future. So what's non-negotiable is what is good for both sides. What does the company want to do? What does the company believe it's good at? If you want to have a driven team, you can't change your leadership all the time. You either get engaged with that team in a project, in a vision that everyone believes in, and if you switch it all the time, people will just switch companies. So I think what's non-negotiable is what the company needs to do. That's a point that refers to, of course, our history. And we spent a long time providing services where you really do need to make ends meet. So I know that it's not a simple answer, but when you talk about investments, not in a single investment, but a long-term relationship, you need to have principles and you need to follow what you believe. Otherwise, it won't work.
And principles, right? And an experience with a lot of learning, right? That's right. If you are in line with those that are acquiring, I mean, it works out, right? Of course, it's going to take some tweaks and adjustments, some conversations need to be had. And for example, I didn't feel any impact with the acquisition by Fortis. You know, I felt that we are in line with what we need. And I think that happened to Sandro as well. Both companies went for services. They wanted to keep everyone in-house, but always thinking about the principles. What do we want for the long term? You know, so we were able to maintain some cool stuff, and one day in came this guy offering to do what I was trying to do back then, you know, taking profitable games elsewhere and make games known everywhere, and we found that possibility in Fortis. I think it was no different for you, right? I remember when you were doing like different niches, trying to find your place, and I think you're more focused now. And these principles are your guidance. I mean, when some acquisition happens, when some investment comes in, you don't have to worry about having your culture eradicated because it's already in line. You already know that, you know, so yeah, that relationship works. And Magician, the same thing, considering that you are in the same conversations, right? You are very advanced, but what is non-negotiable for you? Ambition. I mean, the vision of the company and the culture of the company. At Puga, we do not negotiate culture. Our culture is this. If you want to acquire us, you have to maintain that culture in the company because we're staying at the company, right? I mean, you're staying there for years and years. So for Puga, that's the non-negotiable, it's the culture. And that's why we did that culture due diligence. We went and met with the CEO. We spent 3 months with them. And yeah, to us, it's perfect. It's a match. It's a marriage at the end of the day. Well, let's get to the final comments, guys. I think we touched on a lot of topics, and when it comes to partner investors, it's about money, it's about results. Those that are sitting on the other side of the table have to be guardians of the culture. They have to guard the premise. That thing that brought you here by sheer passion, right? But the other side of the table talks about money, so you have to strike a balance. That's really important. And I think it's really interesting what you said about not turning into a mass, right? About not losing focus. It's very important to have that clarity from an entrepreneurial standpoint so you don't lose your focus. And I want to start with just your final comments. Let's go around the table as far as your learning, right? What you have learned, but also keeping an eye in the future. So how does that combine in terms of your potential for business? What is your expectation for the future? And what is the temperature from now on? Maybe one tip that I can give about what we went through, looking for VCs and looking for a way to scale up the business, is look for someone that speaks your language, right? Someone that believes in your work, that understands your culture, and that values what you value, that understands what you are going to. These points are not only important, but they are crucial, because otherwise you can get yourself into a very bad business deal, and there's going to be some demands from it. There's always going to be demands, especially because it's a business. And at the end of the day, you have processes, you have deliverables. You always have to be accountable over it. So it's not just smiles. It's not just, all flowers. But we see a lot of companies with projects that just die off and go to different ones. And again, but I think that's what it's about. Basically, you have to look for someone that speaks your language, someone that you can see a future with, because I don't believe in anything that is ephemeral or for the moment. I'm always about the long term. And considering the future, Monomito got into space caps because of that, because we believe that companies together, they help each other and they strengthen each other. And Loud, given their power, not only the reach, but also their power to get to people, that really makes sense to us. And in any case, it has to do with a lot of things. We are a development arm. This is what we love to do. We love developing fun games, always multiplayer. And the rest is sort of an add-on, for us to soar higher. Jeff, in 1 minute, what if it goes south? What do we do? I want that tip too. Man, one of the things that I like to remind people is that investment is a sale, right? So you have to see it in those eyes. You're going to get a lot of no's. Sometimes sales isn't easy, and it's important to remember because at one point I would do like 4 pitches in one day, got all no's, and at the end of the day I was crushed. But through time, I sort of understood that you really have to find your fit. Sometimes you're tempted to change something because that guy said something during the pitch meeting, and that almost never works out. You really have to find the right people that are a match and work from there. I don't know if you've seen that HBO series, Silicon Valley. It's a documentary, really. I mean, it's fantastic. One guy is talking to someone that is, got too much money and is about to blow up the company. And the guy says, "Why did you get the money? I mean, didn't you think about say no?" And he's like, "I was allowed to say no." That's really important. And Sandro, when to say no? Not the future of Brazil now, but just an end conclusion here about the industry. And just to wrap up. Well, I think the message here is about resilience, and we want to leave that message for the long term. Maybe Rafa is the youngest one, but a lot of us have, we've been at it for a while. We have got many, many, many no's until we got here, and not always good. We're still fighting over it. So if you're looking for opportunities and if you're trying to make it happen, you have to be resilient. Nothing comes easy. And just like Jeff said, and we said before, the ecosystem is in much better shape than what it used to be. And perhaps that'll make some things a little better. You have more people coming over. You don't have to travel so far. You don't have to spend so much money to showcase your work. But think about it on the long term. Whatever we are saying here, as far as saying no and having, a wrong marriage, it's about knowing what you want, but also knowing what you don't want, because it takes a while for you to understand what you don't want also. So yeah, long-term thinking is a good tip. I'll be brief because I don't have a lot of time. Well, frustration is a great teacher, so think about this. And today, VCs are much more organized. We have to take this opportunity. The more no's you have, the more information you'll have. So learn from your mistakes, because that's what really makes you make the best decision. And it's necessary to go through that. I mean, there's no way around it. Resilience, like he said, keeping focused, and learn with your no's. Magician? Now I'm gonna have to speak really fast now. Well, one tip that I have is what we did at Puga. Our cycle started 4 years ago. Puga exists for 9 years as a corporate entity, but our service started 4 years ago. So to have an exchange with the folks from the gaming industry and at Brazil Games, all of that is really important. You can really learn how to get in that business. So get associated, go to Abra Games or Brazil Games and, get in touch with the industry. The networking is what you create and what you learn as well. This is super important for you to grow. Great stuff, guys. I want to say a big thanks to all of you. And again, you have to stay grounded. It is a marriage, a lot of times long term. And again, just like I said in the beginning, there is a relationship to it. I mean, next year, I hope we have more Black people, trans people, girls involved, because you brought this over here and you had to take your lumps. There's a lot of challenges around the way, but I loved being a mediator to this panel. Round of applause to these guys because they really made it happen here.
Yay!
And that's it. Let's go to the next one. Thanks.
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Cai fora!
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu bis. Isso é abstinência.
Para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Poder fazer escolhas significa conquistar um dos maiores desejos da humanidade, a independência. E o Sebrae abre as portas para pessoas que escolheram a independência e transformaram sonhos em projetos de vida, que ajudam a gerar empregos, desenvolver a sua comunidade e a transmitir a cultura empreendedora no país. Um lugar onde todos têm liberdade para escolher, inclusive escolher empreender. Sebrae, a força do empreendedor brasileiro.
Olha, para esse ano é muito interessante ver que a gente está tendo muito mais estandes, patrocinadores até, uma área lá de business maior ainda e muitos jogos sendo feitos em coisas novas como blockchain e tudo mais. Então eu acho que do que eu vejo, a expectativa é de que mais negócios sejam feitos pelo volume do que eu estou vendo aqui, né? Eu acho que realmente a edição está muito grande, então eu acho que eu espero realmente fechar muita coisa aqui e eu já estou vendo que muitas empresas já estão conseguindo, né, gerar seu negócio. Então a expectativa está super alta, assim.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá, boa tarde, pessoal.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Auditorium 1 at São Paulo Expo. My name is Brenda Olivieri, and We are here learning together about the good things in the second day of the biggest indie gaming event in Latin America, Big Festival 2022. If you'd like to check out our full schedule, you can come to our website, bigfestival.com.br. You'll see everything about the festival, and you'll be able to play some great games, and there's an open vote for you to choose your favorite. So after these announcements, let's hear what is happening now. The next panel is a part of the Big XR lineup offered by BEAS. In this presentation, we'll hear about one of the most commented topics right now. Is the future of the metaverse related to gaming? Or is it still far off? These and many other questions will be answered by Simone Clias and Ricardo Justus, two experts on the topic. Before we begin, here's a tip for you. During this presentation, you can send us your questions using this URL, ask.bigfestival.gg. The best questions will be selected and answered live on stage by our guests.
Todos estão prontos?
Are you ready? So let's do it. We're very happy to invite to the stage Simone Clias, who is a research on audio and immersive environments, who founded XRBR and is a VP there. She is going to interview Ricardo Justus, the CEO of Arvory Immersive Experiences.
Sejam muito bem-vindos.
Welcome. The stage is yours. Thank you. That was a great introduction. Thank you so much. We do feel welcome, right, Ricardo? So let's cut to the chase because we have 25 minutes to talk about the metaverse. Is that enough time? We'll see. So first, thank you, Arvory, for inviting me to be here. Thank you to the organizers of Big Festival. I'd like to greet the folks from XRBR. Who here belongs to XRBR? We have some folks from Arvory here. Wow, look at that crowd. Thank you, Arvory, and thank you, XRBR, for coming, and thank you, everyone, for watching from home or from work. So, Ricardo, like Brenda said, there is a lot of hype for the metaverse. So, for once and for all, and this is a spoiler, for us, the metaverse doesn't exist yet. So what does exist? What is the metaverse, and when will it be real? It's an interesting question because a lot of people say that there's no definition for what the metaverse is. It's hard to define. I don't believe it. I think there is a definition, but a lot is being named as part of the metaverse, but I have my perspective on that. I don't think it is yet. The metaverse, what Zuckerberg's Meta is creating for the future, is a concept that was created in a book by Neil Stephenson called Small Crash. It is one of the seminal works of cyberpunk, which I recommend. It's a great book. And basically, it's a network of virtual 3D worlds that can be accessed through virtual and augmented reality goggles and by use of immersive technologies. It basically is the future of what we call spatial computing or 3D computing. And it can be accessed through these devices, and it can be connected to the internet. So it's basically an evolution of the internet. So I'm going to call it in singular, the metaverse. I can't say that there are several metaverses, but because of Meta, because of Facebook's name change, it created some hype for it. Like, some people believe it's already there, it's accessible, but what does exist, and it's funny, in my company, we're building worlds in social VR platforms. So we are building worlds in the metaverse, so to say. But it doesn't make sense to me to call it the metaverse while immersive technologies are not as popular as a smartphone. When that happens, when you have augmented and virtual reality goggles as common day-to-day artifacts, then this evolution will make sense. But basically, it's a network of 3D virtual worlds that is interconnected and interoperable. And instead of going to a website or receiving everything in a 2D screen, you would go into those worlds, coexisting with others in 3D, interacting with them in real time. The concept of synchronicity, right? The internet today, especially when it comes to social interaction and social media, is asynchronous, meaning that when you post something, someone is going to read it later. If you send a message, someone will read it later. Interaction in the metaverse is synchronous, just like in the real world. You'll have to be in front of someone talking to them by using your bodies. It might be an avatar representing your body, but you will be physically transported into a different location using immersive technologies to access 3D virtual worlds. That summary that Ricardo mentioned is Matthew Walk's definition. It has already been launched officially, and we recommend it. Yes, Matt Ball is in the venture capital market, and he sort of wrote a framework or manifesto for the metaverse, which can be read online. It's very interesting, and he infers a lot on it. What the main issue is that a lot is being put under that term. Whenever a new technology comes, there's a little bit of a semantic struggle of understanding how to call it and what it is and what it isn't. It's funny, in the past, in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a struggle between the concept or the word murderverse from Stevenson's book and the word cyberspace, which is sort of the metaverse in William Gibson's book, which is also in the cyberpunk genre. And cyberspace sort of won that struggle and is defining the internet. But these kinds of semantic wars always happen when a new technology appears. But that doesn't matter that much. What's important is understanding that it's an evolution. All major big tech companies are looking at spatial computing, virtual and augmented reality goggles, and the three-dimensional interaction with information as the next step. Apple is doing it too. So it's the next step on how we're going to interact with the internet, with the computer, with games, and everything you can imagine. So of course the internet is a part of it. And we can also introduce the concept of interoperability. Can you tell us in 30 seconds what it is? Well, interoperability is very important for the metaverse to exist. Now we have several social VR platforms or gaming platforms. It's funny to talk about the virtual world because most people here are gamers. The virtual world is not new. I used to play Ultima Online in the late 90s, and I always tell that story when I'm giving talks on on the Metaverse. I sold a castle online for real money in '98. So the concepts that we're talking now that seem very new have already been used in MMORPGs for a long time. MMORPGs are not the metaverse. They're a virtual world, but they have a restricted application for that world. They're not connected to others, and they will not be. You're still going to have closed worlds, but the metaverse is interoperable. So you would be able to go in with several devices. You'd be able to go from one world to the other. That doesn't exist yet. What you have now are several social VR platforms for social interactions through avatars and so on, but each one with their own audience, with their own purpose, some of them with their own economy, but others don't even have that. The biggest one still don't have a currency. VR Chat, one of the biggest ones, where you have a lot of creativity, a lot of content, has no economy. You can't spend money there. They're not concerned about that right now. So imagine if in the in the beginning of the internet, if you went to any website, you needed a different browser. That's what we're seeing right now in virtual reality. They're not connected. And on the short term, there's no economic interest in connecting them. On the short term, it's better to own your universe exclusively. I think at some point, big tech companies like Meta will be talking about interoperability. There's a Metaverse Standard Forum that was just launched 2 weeks ago, and it's an attempt to create standards, and it goes beyond that. I mean, these worlds use different engines, different languages. They're not interoperable. So when you see them as a game, it's interesting to talk about interoperability in virtual worlds for gaming. That's never going to work. You hear lay people who don't understand game design saying that you can take the sword from one game and take to the other game. When people say that, it's like saying you can play Monopoly with your friends and someone will come in with airplanes from war. So that doesn't work. Games are balanced. They're very complex in design, and you're not simply going to do it. These worlds are always going to exist. Now we have virtual reality games at Arvory, and they're launched as closed games, but I see a future for it, where we can launch games in the platform. Worlds that you can visit and play. They're not doing it yet. Usually, the worlds that are created are done in partnerships with bigger companies, but distributing games and virtual reality can happen that way in the near future. That's very interesting. But again, these worlds will be closed. You're not going to be able to take weapons from one game to the other. When you talk about interoperability, it's more about going from one world to the other using the same avatar, or even switching avatars, accessing these worlds with different devices, and you can have different systems and softwares, but it doesn't exist yet. As you can see, it's complex. So although everything is called the Metaverse, there are different platforms. You can use, small caps Metaverse. It's not the Metaverse yet, but these platforms have infinite possibilities. Some of them are 2D or centralized. Some of them are require goggles. So tell us a bit about that difference today, Ricky, and tell us a bit about how games interact with platforms today. Well, I have a more critical view. I don't think that social interaction platforms, especially if they're 2D, represent the metaverse. I think, as I said at the beginning, the metaverse for me will only make sense at a mass scale, will only be used by people, by everyone to work, interact socially, and to go to class, just as the internet does. Internet banking. It only makes sense in the metaverse when it's immersive. A social interaction through an avatar on a 2D screen, there's a niche for it. I mean, Second Life has 500,000 active monthly users since 2003. It's existed for a long time, but it's a niche. When you're playing an MMORPG, in that genre of RPGs, it's a niche of someone, using an avatar and talking to each other. Most people are just having fun and chatting on Discord with audio. But when you go to virtual reality, people underestimate how that feeling of presence creates the feeling of a real conversation. Embodying an avatar, using body language, talking to people, it is transformative. The memories you create when you have that kind of experience is just like a natural conversation. It is quite interesting. There's a lot of potential there. Especially for people who are not gamers or who are not interested in creating avatars to participate in it, because it makes sense. It shortens distances. It allows you to talk to people you might not talk to otherwise. It opens up a range of possibilities where you can explore possibilities, meet people, connect with people. It makes the human experience more accessible. So I like that potential. 2D platforms, I don't think, create that. Of course, there is a big hype now, so everything is sold as if it were a metaverse. I don't really buy into the hype. But like monkey JPEGs are not the metaverse because, when Madonna bought a Bored Ape NFT, she said she was in the metaverse, and that really doesn't make sense to me because, again, things get confounded. Web 3.0 and NFT concepts co-opted the metaverse term. Now, they speak of NFTs as a part of the metaverse, but I don't think that's true. It's one of the technologies, one solution that is possible, but not the only one, to solve an issue of digital ownership. It's an important issue to solve, but I see some problems with NFTs specifically because creating scarcity, creating an economy of scarcity for a universe that is infinite. There's no scarcity in the metaverse. You can have an infinite number of everything. You're only importing an economic model from reality with all the inequalities that come with it to a universe that doesn't need it. So I do question that model of artificial scarcity, which is what NFTs do. But again, that's only one of the technologies. To say it's the metaverse is like saying that cell phones are the internet. The internet is a number of different technologies, and virtual reality is not the metaverse. Gaming is not the metaverse. The metaverse is a convergence of different technologies that allow for something different to be done. Just like mobile internet. It would not exist without having data networks, but the network by itself cannot be mobile internet. The hardware itself cannot be. Everything, there needs to be an ecosystem, apps, developers, all of it leads to mobile internet. And the same is true for the metaverse. With all of these systems maturing, becoming established technologies, virtual reality, mixed reality, faster internet, technologies that don't even exist yet. Exactly. It's difficult to predict the future that way. I always say, in Slow Crash is from 1992, and there's a scene, when I read it, I even underscored it. He describes a Rift goggle perfectly. He even mentions the frame rate, 72 frames per second. So that was in 1992, okay? But he was very predictive, but when people try to access the metaverse, they use sort of public telephones that they plug into. So he was able to imagine perfect virtual reality goggles, but he wasn't able to imagine mobile internet. So it's hard to predict how technologies will develop. I work on it, but I myself have trouble predicting how it will be applied.
Wow, so much stuff. I'll try to say something here. VR is not metaverse, and metaverse is not VR. We know that, but for Zuckerberg, for me, and for all the folks here, I mean, everything is really deeply connected. And we can see this movement when you had all that hype in October when they first did the rebranding, and then Meta came in, and then all the metaverse platforms in the world did their rebranding as well, all the 2D platforms anyway. And so what was I saying? Right. So Meta had been invested in that beforehand when they first purchased a goggle company in 2014 and started investing in virtual reality. And you guys work so much with VR, not only developing it, but you also create the experiences within a VR environment. So please explain to us in about 1 minute and a half, why is this so important? I mean, how come Meta, Facebook, invests so much in it, and why do we believe in it so much? I don't know if you've used VR in the past, But when you feel the presence, I mean, the trick or the magic is that feel of presence, which is something caused by a sensory illusion, which is which is created by those devices to where you feel that you are present elsewhere. So you're really transported magically through those devices because of a sensory illusion. Our brain has been hardwired, so we believe in our sensory inputs. That's happened for millions of years in a subconscious level. Even if you're in a context that you know for a fact that the world is not a cartoon, there's no zombies in front of you, you know that's not real, but it's impossible to rationalize. That's why when you have a height feeling, high heights, or a fearful feeling, those visceral feelings in VR, that comes from the brain's amygdala. So you can't really separate it. It's very strong. That's why the memories feel like they're real. And from a VR perspective today, let's say we are in the first steps of that wave. I mean, it's super simple what can be done still. Meta, for example, recently they opened up their labs to show the goggles that they are producing for the next 10 years. They are talking about the test, the Turing test, the visual Turing test. And the test is supposed to make you, to make you guess if what you're seeing is real or not. So people talking to a machine, people talking to human beings to try to see if they can tell them apart. And the visual Turing test is when you put on your goggles and you cannot tell reality from illusion. You cannot say what is a rendered presentation. This is on its way. I mean, it's still 10 to 20 years away, but it is coming. And when it happens, it's going to be so transformative. And about Meta specifically, the critics, and it's not a few, I mean, they say that they did that, they rebranded in order to sort of distance themselves from Facebook, but I don't think it's that. When Zuckerberg bought Oculus, which, I mean, that was in 2014, he understands that social media is dying. I mean, that's the future of social interaction. That's the future of the internet. And he put up his flag and he wants to get there early. Other companies like Apple are investing in it. They are investing in the sort of, the successor to the iPhone for a long time. They're about to launch that. They've been about to launch that for a while, but now it's for real. Now the rumors are quite strong, and probably next year it's when something is going to happen. They are not in the metaverse yet. They're probably not going to be associated to interoperable standards, right? Well, like we were saying here, it's only the beginning. We are just starting. I don't know if Groove is here. One time he called me up and he said, man, I just spent 500 hours in virtual reality. Did this really happen? I mean, we already feel that, like, that memory gap, like, did that really happen? Because you feel like you've experienced it. So there's a lot to explore. It's already amazing. As a matter of fact, we do games, we make games, and virtual reality is already amazing. But the future potential of that tech, it's really off the charts because we are just taking baby steps. We are at that point where it's just cool enough to make games and to create those interactive experiences. It's already cool enough, but it's going to get that much cooler and that much more transformative. They already got like Primetime Emmy, the Venetian Festival. You can check it out and see what these folks are doing. Raise your hand, folks from Arvori. Oh my God, it's so many of them. And whoever is curious enough, folks that are watching at home, I do recommend. I'm a big fan of Arvori since it was a little seed. Yeah, we're just five years in the making. These are the characters of our games here in my t-shirt. We just celebrated 5 years. Well, congratulations. We have 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Can we ask maybe a couple of questions? Maybe one? Tato will ask the question. Come on.
Então, minha pergunta é a seguinte.
Here's my question.
Você falou a respeito de que o metaverso.
You said that the metaverse would be a platform that you could perhaps, teleport to different universes. the thing is, what about the competition? Because Meta said something, and all of a sudden you have Metaverse, you have Microsoft doing their own thing. So that's what it's a little convoluted for me. What do you think about it? Well, the Metaverse vision that I believe personally is that nobody owns the Metaverse. It's not just like Ready Player One, where you have one company that owns Oasis, which is what they call that little platform. There is no company that owns it. It's just like saying that one company owns the internet. It doesn't even make sense to begin with. I think it's probably going to be just like our economy works. It's going to be held by some big tech companies, by some big techs, but they are going to have platforms and experiences to make this available. And even the big techs, just like Meta and all those companies, they talk about an interoperable vision, and this is a good thing. I mean, this is based on patterns and standards to create that reality from the beginning, because to work on interoperability later, it's going to be very tough. So I believe in this future where you have interoperability, and this is not restricted to just one company. But again, it can be a utopic vision. I don't know if they are going to create the so-called walled gardens, so that each company can have their own little corner that you cannot get access to. Again, it's hard to predict how this is going to take place, but I think that overall, from an information technology perspective, open models tend to pan out, because this is where the mass of users go to, and it gets exponential. So I do believe in an interoperable metaverse where all platforms will be connected. It's not going to be Metaverse or Microsoftverse. I mean, Meta has that name, but I think it's not going to be like, hey, I'm going on the Metaverse and it's only Horizon and it's only this and that. No, I think it's going to be interconnected. I hope so, at least. Again, there's no way of telling. It's very hard to predict exactly where this is going. Well, we are seeing red here on, where our time is up, and we can talk to the folks at XRBR, Arvory. You can check out the website. Everyone is in there trying to have an exchange, because we're building this market. And just like Rick said, I mean, we hope that it will be a better world, and we need everyone for that, right? That's right. I think we have an opportunity to create a new reality that we access on our day-to-day. So let us create a cooler reality. Why replicate our problems in there? So this is something that I do believe. I'm very optimistic about the tech overall. So I think it's cool for us to create something like that. It's good to be optimistic. Otherwise, you have on the book Snow Crash, it was a dystopic book. I mean, the world looked really bad on that. I hope this is not the reality that we are looking at. Thank you. Thank you.
Temos uma pergunta aqui.
We have a question here. Fabio Carvalho to Ricardo. What is your take on the power of Metaverse to revolutionize education and provide those immersive experiences? Is traditional education on its way out? I think it's funny, because when they think technology is going to end things, I think obviously no. Traditional education is not on its way out. Just like we are not going to stop having real experiences just because we can have a digital experience. All that does is to provide more options. And here's what I mean by that. If you have a teacher that uses a classroom where everyone has mixed reality goggles, for example, that teacher all of a sudden has magical powers. That teacher will be able to conjure things up. I mean, the solar system can just pop up in scale in front of the kids' eyes, and you can touch the planets. I mean, you are giving superpowers to the teachers. So that gives you a new possibility. Is that going to eradicate what we know? No. I mean, we're still going to need human beings to interact. Virtual reality is a human reality. It's nothing but a mirror to our senses. So human beings will have a sensor. right? So, in other words, you need a human being on the other end, otherwise the technology doesn't make sense. First of all, I think virtual reality will give superpowers to teachers. And one other thing, you may have a class. I mean, sitting here in Brazil, you may watch a class in Harvard. You may have a class with whatever teacher you want because it shortens distances. So you have that concept that internet and the information era was, it's the democracy of information, and virtual reality and the metaverse is the access to experience made democratic. So you can have access to an experience that you don't even know about, that doesn't even exist in the real world. So again, when you experience virtual reality, it's like you're really going through that. Your brain doesn't make a distinction. So it's pretty magic for education, and potentially it can be a superpower for teachers. So I think that's the way to go. So somehow it's going to change the traditional way, right? Yeah, I think it'll empower the traditional way, but the traditional way will still exist. Technology is a tool at the end of the day. So the basis of technology is always to have tools. So these are new tools that we're going to use to expand the way that we educate, the way that we learn, and I think that's really cool. But it's not necessarily going to end traditional education. Thank you so much. Thanks to our guests. Thanks to our audience. Thanks for being with us. And we'll be back shortly. We're just going to take a short break.
Tudo bom? Porque você tem que aprovar, não é?
Mas eu já entrei.
você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei! Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit pra todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Sunny, yesterday my life was filled with rain. Sunny, you smiled at me and really eased my pain. Now the dark days are gone, now the bright days are here. My sunny one, joy is so sincere. Sunny one, so true, I love you. Ooh, sunny, I wanna thank you for the sunshine you gave. Sunny, I wanna thank you for the love you brought my way. You gave to me your all in all. Now I feel 10 feet tall. Sunny one, so Sonny, I wanna thank you for the truth you let me see. My life was torn like a wind-blowing sand, and a rock was born when you stepped in. Sonny, one so true, I love you. Oh, Sonny, I wanna thank you for the smile upon your face. Sonny, I wanna thank you for the sweet and warm embrace. You're my spark of nature's fire. You got my soul and my desire. Sonny, one so true, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Auditório 1 at the São Paulo Expo Convention Center. I am Brenda Olivieri, host, digital creator, and gamer. And this day 2 of the largest and most exciting independent gaming festival in Latin America, the Big Festival 2022. Our next panel is part of the Big Layton lineup and was brought to you by Claro. In this session, we are bringing you to live some of the most amazing studios in Argentina. They will tell you what the independent game scene is like over there and also how they face challenges like development, translating and distributing their games in Latin America and beyond. Now, please welcome Pablo Navarras from T3GS. Please, can you stand here? Pablo Arisnabarreta from Arc One Studios. Franco Alberti from Game Ever. Sebastian Bellatour from Games Station. Mariano Opeid from Kyla Bunnies. David Soares from Oda Click. And finally, moderating the discussion, Miguel Martin from IDVA.
Gracias, Brenda.
Gracias.
Much. Obrigado. Prazer.
Prazer. Thank you, and it's all for you. You can start right now.
Well, hoy a todos, good afternoon. My name is Miguel Martin. I am the Executive Director of the Argentina's Video Game Developers Association, ADVA. It's a really pleasure for me to be here this afternoon with all of you, here physically and also online. Hi to the audience via streaming also. Well, I am very, very happy, really. I am a little nervous, sorry for that. But I'm here with this incredible, first, this is the first set of the panel. We will have 11 companies that will be sharing with us their histories, their games, and their service that they provide to the world from Argentina. I represent, sorry for that. This is the, okay? Well, are you seeing the presentation? Well, that's me. I am here in the name of ADVA, the Chamber of Companies that produce games in Argentina. Well, from ADVA, we represent more than 120 companies all across the country. That's a very, very good notice, because very good news, because in terms of the last 15 years, we've grown a lot in terms of video game ecosystem. So we have 2K employees working every day in the companies that are with us today, and also the others that are working hard. 13% of those workers are women, and we are working hard with women in games. They are partners of ADVA in terms of, our main goal is to increase in the double to reach 25% in 5 years. We're working hard with this goal, and also the industry size is $90 million. That information is from the 2020 period, because our partner in the terms of metrics is the National University of Rafaela. We work a lot with them. They have the first bachelor degree in production of video game in 2017. And they also have this very interesting project, the observatory. So we have these metrics and numbers thanks to them, thanks all the team there. We are proud founding members of the LATAM Video Games Federation. It's a federation that represents 12 countries of Latin America. And now move on to the most important part of this session. It's not me, it's about them. So, you are seeing in the presentation the 11 persons that will be today sharing their knowledge and tips and whatever they want to share. Let's start with the first speaker of the panel. For me, it's a really honor to present in the first place Pablo Navajas. He is CTO and co-founder of 3OCS, a studio based in Córdoba province. Pablo, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And you said the first part that I was going to say, so I'm going to skip that part. Yes, I hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. It's really nice to be here to share with other devs, and has been a really great show so far. Yes, I am Pablo Navajas. I come from Córdoba, Argentina. 10 years ago, I co-founded a studio with my brother. And 3 years ago, we found out our core business model that was outsourcing programming services, because apparently it's the only thing that we know to do. So what we offer is we have a specialized teams in Unity, Unreal, and Phaser. And what we offer is services like porting to different to any major consoles, and also some streaming platforms as well. We also offer engineering services like team augmentation or just a whole team for your game. So let's say that you have a game, you have the funding, you have your art team, you have your game designer, but you need help with the engineering part. So we can go there and help you, just adding more stuff to your engineers, or just providing a whole team for you, even with production, and just help you to get all those milestones done in time, hopefully. So beyond our services, we also are trying to create our own games in-house. We train people, because it's really hard to find senior engineers in the industry. This is generally in the world. And what we do, we train people. We own in-house games. And this is a project that we started like 6 months ago with another partner of us, Gamever, who we are really proud to have a partnership with them. They provide the awesome art for the game. And there is a video now I want to show you. Video. All right, thank you. So with Looters, what we are looking for now, we have done all the pre-production of the game, and we came to Big to find the right partner to help us to have to go to production, into production, for a pipeline of 2 years of development. And we are very excited to all the people that we have met so far. So we hope if you have, if you are a publisher and you are looking at this, know that we are looking for you. And what we're looking for is funding, a trustable partnership for the next month, or next years, or the future. And also, we can handle the console ports and everything technical, but we don't know the rest of the game. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pablo. And well, continue with the lineup. Now it's other Pablo, Pablo Ariz Navarrete. He's a business developer at Arc1 Studios. Hi, Pablo.
Thanks, Miguel. Video, por favor. Okay. My name is Pablo Ariz Navarrete. I'm business development manager for Arc1 Studios. We at Arc1 Studios offer exclusive services for video game developers and publishers. In the case of developers, we want them to focus on actually designing their game and programming their game while we take care of the rest. And in the case of publishers, we want to help them to promote in a very efficient way their game at every market. So what do we do exactly at Arc1 Studios? We have 2 units that centralize all of our services: the music and sound design division and the marketing and content creation division. Through the music and sound design division, we create music and sound effects for your games, and we record voiceover in many languages. That division is led by Juan Schweizer, who is at the floor. He will be happy to show you the music we are working right now. And through the marketing division, we want to help you promote your game and open new markets everywhere. So actually what we do is try to help you identify where your audience is and where you can, who your audience is and where you can find it. We create content, we manage influencers, which is a key thing right now, and we create and distribute press releases for your games. After that, we localize your content to more than 50 languages. And we create original content for promoting your game. So you can have trailers, banners, anything you need, you name it, to have a very professional promotion of your game in any market. The key thing about this is that instead of using several service providers, you can centralize all of this in a single provider, and that's how it works. This, please, I need sound to show this. If we could have sound, and actually it would be great if we could just go a little bit back.
Great! Now Brazilian Portuguese.
General, estamos atravessando cinturão de asteroides.
You know, some would want to play the game in English with subtitles.
We are under attack. Help! We need reinforcements.
Good, good. Let's boost the sound effects. Let's turn up the music. Make it more epic. Wow, I got chills! Now cut some scenes for social medias. Beautiful! Now bring back our logo, full front. All right, that's it. That's a wrap. See you on the floor of Big Festival 2022. Bye!
Well, thanks everyone for your attention. This was supposed to explain the kind of services, the scope of services that we provide. We'll be at the floor and we would be glad to meet you, both Juan and I. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pablo. Very interesting. And well, now we say hello to Franco Alberti. He is lead game producer, lead producer in Game Ever. That it's a studio located in Buenos Aires City. Hi, Franco.
Hi, Miguel. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you all for being here. How's the presentation, please? Okay, thank you very much. Well, first of all, I'm not like Pablo. And my name is Franco Alberti. I'm the lead producer. Yeah, I'm the lead producer at Game Ever. We are a multimedia studio that's been on the animation business for over 15 years. And we are in the video game industry for almost 10 years. We are known for our high-quality art and animation products, and we are proud for our, we pride ourselves on our creative and detail-oriented look. We come here to offer our art and design services and animation services. We create 2D and 3D assets, such as character design. We create also animation, UI, VFX, you name it, we do it. We also do marketing art, such as key arts, or marketing assets, such as, this isn't working, okay, icons, key arts, trailers to make your game stand out in the stores. Here are a few more examples. And we also, because not only do we do art, we also do our own game developments. We are now right now focused on the mobile, casual, and hyper-casual market. But we also done web browser games and PC and console games. That's the case of Juanito. Juanito Arcade Mayhem was our first game. We self-published it in PC, in Steam, and then we ported it to Android and iOS. It was a great success in the local market. Okay, go ahead. We work with great, yeah. We work, collaborated, and partnered with great clients such as Lion Studios, ByteDance, Cartoon Network, Michelin, and more. For example, in our latest success, Litkila the Game, we partnered up with Warner Music to help with a game with one of the rising stars in Latin America, and we made a hit out of it with over 5 million downloads in the App Store and Google Play Store. And yeah, this is just an example of the things that we can achieve. If we can get the video, please, I will show you our reel, it features like work done in last year. So go ahead, video please. Okay, now I have another presentation that follows this. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're right now looking for long-term partners and also new and challenging projects. So if you're a publisher in needs of one of these areas or just an independent developer that needs help, we may be the ones that help you out. That's my contact right there. You can feel free to reach me. I'll be in the Argentina booth. Hope I see you there, and then, well, let's make something awesome together. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Franco. And now we receive in the stage Sebastián Belachur, he's CEO of Game Station. Welcome, Sebastián.
Well, thank you, Miguel. It's a video, the presentation. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody, for being here. My name is Sebastián Belachur. I'm the CEO of Game Station Studio. We are an Argentinian company with more than 6 years on the market. We create, develop, and publish video games for the club. Our mission is to create video games that entertain, transcend, and make us proud, and we keep working every day with that in mind. Our main product is Grow Empire Rome, has a huge success with more than 50 million downloads. It's available in 56 different countries, located in 46 different languages, and has its own community on Discord and YouTube. And we keep working on new content for the next years. Now, our last couple of years, we have been working in our new game, and I want to introduce you Heroes of Valhalla. Heroes of Valhalla is a captivating game, mixing tower defense with a strategy mechanism and role-playing and city builder elements. It's settled in the epic atmospheres of brave Viking warriors. You will start from a rural settlement located on the coast of Kattegat, and you will be the most feared kingdom. Your goal is to build and defend your land from invaders, explore the seas to expand your horizons, and raid other civilizations to become Jarl of the North. So, and all with the help of your heroes such as Lagertha, Ragnar, and 20 other more. This game right now is in a beta staging, and we're planning to launch it to production at the end of August. And we expect to have a great success there, and we're really proud to launch it to the market. And having these two amazing products, we want to take the next step. We want to find a partner who help us to conquer the Chinese market. One of our products is translated to Chinese, grown by Rome, and has great numbers, so expect to have the great success as we have it with this product. And I think the most important thing is finding the partner and asking if he's willing to join us in this new challenge. So, well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sebastián. And now the talk will be in charge of Mariano Obeid. Mariano Obeid is, well, one of the founders of Kilabani Studios, and he is also president of ADVA. I have to say it. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I also have a video. If you can keep it in the background, just rolling. But before that, since Miguel mentioned it, as the president of ADVA, I want to thank to all the agency, the IEC, for making this panel possible and all the effort you made for it. So, as Miguel said, I am Mariano Obeid. I am the director and one of the co-founders of Kilabanis. Kilapanis is a studio that was founded, once again, in early 2009, 13 years ago. We started making our own games in Flash a long time ago, ACE2. And then we started moving on. We went to HTML5. Then a couple of years ago, we started building our own games in Unreal for consoles. We are 25 people. We're ramping up to 30 by the end of the year. We're looking forward to get all the way to 35 by Q2 on next year. We do mostly a lot of work for hire. We've been working with companies like Disney, Lego, Discovery Kids, Cartoon Network, Procter & Gamble, you name it, for all these years. And we are open to any proposition of either partnership, either publishing, either just having a good chat. We will be staying here until the end of the Sunday. Just look for the guys with the bunny on the flap. It's like 6 of us right now, so I don't want it to make it longer. But once again, thank you for hearing me, and I will leave you with the last speaker of this half.
Thanks, Mariano. Well, the studio is located in Santa Fe province.
Yeah, we are in Santa Fe, Argentina.
Yeah, well, thank you really so much. And now it's the turn of the last speaker of this first set. Welcome, David Suarez, co-founder of Oraclick from Córdoba province.
Hello, thank you, Miguel, and thank you all for being here. As Miguel said, my name is David. I'm one of the directors of Oraclick. We are a studio based in Córdoba, Argentina, engaged in the development of games and creation of art assets. Founded in 2015, we help a lot of people to ship more than 20 games to different stores, and also we created a lot of experimental applications. Our core group is made of software engineers and artists with more than 15 years of experience working on a professional level. We have, back is not working. Okay, no problem. We have 2 business models, work for hire and development of our own and unique games. On the work for hire side, we provide game design, QA, and engineering services. For supporting Unreal, supporting Unity, supporting server backend technologies such as Java or JavaScript. And on the art creation part, we are focusing on 2D pixel art, UI, UX, and creation of 3D assets. During the last year, we were working with big clients from all over the world, like Hit Factor or Fun Labs. And on 2019, our studio has like a big milestone when we started like a long-term relation with Congregate. Okay, we started a long-term relation with Congregate, managing their big or one of their big and most profitable IPs, Beat Heroes. Beat Heroes is a multiplayer RPG with more than 15,000 daily active players. For them, we are doing live operations, we help with porting, we are creating new content, we are creating new features, and we are helping to manage the community. It was actually 3 years of a lot of work with them, and that work will continue in the next years with super fun projects. On the projects we are working on, or our internal projects, we have 2 projects at this moment. Misplaced is one of them. Misplaced is a story-driven action RPG with puzzle resolution that contains all the elements of this kind of game. An immersive story, cinematics, combat, puzzles, and the most important part is the evolution of the character through the game based on the player choices in combat. This game, the target for this game is PC and consoles. And the second game that we are working on is, that name is temporal, but is Chimera, Treves Battles. This is an isometric pixel art shooter multiplayer where 10 to 20 characters will fight, players will fight in a fully destructible environment, getting silly weapons, jumping in funny mechs, and also using special abilities to control the battlefield. The main idea or the key point of this game is that we are focusing and make it casual. All the game of this type are super hardcore and sometimes is a wall for the players to enter. So we are trying to make it as simple as possible and as casual as possible. What we are looking for, we are looking to talk with other studios that could need our help to fully develop their projects, or with publishers that might be interested in hiring our services or funding our projects. This is the first time we are here in the big festival. We are super happy to be here. We are enjoying a lot this event. We will be in the Argentina booth in case you want to come and talk with us. Thanks all for being here, and thanks ADVA and the rest that made possible that we are here.
Thank you, David, so much. Well, this is the first set, as I mentioned in my presentation. So, with a huge applause, we say goodbye to these first 6 speakers. Por allá por Well, and now we call to the stage the second set of this interesting panel. Welcome Ezequiel Hein from Pulper Tree Studios. A big applause also a ese. Federico Agostino from Scuba Light Studios. Welcome. Also, Julián Cerulnikov Cohen from Leaf Clover. And Lara Lapierre from Terra Localizations. Welcome, Lara. And Javier Brunet from Rabbit Hole. Welcome to the stage, every one of you. Happy to have you here. Well, and now, in this meanwhile, this is an interval that I would like to present a short reel about EVA, a video of the Argentine Video Games Exposition. Please. Mm-hmm. Well, we are very happy also because EVA is celebrating their first 20 years of event. Was the first conference and event full dedicated of video game development in Latin America, and we are really very proud to be here announcing this next edition. I would love to invite all of you here and online also people to meet each other in mid-September in Buenos Aires City from 14 to 17. All the companies that we are knowing today and the other ones from Argentina and the rest of LATAM would be present. So let's move on now. I would like in 1 minute to say thanks, huge thanks to all the people and institutions that make it happen. We are here because of the work of a lot of people that it's very important for me to say thanks to the Argentina Agency of Investment and International Trade, AICI, also Cancillería Argentina, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Invest BA, Pro Mendoza, Pro Córdoba, and Santa Fe Global that are these last ones local agencies of investment and international trade. And in last but not least, also thank the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Development of Argentina that are promoting with a lot of effort the industry. We are very happy because this year we could announce among these ministries a fund, non-refundable fund for companies to produce new games. And with this program, Potenciar, we will helping 40 companies from Argentina to develop new games. This is a very, very important notice for us, and well, we are very glad to share with you today. And now continue with the lineup. Ezequiel Hein, he is co-founder and game designer at Purple Tree Studio, a studio located in Buenos Aires City. Ezequiel, you have one? Okay, perfect. Welcome.
Thanks for the presentation. Hoy para todos, parabéns Corinthians por una victoria contra Boca, así que una brincadeira para empezar. Hello everyone, my name is Ezequiel Hein. I'm co-founder of Purple Tree, a video game studio based in Buenos Aires, Argentina. We founded the company in 2012. We started making games like a lot of people or companies here in Latam, making games for Cartoon Network, Disney, Nickelodeon. But in some points, we decided to change that and make our own IPs. So right now we develop games for consoles, PC, and a console generations. Among our most prominent titles are Golazo and Pompu. With Golazo, we launched the first Latin American game in consoles, so that was like a huge success for us. And with Pompu, fortunately, we can win a lot of awards. So that was great. But I'm here in Big Festival looking for publishers for our new game that is called Thunder Raid. Well, what is Thunder Raid? Thunder Raid is an arcade boxing game. It's all handmade. It's a retro gameplay mechanic. It reminds us of the classics games like Super Punch Out. So let's move on. Video please. Video.
The keyword, video.
Video. So I think we have to wait a little bit. Or maybe I can...
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So the story about Thunder Raid is like he's like the real god of the earth, and he doesn't have much here. So in his last fight, he was kidnapped by the Intergalactic Boxing Federation to fight against the most violent warriors or gladiators of the universe. So he was a little bit what happened, but he said, okay, I have to fight, let's do it. So he accepted the challenge and start the fighting match and all that. So presentation, please, again. So here are some mock-ups. You can see it. We made this game in Unity, and we plan to launch this game in all the platforms. So right now we have like one main character. We plan to fight against 12 different enemies in 6 different stages. And we are looking at an investment of $100,000. So thanks for that. And you can reach me at the Argentinian booth. And if you want, you can send me an email. So thanks.
Thank you, Ezequiel. Very interesting.
Obrigado para todo.
Well, Federico Agostino, he's from Mendoza. As their brother, they found Scuba Light Studios. Welcome, Federico.
Thank you,
How are
Miguel.
you?
Well, presentation? No? Well, hi, everyone. Presentation. I'm Federico Agostino, from the CEO from Scuba Light. I don't know why I don't have a presentation. No? Okay, we have some technical issues. Right now, there it is. I'm Federico Agostino, CEO from Scuba Day Studios. Doesn't work? No, doesn't work. Ahí está.
Ahí va.
Scuba is a video game development company from Mendoza, Argentina. And we are here at Big Festival celebrating our 5 years anniversary. And I want to showcase what we have been doing in the last years with this remarkable team. Please, video. There you go. That's we make our own IPs, like that, the Donkey Santa, Green Carnival, but also we provide services in video games for partners for all over around the world. We are young, we're passionate, we love what we do, and we make games. We're driving teams since 2017, making games that bring to the innovation, disruption, and diversity to this industry that we love so much. This is our last developer. 5 years. And how do we accomplish all this? With the fantastic Scuba team. That's me and my brother Lea. We are both co-founders from Scuba. We are both engineers. Lea is currently the COO, and I'm currently the CEO of the company. But we know in Scuba the most important component for this company to be successful through all these years is the team. And we know that the team is super important for Scuba. And even though that the team is especially in Unreal Engine and C++, we know that to build the next game, it takes a village. And within the Scuba team, we have specialists and leaders in different areas like marketing, staff management, and business development, as well as game design, art, programming, and sound and music, everything. And we are here at Big Festival looking for 3 things. We are looking funding to launch and publish our sci-fi single-player 3D graphic adventure, actually development. We have more than 4 hours of gameplay there, Junior Solution, the training. We are also looking funding for our new project, Green Prix. It's a multiplayer racing project. And we are also looking for strategic partners and long-term relationships who help us to continue growing in this industry. So, if you're a publisher or investor or you want to help us, let's plunge into our next challenge together. Thank you. I'm Fe. If you want to talk anymore, I'm the booth of Argentina. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Federico. Hello, Julián Celunikov Cohen from 7 Leaf Clover.
Yeah, you got it right.
Studio, I said.
Okay, so this thing is working, and I'm nervous as hell. Okay, there should be a presentation loaded up. Yeah, there we go. So I'm Julián Celunikov Cohen, and I'm the game director at 7 Leaf Clover. So we're an indie development company made by young professionals. We started this project as our college thesis, and now we're making it a reality. So during 2021, we were chosen among, this thing works, right? Okay. We were chosen among 50 games to take part in the MPVP mentorship program offered by Alba. During this time, we professionalized all of our processes thanks to our mentor, Eduardo Rodriguez Ortega, who has more than 20 years of experience in the Argentine games industry. So on May this year, Unreal Engine gave us the Unreal Game Selection Argentina Award. This is what allowed us to be here with you, showing our project to the world. So thanks to them. Okay, now for the project. Payloaders Strike. It's a first-person action game with heavy emphasis on short-range combat and weapon combos. It mixes the intensity of a hack and slash, like Devil May Cry, with the gunplay and the perspective of a Doom-like FPS. We aim to reach a hardcore audience that loves a challenge, and your main objective in the story is to climb a corporate tower and defeat the CEO. The game is made on Unreal Engine 4, and our main target platform is PC. We plan on making console ports after the initial release. So, like I said, our main audience is comprised of both indie FPS fans and action game enthusiasts equally. We're building an 8-hour single-player campaign with replayable game modes and a new game plus. And during this story, you fight for robot civil rights. You take control of Asimov, accompanied by a talking virus, Salvador. So the core gameplay loop consists of action and narrative sections. We also have platforming challenges and puzzles, but those are more for tutorial purposes. The big selling point of the game is the combat. So each of the guns launches enemies in a different direction, and you can combo them easily by an intuitive and dynamic input system. You also have access to a giant loading claw that lets you grab and throw any enemy in the game aside from performing melee combos. So these long and flashy combos are rewarded by the overclock system. It's an expendable resource that you can use during combat to unleash powerful abilities, like explosive attacks, or here, as you see in the GIF, unleashing a time stop ability and do a custom combo. So right now, we're planning on, God, this thing is hard to use, releasing the first chapter on early access and using the early sales and the community feedback to improve the second and third chapters. So according to our current schedule, we should finish the first chapter at the end of this month, the second chapter on February 2023, and at the end of that, on October 2023, the full release with all the 3 chapters. So we're here at the big to look mainly for 2 things. First, financing. We have 1/3 of the capital resources already secured, but to build Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, we need a huge pile of money, $85,000 for those 2 chapters. And then we're looking for a publishing partner to help us with storefronts, community building, and publicity. So that's all on my part. If you like what you see, you can come to the Argentinian booth and get some stickers on the game and talk with me. So thank you all.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you so much. And now it's the turn of Lara Lapierre. She is Business Developer Manager at Terra Localizations. Hi, Lara. How are you?
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm Lara Lapierre. I'm an English translator and a Women in Games ambassador. And I joined Terra almost 2 years ago to help them in different business initiatives. Terra Localizations is a boutique localization company that helps video game developers and publishers reach international markets by providing high-quality localization services. Just like you, we care about the gamer's experience, regardless of the language, because we are gamers ourselves. This is a picture of our team before the pandemic. There were 56 full-time employees, but now we are over 200 working at Terra. We also have a network of over 2,000 linguists from all around the globe. We value diversity. We have a multicultural team that brings authenticity to our work. We have over 25 years of experience. Terra was first established as a family-owned business, so we have worked diligently to treat every single employee as family. This very specific culture is seen in a year-over-year retention rate of 98%. This is something that will impact the client directly because the people that will work with you will stay with you. We are also rated as #2 for language service providers in Latin America for Common Sense Advisory. We are very confident that we'll make #1 this year, so we are going to get there. We are also listed by Slater as a boutique localization company focused on quality and customer service. We are also big in diversity and inclusion. We are women-owned and minority-owned. I'm a Women in Games ambassador myself because one of my missions is to bring more diversity to this industry. We also have global presence. Our headquarters is located in Argentina. We also have presence in North America, Europe, and Asia. Time zones are not a problem for Terra Localizations. These are some of the services we are currently providing, from project management to LQA, cultural consultancy. These are some of the languages we are currently working on, and if there is a need for more, we have them, for sure. These are the types of clients we are working in the studios, mobile developers and publishers, AAA game studios and publishers. I cannot say names because of NDAs, you know how this goes. But if you have played a video game recently, we probably localize it. That's how cool we are. And thank you so much. That's my contact. If you want to reach out, I'm going to be in the Argentinian booth. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Lara. Thank you so much. Well, and last but not least, let me introduce Javier Brunet. Javier is a director at the Rabbit Hole from also Santa Fe province. Hi, Javier.
Thank you very much. Video, please. Well, thank you for the opportunity to let you know about the Rabbit Hole. We are a business incubator and accelerator of video games. I'm the co-director of the company, and well, this venture was created 2 years ago as a spin-off from Kilabanis, a studio with 13 years of experience in game development and production. The main goal for us is to support those who are giving their first steps in this beautiful but difficult industry with our professional team. And well, for that we have two kinds of solutions, two kinds of programs based on different stages of development. First of all, an incubation program that is mainly educational. It's focused on early-stage entrepreneurs and small companies to bring them 6 months assistance after a contest that we host once a year. In that program, we try to define the business model, trying to define visual and technical resources, roles and responsibilities for every part of the team. After that, we hope to have some vertical slices finished to begin the second stage, that is the acceleration program for advanced team. At this point, we seek for venture capital, private investors, business angels, publishers, obviously, or even invest ourselves in those projects we like them more through our own trust fund and different kind of contracts. We are trying to get this community stronger through our programs. We're bringing to the table our know-how, our expertise, our commercial and financial connections to elevate your project to a new level. So if you have a great idea, if you have a super team, if you are exploring new technologies, contact with us, find us in the Argentinian booth or walking around big festival. We have great expectations about this presential meeting after the pandemic. So thank you very much and play for the future with the Rabbit Hole.
Thank you, Javier. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of you. It's very important to be here today. Well, this afternoon we learned a lot about Argentina and its game developers and service providers. I hope from my deep heart that you was useful session, and I hope to see you in the booth of Argentina here in the business area. We are very happy to connect and to know each other. And well, see you at EVA in September. Thanks all of you. Bye-bye.
você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu bis. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
A gente sabe acreditar em super-heróis. A gente sabe o que é cuidar do outro. A gente sabe como é ficar às vezes longe da escola, dos amigos. A gente sabe o que significa não estar perto de quem a gente ama. A gente sabe o que é ter medo. Sabe o que é brigar com um inimigo que a gente não vê. A gente sabe brincar dentro de casa. A gente sabe esperar. A gente sabe se proteger. A gente sabe a importância de amar. A gente sabe lutar. A gente sabe ganhar. A gente sabe manter a esperança. A gente sabe acreditar.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá, pessoal. Boa tarde. Bem-vindos e bem-vindas de volta.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to Auditorium 1 at São Paulo Expo. My name is Brenda Olivieri, and we're here learning together everything still to come on the second day of the biggest indie gaming event in Latin America, Big Festival 2022. If you'd like to check out our entire program, you can go to bigfestival.com.br. There, you'll find out everything there is to know about the festival. There are games, and there is an open vote for you to choose your favorite. So after that announcement, we will hear from the next panel in the Big Business lineup offered by Apex Brazil. In this presentation, we're going to hear more about the backstage and the challenges that one of the biggest retailers in Brazil is facing by joining the gaming market. We'll hear about how their cultural values have helped in that decision, their long-term vision, impacts on the business, and their connection to Brazilian independent studios. During this presentation, you can send us your questions using ask.bigfestival.gg. The best questions will be selected to be answered live on stage. It's a pleasure to invite to the stage Tiago Jesus Catoto Dias, who is the Technology Director at Magalu.
Boa tarde aí, pessoal.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here.
Muito legal ver depois de muitos
It's great to see so many people after so many years. See everyone in person. People who are able to be here in person. And if you're watching online, I hope we can meet in person next year. I say that my name is Jesus and my nickname was Tiago. There was a day I was walking on water and someone said, no, I'm just kidding. I got this nickname because of how I look. So I just wanted to tell you why we decided to go into the gaming market. And I hope that you'll feel at the end of this presentation that it was a natural decision. So let me tell you a bit about Magalu. I don't know if you know about our story exactly, so we're going to put it into context, the size of the company and what is behind it. And I'll tell you about the strategy and the future that we hope to have. So our gross revenue last year was 55.6 billion, over 37 million active clients. That's a lot of people. When you look at the number of stores, we have 1,477 stores with over 240 distribution centers and cross-docks, and we've been growing. When you look at retail, it looks like a lot, right? It's great. We also have a super app with 40 million monthly active users and a great online public, 445 million visitors throughout 2022. And at Magalu, we are focused on people and innovation. So I've been there for 12 years, and it almost seems like I've worked for 12 different companies. And I think next year will be the 13th and the 14th and so on. So it's great to see how the company is able to reinvent itself with every year. We're always focusing on people and on innovation.
Bem, então Magalu, né, começou como varejo.
Well, Magalu started as a retailer. Like I said, I come from traditional retail. I used to sell appliances, fridges, and so on, and I was actively involved in our omni-channel operation being created. So omni-channel is like nirvana. When you go anywhere, you'll have the same experience. but it will have its specificities. On brick-and-mortar stores, it will work one way, and online it will be different. But the idea behind it is to be well-serviced wherever you are. And now you want to digitalize Brazil, and this can be done through games. So there's a lot of synergy there when we look at the multi-channel system, which is what we have today.
Até uma coisa que é interessante falar aqui, quando
An interesting thing, and one of the things that made me go to Magalu recently is that I was trying to build something, not just take technology and put it in the company. And I think it's very similar to the gaming industry. People want to have stories, they want to have a fun game, so you also have to do a lot. One of our mottos is to take privilege to everyone. So our founder, Luisa, sold the first washing machine to many people in Brazil, and then the first color TV, and probably the first smart TV to many people. And we want people to know how to use them. So it's great to know that we are following a bigger purpose.
Então, agora sim, quando a gente começa a olhar e falar,
I told you a little bit about where Magalu comes from to give you a general idea. You might know that we're involved in retail, but you might not know that when you look at the gaming market, nearly half is mobile. And when you look at the rest, about a quarter is split for PC gaming and a quarter for console gaming. And this is for Brazil. When we look at the gamers in Brazil, it's also been growing expressively. We used to have 75 million in 2019, and then 84, and last year we had 92 million. So maybe this year we'll reach 100 million. I think that will be a major milestone for Brazil.
Então, turma, que eu acho que é legal, né?
So, how do games affect our lives? I think it's an idea of screens, right? We have screens everywhere now, from your phone to your computer, and even in your daily routines. Maybe several of you who are here in person probably took a ride-share car to get here, so you'll see how frequent it is in your life. It's a tool that's always around, and when we talk about games, there's a great opportunity of exploring creativity, attention, concentration, memory, and even agility. Some games require you to move fast, so they become more challenging, but if you're younger, you probably enjoy these kinds of things. So, and they can also be used as learning tools. I was recently in an event, and I heard that there used to be a bias against educational games, right? They always thought that these games were boring, but you start seeing many new assets, including Brazilian, with different mechanics to include education in your games, in your daily life, even for kids. So it's a great opportunity to use it as a tool. And also, games provide for a more inclusive environment. They're open, they're available to every social class, gender, ethnicity, beliefs, and even people with disabilities. It's great that there was a booth here that is directed towards people with disabilities, and I thought that was great. I didn't even know about that. So in gaming, games are not for people who have good eyesight and good mobility. They are limitless, and that matches our purpose, which is taking access to others. So Magalu has a lot of synergy in gaming.
Bem, então, como que começou essa história, né?
So how did this begin? Last year, we started a partnership with Big. We opened up a call for bids, focusing on hyper-casual games.
Teve até burburinho ali.
That created some buzz, Some people liked it, some people didn't like it. I guess that's natural, especially when you see the size of our company. When you go into a new area, you're always in the spotlight, so it's a process. We wanted to take our time because we want to add to the industry and not come in and try to set the stage. It's the opposite. We want to see how we can help the industry develop even further. So again, we started off slowly, and naturally there was going to be a reaction. And I imagine that's why many of you are here. Why are they doing it? You might be asking yourselves. So we started with this very simple call for bids focused on hyper-casual mobile games. So why should we start with hyper-casual games? People might start with PC gaming because they usually have a longer development time, but that gives you a faster return. So I'm not sure if any of you had the opportunity of doing that, but hyper-casual games are a very difficult market. It's hard to get visibility. There are so many games. Some of them are great, but they might not get the attention they need. So why did we choose to start there? Well, there are a few reasons. First, they have a simpler mechanic. Here you see a few puzzle games, some idle games. These were games that we created in a partnership with the studio after that call for bid. So there are puzzles, there are some platform games. So it's great to see how studios participating in the process were changing the games themselves, evolving. And I think that's a very interesting process. So doing that with hyper-casual games is great because they have one mechanic that works very well. Development time is lower, you have more investments, and that allows you to run more projects. If one doesn't work, you can move on to the next. You shouldn't be too attached to your product so that you can move on to the next development cycle. And that's why we decided to start with hyper-casual gaming. So, as I said, it's also a matter of time. Development time is shorter. And when you look at the teams involved, many of them were small, people that are even difficult to access. Like some people don't even have a formal company established. It's made up of individuals. So how do you participate in that process? And then we also started our game jam about 2 weeks ago to give them opportunities. If you want to join us and interact, if you want to get your ideas made, then you can have some time with these companies that are developing the industry. So that's one of our goals as well. And we'll talk some more about that later. So again, as I said, we basically split our call for bids into 2 main blocks. So if you have a game, what do you need? Do you need a final polish? Do you need better analytics? If you don't know how to launch the game, if you don't know how to advertise your game, I think since we have that background as a major retailer, something that we know how to do is how to get some media space. So we got our strong suit and made it available for people so that the small companies can make use of what we built up over the years. Of course, there's a challenge. This is a different industry, but there are many similarities here. When we talk about full games that are ready, with the new games, you start with an idea and make it work into an actual product. So we made a big effort to really produce a demo and go through all the stages of development until we got a participant to really experience all of that. I personally had my own perception because I've always liked developing games. I always made them, but when they were close to being ready, I would stop and move on to a different project. I spoke to some people and they said, well, That's what happens with indie game developers. When they're almost done, they go back and start redoing some things that they believe are never good enough. So that's what we wanted to do with this program. We wanted to help people to overcome that obstacle to get to the end so that they could publish something and really shine a light on it. The game is ready, and what do you do now? So now Magalu is going to help you, and we can help you do that over and over. That's a big issue that we tried to address with this call for bids. And actually, when you look at it, we have a running joke, which is that you can be customer-centric, putting your client at the center of everything you're going to do. But we're trying to be, and this is something that we learned from retail again, we're trying to bring it to the studios, to the industry. So trying to learn what we did over the years and be studio-centric, defining what we need to do, expectations, and afterwards moving on to whoever you need to engage with, integrating with other things, other services, measuring all of it, seeing if it's being done correctly, and then if it works, you start over again. So once a studio goes through that process and does well with what we're doing with Big, regardless of the project working or not, the studio will become stronger. So for the next project, they will definitely have an easier time. So that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to make the cycle run more and more. We saw many other big companies that started getting into the industry. They would make big shots, trying to invest in a single initiative, and after it doesn't work, they would say, well, this industry is not for me, it's not mature enough. But we know that it's a long-term challenge. And if you have a long-term challenge, you have to persevere. So at the end, after saying all of this, what is the end result of all of this? We really want to foster the creation of national IPs. We want to get the ideas with the talent we have in Brazil, and we want to put it in a nice package. And of course, we want to make it available for the world. Many studios have to give up their own IP for survival, for outsourcing. You might have a good IP, but you might not have enough time to spend on that. So what you do is outsource your services, which is a challenge we have in training. And afterwards, you let go of what you did. So not only do we need to foster the creation of IPs, but they should also gain the world. We should be able to have national products that can go global. In the past, we talked about payment, right? About not having barriers. But in games, that is also a factor. With localization, you might be able to reach most of the world through a mobile game. Even if you start as an indie company, if you do something in English or Portuguese, that already reaches a wider market. So to talk about our long-term perspectives about the future, where does it all end? As I said, we know that this is not a sprint. We are not just going to create some buzz and then move on to something else. We really want to run a marathon. It's not just about looking at what's going to happen this year at Big. We're thinking about the next 5 or 10 years and how we really are going to be able to help. This was one of the challenges when we tried to describe what we're doing with Magalu, because we don't have a firm basis here. This is a peculiar market. We're in Brazil, and with every year, we're making a stride. So it's great to be a part of it and seeing where we're going. But it's difficult to know where we'll be in 3 or 5 years. So we're watching, and imagine trying to convince our superiors of that. This game is going to work, and you might hear them asking you to tell them more about it. So we constantly have to tell them the story and say that it's not all about the profits. There's a lot of synergy with what Magalu does. Sense of humor, providing access, fostering the industry. It's like the marketplace industry. You want to connect to the small players and help them. As a big national company, you have to help other companies to be developed. So it really is not a sprint. It's not a short race. We're thinking of it as a marathon, as an Olympic run where where you have to have a constant pace, and that matches our current strategy, hyper-casual games. You can't, create 10 games and be successful with all of them. It's like 10, 20, 30, and out of them, 1 or 2 will work out. And that's how you learn, especially because you are exploring that environment with your audience. One of my coworkers said that there's a part of the revenue where you invest 22 million or you spend 20 but you get 2. 2 million is a lot of money, but you need to have 20 million to invest and get that back. So who has that kind of money? You have to make several attempts until you're really able to be a strong player. Another important thing for us are partnerships. When we think about the kinds of studios we want to partner with, we're starting as a publisher, so it's a sort of publisher, sort of incubator. Who can we select to participate? One of these days, we said that it's like working with soccer players. When you're playing soccer, you know exactly where your teammate is going to be without looking. You don't need to look all the time to see if the person is actually there. So that's the kind of synergy we have. And as a retailer, which became a big group of companies that joined it, when you have a cultural synergy, when you have the same way of thinking, the results are very positive. Even though you're in different areas, there are some values. People know how to work together. It's you see this team and it's almost like they've been working together for a long time. So how can you be a more flexible publisher without being so cold? For some publishers, their business is so established that all they do is say, here's the form, you can send us your game and someone will get in touch. Without really looking and asking, what do you really need? Should I be more flexible? What kind of model do we need to run to make this game work? Is it going to match only with the game, with the programming? What kinds of partners do we really have? So you see those dogs there, and it's like, how do we have that kind of synergy so that we really think together and act together to take larger steps?
And so what we want to do is we want to potentiate the studios with the existing Magalu channels. We have a lot of channels in-house today. So how can we possibly use all of that armory, as far as numbers, that weaponry rather, to put that, in the limelight and to say, okay, now we can use that game that was going to be tucked away. I think there's actually a story of one of the games that was doing really well, being really mature, and all of a sudden a streamer played it and it was a game changer for us. So how can we provide visibility to those games, especially the ones that are made in-house, without having them fight over, so many ones that are getting visibility? So we start this journey very much focused in-house. And so, like I said, we have a huge audience. We have some blogs, such as Canal Tech, and even the ads that we have focused on beauty, so we have some lifestyle games that can be very synergistic and that can really gain life. And Jovem Nerd, with geek culture, we are part of it for some time. It's very, very relevant, and it's actually very prominent abroad. So there's a lot of intellectual property that we can tap into. With that, we look at it and, 450 million hits all across the channels. How can we harness that? Not only for retail, but for other purposes. And interestingly enough, when we looked at what those people were looking for, the top one affinity or interest from this audience was media, entertainment, animation, gaming, and the second one was shopping. So in other words, the majority of those people that are visiting the channels, they already have a lot of synergy with the games, and we are not directing that. I mean, there are some other opportunities, you can change your phone, you can do a lot of stuff. So we got to start being smart enough to be able to channel that. So we can channel the necessities of that people and the people that are accessing our channels. There's a lot of peculiarity to it due to the podcasts that we've been, doing for a number of years. So again, these are complementary visions. There's a lot of, it's very comprehensive what we are doing right now, and I think we can use that to potentiate the work. We also have ads, and this is a big money maker. So how can we take a piece of this and give to that which is going to be effective? I mentioned Jovem Nerd. They tap into an audience that already exists. They did a recent campaign, a recent crowdfunding campaign for, to promote their books and things like that, and it was very, very successful. So look at how much opportunity we have and just how much we learned with the process, and we can share that with the rest of the industry. There's so many pieces of creative content. You have Ozab on Cyberpunk as well, which is great, and it's been really explored. And these are things that we do in-house. So the small guy can also do stuff that is just as relevant. And when you look at it, you say, okay, let's go forward. Finally, we have Kaboom. This is one of the largest technology platforms. These guys are huge. And you also have an entire thing dedicated to the gamer audience. So there's a lot of discussions. And, a lot of the studios that we've had the opportunity to converse with, a lot of times they have a lot of knowledge, but they struggle. They struggle to have maybe a better equipment and to be able to foster their initiatives into a 3D project, perhaps. So how can we take that expertise from the gaming audience and adapt that to perhaps make a special line for those that are developers, so we can foster that, so we can get some cool equipment and for people to be able to produce more, because at the end of the day, this is a working tool. So you have a working tool that can maybe help you out, and that can leverage your business, and that is actually going to reflect on the work that the studios are doing and also the quality of it. You're going to have more time to revisit it, to review it, and you can actually see the size of the market and how much revolves around it. Kaboom itself is great, right? So there's a lot of items to be considered here. Additionally, we have the folks from minors, athletes, people from sports. So we have some teams that make their run around, and you look at it and you go, well, there's a lot of people that are consuming this type of content, and keeping tabs on what everyone else is doing. So how can we take this audience and these folks and put it out there? Sometimes you have people that are making games. You have streamers that mention this cool national game that is just starting to grow, and that makes a huge difference. So you need to connect those folks, and that can really make something happen. It's kind of like this, we start as a publisher, but we do not want to stop there. So we always keep opportunities in mind. What else can we do? This is just an example. These are some of the companies that we have here at Magalu, and there's a lot of stuff from different sectors. You have logistics, you have financial services, you have things like, different services and content. And how can we connect that to our industry? We got some examples here. I was actually talking to Gustavo, and we didn't really make it happen to this one, but perhaps for the next edition. Com School is a platform focused for training and for retail in particular. And we have a huge opportunity here, which is how can we make sure that people can learn how to make a good pitch, and they can learn what is important for them to get some investment so they can get their ideas off the ground. And with that, we can help them. We can tell them this is important for the industry. This is what you should focus on. So the thing about being an accelerator is really important. Sometimes you ask, what is missing? Well, what is missing is that in the industry, you don't have a lot of 2D training. So let's give them a good 2D training to make sure it works. This is the type of stuff that we are trying to do. I mentioned media as well. You have Canal Tech, you have Jovem Nerd, you have Still the Lock. They have huge audiences, and we want to tap into those audiences. You also have our students. We are just starting out. So, there's a lot of positive traction with the players that exist these days, but sometimes we can maybe reach a different audience. So it might be worthwhile to explore like that. And finally, we have the services for studios. When we did the call for tenders, we were asking stuff like, how does it work today if after all the small studios want access to credit? So if you want some investment, if you want some equity on your project or your studio, is there maybe another way for us to conceive that? If you go to financial services, people might struggle. But what if they put their IP as collateral, even though they don't own anything? Sometimes they have a notebook. You go to a regular institution, and they might say, well, don't you have a car or a house? Some people don't have that. So how can we turn that into a reality for these folks? And that's why it's important. I am talking about some stuff that is not really well defined, but I just want to share that with you and let you in on the possibilities, because we have to validate that stuff. And that's why we are stepping into this market to say, here's what works, here's what doesn't work, and what is necessary. Like I said, it's got to be really specific, and we have to listen to the market, know what is going on, so we can evolve. Otherwise, we're just going to be thinking about the financial aspect and the old way of doing things, and we won't be able to develop the industry, which is key to us. Like I said, we have hardwares for studios as well, for players, for gamers. And we also have Kaboom for that purpose. We actually thought about, setting up a space and putting up a rental computer so people can use it just to run their build. A computer that is a little more advanced. We are trying to see how to make that into a reality because, again, large companies have a bigger responsibility. So it's not like everything is just closed and shut. No, we really have to walk people through the motions. And that's exactly what we talk about in our board. We want to tap into this market, and as usual, there's a lot of challenges. But we hope to count on everyone's input, and we have an opportunity to talk to many people. If you can check out our booth. If you haven't gone there, please feel free. Pay us a visit. And that's about it, folks. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for being here.
Thiago.
Hey, Thiago. Before you wrap up, we do have some questions from the audience. Oh, by the way, there's a detail. Only easy questions. No, we're kidding. We answer tough questions as well. Question from Luis Belonil. He asks, what are the next steps for Magalu in the game space, developing new games, acquisitions, and partnerships? Thank you. Thanks for the question.
a gente terminou agora essa primeira rodada.
We just concluded the first round with mobile. You saw that on the graph. And there's two other slices of the pie that we are yet to explore, console and PC. So naturally, our next step is going to be to explore those two spaces. And when it comes to acquisitions and different studios, I think that's what the question is about. I think it really depends on the opportunity that comes to play. Maybe there's something that is going to make complete sense. We are actually in talks with some of the studios that participated in the first round, but we have to do something that is mutually beneficial. We're definitely open if there are acquisition opportunities or some studios for us to fast track this process. But yeah, I think maybe it would be other call for tenders, develop some longer games, because between PC and console, you have the time challenge, which is nothing short term. It's not like you make something happen and it's usually 3 months later. No, it's usually 12 to 14 months. Some people spend several years doing it. So yeah, that's what we are going to do. I hope it answered. Cool. We have one more question from Victoria, and that's the question. Is your focus on creating games in partnership with other studios, or is your intention to perhaps someday have your own studio? Cool. At some point, we'll have our own studio because we feel this is important. It's really important for us to go through all the stages. We want to feel the pains and challenges also. So we are not only investors, far removed from what is happening in the development side. So today we have people from the team that are more technical, that are closer to the development side. And I think we're going to start exploring something that is more brand focused in our studio. What I mean by that is that there are some things that are B2B today. So a specific game for Magalu. Maybe I don't have to monetize it or charge something, but I'll just put that as part of the super app or explore different mechanics if someone has a coupon and wants to get some cash back. So we can explore something in that sense. So for sure, this is just the beginning. We are just starting. We started out as a publisher, but at some point, I think we're going to have our own studio. So that's how we're going to contribute.
Perfeito, Thiago. As perguntas...
Great, Thiago. So those are the questions. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience? Anybody bold enough to step up? No?
Perfeito.
Okay.
Muito obrigado.
So thanks a lot, folks, and have a great event.
Desculpa, temos uma pergunta?
Sorry, do we have a question?
Perdão, temos uma pergunta.
Sorry, I think we have a question here. Just wanted to know a little bit. My name is Lilian from Faber-Castell, and we have some educational game initiatives. I just want to know from Magalu's perspective, if there is any perspective, any idea for educational games. We are in talks with some partners, but we don't have anything concrete as far as educational games. We're not producing anything at the moment, but we did talk to some very interesting companies that are doing projects. So this is on our radar. I hope that we can get something off the ground still this year, maybe next semester, the second semester, because this is something that is really in line with our purpose. Like I said, people say that educational games don't work and they are dull and this and that, but we know it's not like that. All you have to do is find the right project and put some energy behind it, because yeah, there's a lot of great stuff happening out there. That's the next step. Okay?
Acho que agora foi. Obrigado, pessoal.
Nobody knows. Well, every day my confusion grows.
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei! Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Com uma simples doação, você pode ajudar no tratamento de milhares de deficientes intelectuais. Quer saber como? Basta doar móveis, eletrodomésticos, eletrônicos e roupas diretamente no Mercatudo ou nos ligar que vamos até aí. A doação é levada para a central de recebimento para triagem. Depois de separar os objetos para reciclagem e restaurar o que for preciso, vendemos em nossos bazares. Todo o dinheiro arrecadado é revertido em roupas, medicamentos, alimentação e tratamento para os pacientes das casas André Luiz. Não deixe este ciclo acabar. Sua doação é transformada em qualidade de vida.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello everyone! Welcome back to Auditorial number 1 at the São Paulo Expo Convention Center. I am Brenda Olivieri, host, digital creator, and gamer. And we are here enjoying day 2 of the largest and the most exciting independent gaming festival in Latin America, the Big Festival 2022. At our website, you can check our full lineup, discover new amazing games, and explore everything that happens simultaneously in our 3 auditoriums. And don't forget to vote for your favorite game at your popular choice contest. The winner will be announced this Sunday, tomorrow. And now, our next panel is part of Black Team lineup, bought to you or sponsor Ripio, and also part of the big business lineup that was bought to you by our sponsor Apex Brazil, Brazilian Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. In the session, our guests will explore what it means to bring payments into a game as a native experience and what that can unlock. Whether deepening player engagement, adding more competition to esports, or opening real economies and value transfer in game environments, the opportunities are broad and potentially highly impactful for the games industry at large. One last message before we begin. If you have any questions you would like to ask our guests, you can send it on ask.bigfestival.gg. Write it? The best questions might be selected and answered at the end of the session. Let's then give a warm welcome to Ben Cousins, Head of Business Development at ZBD, and André Neves, CTO and co-founder at ZBD. You're welcome.
Hello, hello. Fantastic. Hello, everyone. Hopefully, our screen will come up. But to introduce ourselves briefly, my name is Ben Cousins. I'm now a Chief Strategy Officer at Zebedee. I have a background in the video games industry. I started out in my teens in QA for a studio called Climax, where I kept ongoing all through high school and all through university, working my way up to being a producer in my early 20s, making free-to-play Flash games on Facebook back when Zynga and Farmville was essentially all there was. I subsequently sold my soul and moved into finance, where I worked with the video games industry, or continued my focus, but worked on mergers and acquisitions and capital raises for clients like SoftBank buying Supercell, and the subsequent sale to Tencent. I worked on Giant's acquisition of Playtika, and probably most notably in 2018, Epic Games' 200 million odd fundraise where Sony participated. And we subsequently became their in-house corporate development team, so we got a pretty good look at their kind of roadmap into the metaverse. From there, I moved into venture capital. I joined a fund called Lakestar, where I led investments in about 8 or 9 different games companies, one of which was Zebedee, which is where I met Andre. And I became so convinced by the company's mission that I joined in May of last year, and now I'm here.
Thanks for joining, Ben. So my name is Andre Neves, and I'm a gamer. No, but really I'm the CTO and co-founder at Zebedee. And my background is a little different than Ben's. It's definitely more heavily involved in the software development side. For the better part of the decade plus, I've built all types of systems, backends, front ends, gamer infrastructure, you name it. And specifically, I have a very big background in payment UX. So I have worked with TD Ameritrade banks, Chase banks in the past, and so have dealt with the fiat currency and how payments work in applications and services and systems. 7, 8 years ago, I discovered Bitcoin, and I realized the power of money that moves at the speed of the internet, right? And it's a money that works everywhere in the world. And most prominently, I guess, in 2018, I was picked as one of the 10 folks involved in the residency program of a company called Chaincode Labs. For those that don't know, Chaincode is the biggest R&D and training company, teaching folks how to get involved with Bitcoin, how to get involved with crypto. And then, I guess over the last 2+ years, we've been working at Zebedee. I'm also one of the co-founders, one of the co-creators of the Lightning Address protocol. This effectively allows folks to send Bitcoin as you do when sending emails, right? We'll touch on this a little bit here. And so for the past 3 years, we've been working together now, trying to bridge the gap between money and games, right? This is how to make money work in games. And this is a little bit of what we're going to talk about in this presentation, and the history of money in games, what it is, what it isn't, and what it is now enabled by our technology and our technology stack.
So let's step back from crypto for a little bit and just talk about, as Andre said, the relationship between money and games. Because it's actually, if you look into it, something that has been innately part of video games from the very beginning. If you really go back in history and you look into the founding of Nintendo, which was in the 19th century, it was centered around playing with trading cards for money. And that's because gambling was illegal in Japan. And so the way around it was to represent the money with cards. Fast forward, a couple of 100 years into the 1980s, and we get to, the coin-op era, which is when video games really hit the mainstream for the first time. I mean, not as mainstream as it is today, but you'd go to a shopping mall, you would find a machine, and the key thing is the game involved money right from the beginning. You had to insert money to get entertainment. That was the value transfer that occurred at that point in time. But more paradoxically, I think, we want to look into what happens when you put that money into the game. Why was it that games developers themselves also opted to represent money in games right from the beginning? We've got some examples here of Mario collecting his coins, but we also go through time and we see that this is consistent across all genres, all platforms, etc. Money is a key concept in games. It's often linked to points, but as we went through to MMOs, and we've got Elder Scrolls Online here, you buy your house in the game with gold. In Grand Theft Auto, the objective of the game is to become the richest person in the city through crime, but c'est la vie. And in World of Warcraft, there's a whole ecosystem around gold which actually spills over into the real world. When you look at mobile, the relationship between money and games becomes even clearer. There are numerous abstractions of money into free in-game currency that is essentially worthless, but also premium in-game currencies like gems, which you spend money to acquire. So, why doesn't money work in games? This is an interesting conundrum. When you insert your coin, you don't actually have 25 cents worth of value in the game. But also, looking at it the other way round, when you complete that mission in Grand Theft Auto and it tells you that you won $400, you don't sit back in your bedroom counting your dollar bills. There's no real value transfer there, and all of the value represented is just an abstraction. It's not real. The missing link is that money can be points. And there was a very interesting tweet from roughly a year ago now from a venture capitalist called Bill Gurley. He happens to be a hero of mine. And he said, the real issue here is that gaming is a world that thrives on credits and points, the vast majority of which have no real value and are locked in a controlled ecosystem. He then went on to say that you could imagine a credit or token that is not just freely liquid, but that might also appreciate in value. And it's that last statement that we took slight issue with. We tweaked it a little bit. What if that token already had value? What if it was useful? What if it was reais? What if it was dollars? What if it was yen?
What if it was money?
What if it was money? So, oh, it's not working. There we go. Why hasn't this happened? The reason is that money has never been digital. It's an analog thing. It's from the old world. You can't put money in a computer. We took the meme here from Zoolander, good film if you haven't seen it, where they're talking about the files being in the computer, so they try to break the computer open to find the files. It's the same with money. You can't walk up to your laptop and insert a bill and have that bill magically appear as its same value in your computer. Money is analog. And on top of that, money is actually, paradoxically, very expensive to deal with. We took an example here that is quite common in the games industry. A player has done well. They have completed a quest, they have completed a task, they've beaten someone in a PvP multiplayer game. You want to reward them for this achievement. You might want to send them 10 cents in Brazilian reais, just as a little dopamine hit. You know, well done, good game, GG. The issue is that the bank will turn around to you and say, that'll cost you more than the 10 cents you want to send. Oh, and do you have a license for that? Do you know who you're paying? Is that person that you're paying a criminal? No, they're a gamer. So it becomes very complicated, and this is why many games companies have not opted to ever put money completely in their games. The last piece I'd say is that money is also an incredibly tedious thing to deal with. You have to be licensed as a money transmitter to handle it. You actually have to build out payments infrastructure. Critically, you have to hire a compliance team in this day and age, so you need to actually know who your customers are. This is KYC. You have to be monitoring transaction activity for money laundering and fraud, and you actually get audited by regulators on a quarterly basis to make sure that you're not screwing around, I guess. And this legislation changes frequently. So imagine, this is why money's never been in games. Imagine if to collect some money in Fortnite, you had to provide a scan of your driving license just to play. It would never happen, right? This is why no one has done this. But that was until something happened.
And that's until Bitcoin came around, right? The notion that you can send money at the speed of the internet is now reality. But what I want to highlight here is that money is analog and is now, because of Bitcoin, it's digital, right? For the first time ever, money is actually digital. It moves at the speed of digital information. And this is a reality now. This isn't something that's for the future. A reality now is that banks in the United States, in Europe, and other parts of the world are now legally allowed to custody and carry and process transactions for you in this network, right? So you can have your checking account, you can have your credit card account, you can have your savings account, and now you can have your Bitcoin account, right? We're talking about major financial institutions around the world that are supporting this. Specifically, emerging markets are seeing a big rise in use of Bitcoin. You can talk about African nations. Just recently, the Central African Republic just announced that Bitcoin is legal tender. El Salvador, I'm sure everyone has heard about, is now also made Bitcoin legal tender. And even states and nations, in this case Brazil, Rio de Janeiro government is looking to buy Bitcoin. This isn't something that is far future. This is now. This is happening right now, and it's effectively how money becomes digital, right? But above all of that, which is amazing, and money being digital is a big hurdle for putting money in games, it's now fully programmable, right? Let's take a step back. What did the internet do to information? It turned information into data that can be transmitted anywhere in the world instantaneously, right? And that changed the entire world. The internet is one of the facets of human history now. Bitcoin is soon going to be that. Why? Because Bitcoin turns value into data. Right? You can now send someone money across the world instantaneously through this network. Right? And just like every other part of software, it's fully programmable. So think of any interaction in a game can now have a value attached to it. So I killed the big boss, I can have value attached to it. I'm buying your sword, I can give you value in the game. Right? Every interaction can have an attached value with it. This is very important. And specifically, when it comes to what's shown in the screen, this is a snippet from our API. The Zebedee API provides a robust interface for you to build your applications and your game services on top of it. And it doesn't matter what environment you find yourself in. If you're building a Unity game, an Unreal game, a server-side infrastructure set up for your multiplayer game, it's just a set of commands, APIs, endpoints. Everything is event-based, right? Do this, value transfers. This is very, very powerful. And it's growing a lot, right? If we compare the growth of Bitcoin's usage with the internet, it's faster, it's accelerating at a faster rate of adoption. And why is that? It's because of the internet as well, right? The internet allowed the entire world to be interconnected, and now we have a money that can be sent, again, at the speed of the internet, right? We've seen, as I mentioned before, we've seen companies, we can name a bunch here, but specifically for the Brazilian market, Nubank, one of the biggest banks in Brazil, just announced the ability to buy, send, and receive Bitcoin. This is, as I mentioned before, this is a major institution providing that capability out of the box for all their users, right? Bitcoin has 130 million users worldwide, and that's, conservative statistics, right? And what does that mean now? We talked about money being analog. Now it is digital. Okay, what about it, Andre? What can you actually do? Zebedee allows you to make money work in games, right? That's what we provide. We provide a platform that is compliant. You don't have to worry about the complexities that Ben just mentioned, regulatory burdens, audits, relation to KYC and AML. We handle that. You take care of your game and your business logic and the many interactions you want your players to have. We provide a very simple API integration. If you've ever integrated any other set of APIs into a service or your game or to a platform, it's no different. It's very quick and easy. And immediately, the second you introduce money, something that we've seen is you can immediately make your game a play and earn game, right? Which has been on the rise across the entire gaming industry. So making money work in games is effectively what Zebedee is built for. So we're going to show Zebedee in action here, and you can watch that. So that's just a little fraction of what you can do with money in games, right? We've seen all of these new types of interactions that are now just inherently possible by simply plugging in this beautiful network that we call Bitcoin. And specifically, I wanted to highlight a couple things. So if you're familiar with Linux, that's open source software. It effectively runs majority of the internet, majority of servers all worldwide. Bitcoin is similar in the sense that it is open source money. It's not a company that's behind it. It's a unanimous sort of global set of folks that decide to power this network, that decide to support this network. It's just like the internet, right? And what does it allow? If we use the Lightning Network, which is Bitcoin's payment network, it allows for instantaneous payments, right? Whether it's between gamers, whether it's between folks in different countries entirely, right? This is instantaneous payments happening through the internet we're talking about. And because it is so frictionless, because it is so easy, it's actually very, very costless, right? It costs very little, near zero fees to be able to send and receive Bitcoin in any environment, be it a real environment right now, or be it in a virtual environment inside of your game or inside of your application, right? I mentioned it before, it is fully programmable. Again, you can attach value to every interaction. We're saying on-demand value transfer at the click of a button, at the line of a code, right? As a developer, you should really connect to that. You basically now are able to power any and all of your features, of your products, of your systems with money that is accepted globally, right? You don't have to worry about that. And the one important piece that I want to highlight is that it's the most widely accepted money out there, right? When you talk about cryptocurrency, Bitcoin is the most liquid, exchanges in every single jurisdiction in the entire world, and it is the most regulated, understood, secure, safe, and just in general most robust network for this capability, right? So the reason why we choose Bitcoin is for all of these reasons, right? It's open source money, it's programmable, it's costless, and it's accepted worldwide.
And that enables a lot of new experiences. You saw some of the things in that video. We've connected our payment rail to Twitch. You can now, if you're streaming, you can be paid money directly by your audience. Those platforms take 40, 50% of your earnings. If you're earning through us, if you're collecting money for streaming through Zebedee, you keep 99%. That's a fundamental change in the economics of the streaming industry, and it's using an open source network that cannot be turned off. If you are a player, you can now earn money from games. That's the vast majority of the 30-odd developers who are building on us today. They're building earning experiences for players. But this can be fully circular. We're just talking about money here. We're not trying to hype the audience on Bitcoin. We believe it is a truly innovative new technology. But our knowledge and awareness is that the vast majority of people just want to get back to their bank account. What use is Bitcoin if you can't buy a sandwich? Right? So we connect up this payment rail because it's regulated to financial infrastructure to allow you to play a game, earn some money, i.e. be rewarded for your investment and time, and then go out and get a coffee, get some food, do whatever. It's your money. And for developers, and this is the critical thing, I think this is why we're here talking to you and raising awareness, this is a brand new revenue stream. Traditional gaming monetization models focus on in-app purchases and ad revenue. There's also mechanics like subscription and battle pass that have come through and come to the fore, but there is nothing to let a game developer monetize their economy. If you're familiar with games like EVE Online or World of Warcraft, which run huge simulated economies, CCP Games, the company behind EVE Online, when it was sold, was worth $400 million. If you ask me, that's not very much. They measure their game economy in the trillions of dollars. It's quite absurd, really. The challenge is that they can't make any revenue from players trading with each other in the game. There's no system to do so, or there wasn't. Now there is. If you use Zebedee and your game involves player-to-player trade, we can cut you in. Right? We charge 1% to process payments, but it's your IP. It's your platform. It's your world. So you can take money, you can take a share of that transaction activity too, and you can take more than us. You could take 5%, 10%. Now you have an entirely new revenue stream that is very sustainable, predicated upon the economic simulation you're running in your game. The innovation that this enables is going to feed through. We know what games we've got coming out over the next couple of years. And developers are going to see this, and they're going to understand how powerful this is. It's true economic simulation. And it's not about cryptocurrency. We're using Bitcoin as a value transfer rail that is natively digital. That's all it is. It's quite simple, but it's obviously, on our side, it requires a lot of technical work. But we provide all of these tools in a very simple way to developers. What do we give developers? Well, we give you an open REST API that will work with all platforms. We like to say if it speaks HTTP, it speaks Zebedee. And we give you a dashboard as well that lets you see what's going on. It lets you look at transaction activities in your game. You can marry it to your analytics stack as a games developer, and you can start to analyze by cohorts. Who are my whales? Who's spending what where? And you can get demographic data as well. We've also developed a middleware that helps prevent fraud and bots and farming. And for those of you who might be in the blockchain gaming space in here, you know that's an issue. On the consumer side, we recognized that what we were building was so new, necessitated the creation of an application that regular folk could download. So we built an app. It is a Bitcoin Lightning wallet, but it's a lot more than that. It is basically like your Pokédex for the Pokemon fans in the room. Zebedee is with you wherever you go in a game, and it serves to allow you to transfer value between any game, because we're using the same money across all of the games. We've created a system called gamer tags. Like, if you're familiar with Xbox Live, you'll know what that is, but it's essentially your username across the Zebedee universe, and you can pay to gamer tags. It's as simple as just typing a username and hitting send, or ask your friends for money. You can just type their username and say, hey, you owe me $2. And as I mentioned, we've integrated this in all of the places that gamers are. So we're plugged into Discord. Once you leave the game with your money, you might want to go back to the Discord and talk to the developer, and we've already seen this. They set challenges, they set quests for their audience in Discord, and they pay them directly. It is this true peer-to-peer value transfer between game developer and player. And it's really affecting real-world change. We're here in Brazil because a substantial portion of our user base is Brazilian, and they're driving a large part of our payment volume. And so we took some examples of things we've seen on social media from our Brazilian users. They've been buying food. How cool is that? This guy in the middle is my favorite. He paid his bills by playing Counter-Strike for Bitcoin in his spare time. We have two folks who work with us here who are Brazilian, and they actually discovered Zebedee because they were earning more money from us than they were in their real jobs. Ha-ha. And other people also buy swag, and swag is great. So that's why we're here. This works, and it's working now, and it works critically, sustainably, because we're not underwriting our own money. We're not issuing our own currency. We're using money. That's all we're doing. It's just a digital form of money that works in games.
Yeah, and specifically, what's important to highlight is that even though we're talking about microtransactions happening, right, between players, between games and players, developers and gamers, the impact is macro. Ben just touched on that, right? The ability for folks to earn that money, quickly move it out to their currency of choice, and be able to buy things at the store, be able to pay bills, be able to pay their rent. That is a macro impact on people's lives. And so we were just talking about our ability to integrate with where gamers are, but what we want to provide is the ability for you to use the money in the games and then move it out to your preferred currency so that you can use it in your jurisdiction. We're talking about Bitcoin being a global money, but the folks in Brazil, for example, to Ben's point, they want to use that money to buy something at the store. They want to use that money to pay for their bills. So unless, if instead of using Bitcoin directly, what we do is we partner with the individual folks from companies from each jurisdiction that allow us to do that. So for example, we partner with BIPA. BIPA is a Bitcoin exchange in Brazil, and they have PIX support, right? So PIX, everyone here knows, is the central bank settlement network here. And basically, let's say I earn Bitcoin from a game, and I can 2 clicks send it out to my bank account in Brazilian reais and make a PIX payment immediately, right? We're talking about immediate settlement of money from different countries, from a virtual world to a real world, and immediately spendable outside, right? So we're talking about cashing out funds, we're talking about topping up funds, and specifically if you think of this from the gamer's perspective, gamers are everywhere in the world. It doesn't matter whether you live in Japan, in India, Brazil, US, or any of the many countries in Europe. If you earn that value, that money, you want to be able to use it. BIPA is just one of the many integrations we have, and the goal is to provide that capability all around the world. So again, we're using money in the games in a digital fashion. You get to click a few buttons and dish it out to your bank account, or you can maintain it in Bitcoin and use it elsewhere, right? We've been seeing the adoption of Bitcoin as a payment network already happening in institutions, in commercial companies, and so this is just a step in that direction. This integration has been used tremendously by the Brazilian folks, and we're pushing that forward quite a bit more so to allow you to automatically say, hey, I've received so much, automatically send it back to my bank account, right? So this is seamless movement of money around the internet. And we want to highlight this again. Integrating Zebedee is extremely simple, right? If you're a games developer, a software engineer, you have integrated APIs before, right? We provide a RESTful interface. We're not reinventing the wheel here. We're providing a very simple API that you plug and play, and immediately you can say, given this action, send this value, right? It's an event-based system. If I beat the big boss, I receive value, right? If I'm purchasing your sword, I send you value. So it's apply for the API access, connect to your game server, and then immediately use these commands or endpoints to make transactions. This is the simplest integration possible, and then we take care of all of the complications, of all of the abstractions, of all the complexities, and you focus on your game. You focus on your game experience, you focus on your gamer, right? Making your game profitable, we all know, is a very, very complicated thing to do. Let us worry about the infrastructure for money transfer. You worry about the game. You build the best game that could ever be built with our help, right? With our infrastructure.
Yeah, just to reiterate, there's absolutely no understanding of blockchain or Bitcoin necessary, none at all. We're not focused on that. We're focused on getting money flowing between digital and real worlds so that people can actually transfer value natively in gaming environments. It's been a huge problem for the games industry for years. We think we've cracked it.
The fastest integration to date has been 7 days from
3
days from initial integration to the API to live in app stores. I was wrong. It's 3, not 7.
Yeah, so and the other reason, why do games developers do this? Wow, technology, okay, but it's not that useful. Well, now we've worked with enough games. There's about 12 or 13 games now live in the App Store powered by us, and we've seen this now across the board. It has led to us to start working with AAA games developers that we'll be announcing in the coming weeks, but they've all seen the same thing. Retention and engagement go through the roof. We've seen at least 2x uplift through to day 45 across hyper-casual titles across the board in every market. We've seen 600% increases in ARPDAU in certain territories, including Brazil. We work with one developer called Thumb Games. They make a game called Bitcoin Miner. We're going to link to it at the end so you can download it because it's really addictive. Their ARPDAU in Brazil went up 15x. And the only model, they're doing something very simple. They make ad revenue from their games. They are sharing that ad revenue back with the players. That's all that they're doing. There's nothing more to it than that, and it just drives a massive uplift in player engagement. And these games are now so profitable that these developers are able to actually begin to engage in meaningful user acquisition and scaling. So this is truly, there is a reason to do this. It makes your games work better. It makes them perform better. It makes your company more successful because now you have money flowing through it, and people want that. So we mentioned that we could give you some games. On the left is Bitcoin Miner, and that's the game I just mentioned, and on the right is Saratobi. They're two very simple mobile games to give you an example of what the experience is like. You don't need to download Zebedee to actually earn your first Bitcoin. You'll see it in the game. You get our app when you want to claim it later. We fixed that user experience problem as well. I would encourage you to download the Zebedee app. We happen to be giving out free Bitcoin while we're here, so if you find us, you might be able to get some money. But download the Zebedee app to claim it. That's the real trick.
Yeah, and if we can leave you with one thing, think of how powerful it is that everyone in the world speaks the same internet language, right? That is a very, very crucial piece, is the interoperability. I receive news from anywhere else in the world. Imagine the power if every single world, virtual or real, supports the same money language. This is what we're enabling. We enable you to provide that to your gamers, to your game developers, to your platform, and we worry about the complexities, the blockchains, and any of that, and you focus on your game experience. check out these games. You'll see it firsthand. Check out the Zebedee app. It's clean, it's crisp, it's easy. Majority of our user base are, young gamers like everyone else that's here. So again, check out these games here, and we're open to any questions that anyone may have. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the audience, maybe? Oh, we have a question.
Thank you for the talk today. It was awesome, very engaging. I have two questions, actually. Question one, let's suppose I don't have any Bitcoin right now. I'm playing the game, and I feel that need that, oh, now I want it. Can I buy it directly inside the game? Or do I need to go through an exchange, get my Bitcoin transferred to the game? And question number two, if I can do this directly inside the game, how do you handle gas fees? What's your policy about gas fees? Thank you.
Yeah, on the first one, we actually have built integrations into our app so that you can buy Bitcoin directly. There's, I think, MoonPay is the first one we've announced, as well as Beeper, the partner we have in Brazil. But I would say watch this space as well. We've just closed our Series B, and there'll be a much, much deeper financial integration into our app that will be pretty seamless.
Yeah, the idea is to allow you, the gamer, the developer, to frictionlessly decide what to do with that money, right? We highlighted if you want to use it, great. If you want to hold it, great. If you want to transfer to your bank account, great. So lots of updates coming on that directly inside of the Zebedee app. To your second point on gas fees, right? So we use primarily our infrastructure is based on Bitcoin, and we use Bitcoin's layer 2 network called Lightning Network. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's actually extremely, extremely feeless, and we're talking about something that folks are able to send tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars at extremely low fees. It's a decentralized network that doesn't have, it's unlike other blockchains because it doesn't have this notion of a gas fee. You're paying for the payment to be routed through the network to get to its destination. And fees are a race to the bottom, right? If I can go in this direction for the payment and they're charging a lot, behind the scenes, I'm going to choose a different route to get to that payment. So fees are inherently a race to the bottom. And we've seen like as low as 1 Satoshi, which is a unit of Bitcoin. So it is not an issue for us using Lightning. I think if you're more used to like layer 1 blockchains, that includes quite a bit of more fees and costs, right? And you have to wait for transactions clearance and settlement. Yes, that wouldn't work in games, right? Games are immediate, instantaneous. So by using the Lightning Network, we're able to bypass that. There are fees, but they're minuscule, right? And at microtransaction level, it's in and out, and so it's not an issue that we've seen for gamers or game developers.
To put that in dollar terms, if it helps you frame it, the average transaction size that we're processing across games right now is about 2 cents in USD. And the fee is 1/4000th of a cent, right? And that 1/4000th of a cent, it wouldn't matter if I was sending you $1,000, right? It's really, really low. We can bring true nano payments to games.
And just to highlight another thing, you mentioned the current transaction is like 2 cents. Try make a payment in current financial system that's lower than 60 cents. You can't. There's a reason why an app in the App Store is 99 cents. And when it hits your account, it's actually 129 because there's 30 cents plus a fee. Okay, this is the cheapest it can go on current financial infrastructure. And our current user base does hundreds of thousands, millions of transactions on a monthly basis at 2 cents. And that's economically feasible. That's a whole paradigm shift, right? So by using this technology, by using Zebedee, you're able to power that capability frictionlessly. Right?
Awesome. Thank you. Congratulations for your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, nice.
Thank you very much, guys, for your talk. Actually, 2 questions. The first one is that you mentioned that in terms of for a player to do some kind of cash out from the game, you need a local subsidiary in that place in order to make that function, or your system works in every country in the world? That's the first question. And the second one is that you don't get in any trouble with the App Store and Google Play for all the policies that they have. when you cash out for any player in your game?
Yeah, I'll do the first part. So we're currently live in 117 countries, something of the sort. But we don't yet have deep integrations like we mentioned in the Brazil case or the US case with each jurisdiction. We're in the process of doing that. We're based in the United States, so the United States is a market that we will be able to provide those capabilities ourselves and in other jurisdictions as well. But like I said, it's a big hurdle to do that in 117 countries. So we partner with local jurisdiction exchanges and partners to provide that capability. You should look out for more first-party integrations. So instead of using, it'll feel native inside of the Zebedee app, right? So you can cash out directly, sort of thing. So yeah, so it's always a growing sort of part of the business scope is growing the ability for players anywhere in the world to play and participate, but also partnering with the right partners to provide the ins and outs capabilities, as you mentioned.
One thing I'd add is we also partner with merchants and stores that accept Bitcoin globally. So what we see, a major use case we see here in Brazil is people earn the Bitcoin from the games and then they buy Steam gift cards to go and buy more games. And that we can do without needing to cash out to reais. With regards to the App Store, we've had no issues yet. Our approach is not to fight Apple. I mean, on Google's a different thing. Google's pretty easy, but like it's really Apple. And we're not fighting them. We're playing nice. So the bulk of the systems right now on mobile are paying out to players. You can't do that through Apple Pay. And Apple don't take issue with it. You're basically rewarding players with a Bitcoin voucher in sort of technical terms, and then they're claiming it through the Zebedee application. To give you an idea of the way we think, we are a regulated money transmitter. We can handle fiat currency as well. And we can issue debit cards. So what if you as a player you earned your money in your game and then you wanted to make an in-app purchase and you used your Zebedee debit card to make the in-app purchase through Apple Pay? That way we're not rubbing Apple up the wrong way. But I would say watch this space. The law is changing. The EU has just come out and said that Apple has to allow third-party payment providers. So I think the next 2 years are going to be very interesting for us.
I believe South Korea, Apple just had a similar situation in South Korea where it was the very first external payment service provider that is now allowed in the App Store that isn't Apple. And so the wave is in this direction. We're going to continue pushing for it. But yes, it's a something that we have to deal with. Oh, question.
Hello. First of all, congratulations. Second of all, I want to ask if blockchain, you have fear of blockchain putting our business in risk because have some attacks recently and attack are developing, and if blockchain is a risk for your business in your vision.
Yeah. So the way we see Bitcoin's blockchain is, to be honest, one of the most stable software in the entire world. It has never been hacked, and I want to make that distinction. What gets hacked are exchanges, are platforms, service providers. They are companies that use Bitcoin or have connections to the Bitcoin network and then provide those capabilities to users. So when you see something that gets hacked in the crypto space, 99 out of 100 times, it's actually the company themselves that are getting hacked, their systems. It's not actually the blockchain. So we actually have absolutely no fears on regards to Bitcoin's blockchain. When it comes to Bitcoin's payment network, which is the Lightning Network, which is what we use predominantly, this is blockchain in general, I guess, is nascent technology if you look back into the history of the internet, for example, right? We're going back all the way to the 70s, 80s, and blockchain has been here for 13 years. So, it's a growing technology stack, but at the base foundation layer, it's extremely robust and extremely secure. So we feel very, very comfortable putting our entire business on top of it. I can't say the same about every single blockchain system that exists in the world, but our bet is that Bitcoin is that foundational layer. But like I said, the majority of our use cases and our transactions happen on the layer above. And so users don't have to know or deal with blockchain, and we sort of abstract that out. It remains to be seen what happens and what grows and what succeeds and what is the true foundational layer. To us, the internet is the medium transfer for information, and Bitcoin is the medium transfer for value. And you put those two together and you have instantaneous money around the world. So to answer your question short, it's not yet not yet. It's not a worry of ours to be basing it on Bitcoin at this point. Cool. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game, uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu peso. Isso é abstinência.
Para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Poder fazer escolhas significa conquistar um dos maiores desejos da humanidade, a independência. E o Sebrae abre as portas para pessoas que escolheram a independência e transformaram sonhos em projetos de vida, que ajudam a gerar empregos, desenvolver a sua comunidade e a transmitir a cultura empreendedora no país. Um lugar onde todos têm liberdade para escolher, inclusive escolher empreender. Sebrae, a força do empreendedor brasileiro.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the auditorium number 1 at the São Paulo Expo Convention Center. I am Brenda Olivieri, and this is the day 2 of the largest and most exciting independent gaming festival in Latin America, the Big Festival 2022. At our website, you can check our full lineup, discover new amazing games, and explore everything that's happening simultaneously in our 3 auditoriums. And don't forget to vote for our favorite game at our popular choice contest. The winner will be announced this Sunday. And now, our next panel is part of the blockchain lineup, brought to you by our sponsor, Ripio, and also part of the big business lineup that was brought to you by our sponsor, Apex Brazil. In this session, Ripio, a pioneering crypto company in Latin America with more than 3 million users, will talk to experts about the present and the future of blockchain games. Considering that the technology in question is in a constant development process, evaluating scenarios and scopes from the union of the crypto and game universe is more than necessary. One last message before we begin. If you have any questions I'd like to ask our guests, you can send it on ask.bigfestival.gg. Well, let's then give a warm welcome to Fernando Sete, Director, OS Product, Wildlife Studios, Juan Raybaud, Ripio, Eloisa Passos, Space, and join us online. Let's welcome Alejandro Gonzalez, Vice President and Studio General Manager, Gen City. And now, moderation. And our moderation this discussion, please welcome Cynthia Rodrigues, G4B. Ms. Rodrigues, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Oi, pessoal, tudo bem? Boa tarde.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Rodriguez. I have 1 decade experience in advertising, and in the past 3 years, I've been focusing on game businesses. I am a partner of G4B, which focuses on connecting advertising and the gaming universe with publishers, sports, and influencers. So if you need me, just let me know. Today, we are here on invitation by Ripio to have this panel, Beyond Skins and Tokens. What is the real importance of blockchain games? The subject of this panel was chosen by Ripio, one of the master sponsors of Big 2022. Ripio is a leading company in Latin America, with over 3 million users. And we're going to have a chat here with these beautiful panelists, and we're going to be discussing the main points around blockchain games. These subjects are going to be discussed. We're going to be talking about tokenization, gameplay, and also new opportunities that are coming up as blockchain becomes more and more present in the world of gaming. Now we know who Ripio is, let's try and learn a little bit more about our panelists. So, Juan Raybaud, he is the most Brazilian Argentine I've ever met. Hello, Passos, head and founder of Space Games. That is a blockchain game studio and content production, and it is a Brazilian studio, mind you. Fernando Set from Wildlife Studios. He's also a game developer. And Alejandro Gonzalez is joining us online. He is the VP and Studio General Manager of Jam City, a blockchain games developer. So we're going to be able to listen to their opinions, Brazilians, Americans, Argentines. So we're going to have a broad perspective here. And already setting the stage here, I'd like to give the floor to Juan. Juan, can you let us know a little bit more about what blockchain games are and how they are set apart from traditional games? Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. A blockchain game is a regular game. There's a front end and a back end, but it is somehow integrated with blockchain. It could be with NFTs, it could be with tokens, and a blockchain is like a decentralized database, and each block will contain smart contracts or data, and that will allow for transparency and security, all of which is good for managing your assets in games. Thank you, Juan. And I'll give the floor to Eloisa now. Elo, from a Brazilian perspective, why should we play a blockchain game? And if you can talk a little bit about the communities and how this is developing in Brazil, please. Well, you could play a blockchain game for the same reason that you would play a game that is no blockchain game. You connect with that game, it resonates with you, so you may like to play card games, you may like to play FPS, first-person shooter. You just need to really have a game that resonates with you, and this is how I see it. It may be a blockchain game or not. And what we see is this. This is what's happening in the industry. What about Fernando? Fernando, why would we play blockchain games? As Eloisa just said, a game is a game after all. But blockchain is one of the new elements, and there are three things that are interesting when it comes to blockchain. One of them is enhanced ownership. I'm not going to say it is unique, but it is a stronger ownership of the assets than you would have in other games. Another thing is the ability to exchange value. That is very different to what you see in Web 2. In Web 2, you have basically the player with the developer. When you go to Web 3, there are other flows. You have player to player, player to developer, and that's much more natural. It's part of the design of the blockchain when you have player to player. And the third thing is interoperability. You can have an asset in that game that is also available in other games, whether it's by the same developer or if it's some other application that is on blockchain. So these three things will make not only the gameplay and the meta game of the game, it makes it all a lot more interesting. So you can create communities, you can interact. There are different dynamics and interactions between players, which are all very different to what you can actually do today. Now, I'd like to ask a question to Alejandro. Can you hear us, Alejandro?
Perfect.
Okay, so Alejandro, in your opinion, why play a blockchain game?
Well, so
I think that there's like the reasons that we just heard about blockchain gaming that are really interesting. But I think I'd like to emphasize a lot on the ownership. Years after the fact, you would have nothing to show for it. And I think that there's a big change regarding, or a big opportunity regarding blockchain gaming, in the fact that the possibility for you to own in-game assets to make make them valuable for you within your playing experience, it takes you a lot farther than traditional gaming. And I'm not thinking about kind of ownership of a token or a profile picture, but something that is actually useful in terms of fun. I also like to think about the three waves that we've had so far on the web 1, about like functionality, just plain functionality and essential services, and then web 2 being a lot more about kind of community concepts, identity and recognition. When you add that third kind of layer on the Web3 about kind of ownership and being able to trade digital assets, I think that it closes like a very interesting cycle. Not that it couldn't be done before, but I think that the blockchain lends itself really nicely to generate kind of value and ownership to your experience, and not just the fun behind it that we were used to on previous kind of games.
Thank you, Alejandro. A gente vai ter a tradução em português aqui para o público.
We have translation into Portuguese to the audience, don't we? I know that we have the translators here.
Bom, a gente pode seguir por aqui, né? Já tivemos
Let's continue here. We have heard the opinion of Brazilians and Americans here. So, what are the innovations that blockchain gaming can bring to the market? Eloisa, please. I think Fernando mentioned innovations really well. The main point to me is this point around interoperability. So if Fernando has his game, I have my game, and we can have an interaction between them. In doing that, there's a lot of gain for the communities. Everyone wins something that's very valuable. And the ownership point, the fact that you actually really do own your assets. I really like having this view, because this is what, what's happening with blockchain is what happened before. When I was playing, say, an RPG game, I could sell something to you, but we didn't really have a marketplace to support it. And oftentimes, a developer couldn't be monetized through these transactions. So I believe it is one way to try and bring these profits, these benefits to the studios. And Fernando, I'd like to hear what you have to say, because you have a lot more experience. I think it goes that way, really. There are a lot of technical challenges. So I think the technology is not that mature yet, so that we can be more daring. But there are a few things that really catch our attention when it comes to blockchain gaming. The first thing is, how can you distribute games? It's not yet clear how we're going to get to users. Using blockchain, I mean. Our experience is still really, base roots, grassroots, really. You have to, if you compare it to the sophistication that you have with traditional games. And you have access to the data. You know exactly who it is, because the data is anonymous, but you know that that wallet did this or did that. You know what the history is. And this is very innovative, because today, all of these data is split between different platforms. So, looking forward, a very interesting thing that isn't yet very clear is innovation in distribution using blockchain. And the second thing that I believe is really interesting is interoperability. That's all very interesting. I mean, you mentioned ownership and so on and so forth, but when you look internally, when you look in-house, you think about what is really challenging to do. So Wildlife is one of the largest companies in the world, but if I launch a new game and I say I want players from game A to join game B, then you're going to have the data from 10 or 20% of these players. But with blockchain, it's a lot easier for you to have this connection between different games and for you to create an ecosystem where every player is. And that's very difficult nowadays. So distribution and your ability as a developer to create a community that goes beyond one single game, in our case, the wildlife community, I think this is a really nice innovation, a really interesting one. And we're leveraging it only partially till now because we haven't got the technology where it needs to be yet. And that solves a problem really because many of us bought skins and many things, and once you start playing that game, you can't do anything with that. And now if you can take that to another game, then it's a lot more useful. So if you have a common marketplace, then you can have companies collaborating with each other. I think this is one path for innovation. And another thing that I really like is these conference mechanisms with smart contracts and these consensus mechanisms. So when that goes away from only owners and devs, and if you have an NFT, the player will be able to vote. And then you will delegate and you will force that community. So there's consensus. And you said something, and I'll piggyback on it for my next question. What improvements do you see, or enhancements do you see, that blockchains should take on? And I'd like Juan to start, and then Alejandro to follow, please. When we think about improvements and enhancements, there's this participation, which is great, but in Ripio, we see that we need to make more progress in security and also in tokenomics. The items, the assets, they are personal, so a hacker could exploit it and use your asset, use your money. And there are many projects that didn't have the right management there for economics and tokenomics, then they disappeared. So there was spiraling inflation, and you couldn't sustain it. And at this conference, I started, well, I mean, some people say play to earn. And we're here for the gaming experience because we like to play. We like to play and earn, not play to earn. So if you can have a quest in a specific game and you can sell a sword that you have found on the floor, but now if you just click something and make money, then it's unsustainable.
Before we move to Alejandro, just got some information from the tech team. For those who need simultaneous translation locally, we have the headsets at the door, so feel free to get your headsets. Alejandro is going to answer it to us in English. We're going to have the translation. If you need the headsets, feel free. So Alejandro, just repeating the question, talking about the improvements that you see that blockchain games should focus on, maybe giving a landscape from the US. And what do you see in terms of improvement today?
I think that one hit some of the kind of key points on the head. I think that for starters, there was like one first wave of blockchain games that were pretty much abusing a lot of mechanics, especially on the tokenomics front. They were largely kind of speculative and relying a lot on the promise of earning and not kind of the real delivery of a game that is fun. Or other people were really kind of opportunistic and just delivering games that were non-blockchain games, just putting a layer on top that did not work really well. So like I think that the next wave of games should focus quite a lot more on kind of understanding kind of the full potential and the tokenomics behind the game, so that it can provide a fun, sustainable, and valuable kind of experience, so that people can get monetary wealth out of it at some point, but not being that necessarily the main focus. There are other thing that I think that there's a big opportunity and way around it. I know that everybody talks about interoperability, but kind of getting it right and making it not such as a patch where things that don't belong into your universe kind of don't seem to fit in. That's sort of what I'm seeing, and I think that a lot of the new breed games will either miss completely the opportunity or really fulfill that opportunity, even for non-game assets to come into the universe. And lastly, I think that blockchain gaming also comes or provides or lends itself to much stronger community structures. We see it in our game Champions Ascension, where we very quickly reached over 200,000 people in different channels to organize, and they self-organize and create really strong communities. But we can do a lot more in-game, being that through DAOs or guilds, to support the game and generate a more symbiotic relationship, where there is like a input from the community into the game, input from the game into the community, and think of game development a little bit different. Studios like Jam City have traditionally worked like for years, like in a vacuum, making a game, then launch, put a lot of money into marketing and hope for the best on like a free-to-play game. But on blockchain, I think that the opportunity to work with the community, not think of them as clients, but think of them as participants of your game, lends to huge improvements and opportunities that we will see, that we are seeing in some of the projects right now. And we hope to think that we are kind of part of that wave.
Obrigada, Alejandro. Elo, você...
Thank you, Alejandro. Elo, would you like to chime in and what we can still do with blockchain games? I think one of the key points is understanding how long things take to be made. Alejandro talked about that a bit. There was a first wave last year for games that were just starting, being launched. We know it's not easy to make a game. It's not out of the blue, you know, just again, Alejandro spoke extremely well about, you know, it is a field that was open for people who are not with the best intentions, and new ground, but they didn't have good intentions. But we have to be savvy in terms of how long it takes. Web 3.0, there's a collaborative aspect to it. So we have to welcome more feedback from the community, because these are games that are made for the community. I believe the rest, the boys have mentioned it. Thank you, Elo. Now a more specific question to our panelists. Do you have any blockchain game project already under development or consolidated? I want to start with one. Ripio, no, we do not develop games, but we are developing two tools to watch the game developers. Okay, a spoiler. First, we're developing a blockchain, the Ripio chain, IVM, where we offer blockchain with easy customization and easy to use, so that all of the games that run on it, all the microtransactions should be real quick, fast, and as cheap as possible to prioritize the number of transactions, the quantity. On the other hand, we have SDK. It's a toolkit that we're launching to watch those developers who are creating games. It's basically a library for coding, where they won't have to study Solidity, all the integrations. It will be all given by our professionals, but they will be able to save that time on the learning curve coding, new language, to continue focusing on the project. We run all of the iterations, consulting on tokenomics. So I'm not a developer myself. I can create a game. Yes. So if you're creating a game, we help you integrate with blockchain. Yes. Oh, great opportunity. Fernanda. Yes, at Wildlife, we have a first experiment we're running internally. It's called Castle Crush. It's an existing game. Oh, I play it. Oh, I love the game. Yes. How many trophies do you have? You're a newbie. Yeah, I started losing stuff, stopped playing. Yeah, you give me the tips later. So we started in January. We love the game. It's, you know, from game design, it's a great game, well-engaged community, and we decided to run a first experiment with that game. And the philosophy was, let's embrace this ownership idea. Let's give ownership over to players, and so that game players. And there was a large community, but we had not invested in marketing for a long time, and it stayed with 1.4 million users. So it's a beautiful story for the game. We had stopped acquiring users for the game, but it continued to be an extremely engaged community. We said, let's go back to taking care of this game, and let's launch that new layer with the idea of giving ownership to users. A personal opinion as a player, I thought it was really cool that I would receive notifications when I was playing, but you could only enter those who had been playing for a long time. I thought it was great. You know, players really who love the game and who truly play started playing, what, maybe 3 months ago, 4 months ago, when I heard the rumors that it could become a blockchain game. I thought it was fantastic. I haven't seen it yet, but it's community. Blockchain gaming equals community. It's wonderful. Elo? Nice. We're in a development phase for a game. Buggers. It's an RPG. And our focus ends up being community and fostering education in this Web 3.0 universe. Last year, we saw a lot of that movement, the flow of people joining Web 3.0. So we provide that support with some partners like Ripio to help those people along that journey, because I believe it's much more of a technology journey becoming part of a community, thinking about collaborative economics and being part of a movement rather than not just what you see out there in the market. That's what I see, and that's what we're doing at Space Games. And something we said a few weeks ago, in the blockchain games community, they do not consider themselves competitors. They're business partners. Like if one is raised up, the community learns and everybody wins. Yes, interoperability we talked about, and so having a competition, yeah, of course, there will be a moment for competition, but we're at a moment of much more collaboration. We're collabing, understanding. Okay, I look at Castle Crush and I see what I can do. I look at other projects and think about partnerships. So in a way that my world can cross over to another world, how communities can add to each other. I think that's very much along the lines of what we were saying. Thank you. And also introducing over to Alejandro, any project under development at Jam City?
Yes, we decided about a year ago that we wanted to venture into blockchain gaming in a big way. So Jam City, for those that don't know, has traditionally been a mobile free-to-play developer, kind of similar to Wildlife. We have like over 1,300 employees in different studios around the world. And with our CEO, we saw a huge opportunity with blockchain and decided to make a bold bet, like one of our biggest bets in the company, into it. So late last year, we started a blockchain division, which I'm one of the leaders for. And we started a very ambitious project. It's called the Champions Ascension, which is like our beachhead into into blockchain gaming, and is poised as one of the first AAA projects to feature like an immersive pool of characters that live in a cohesive, iterative, and adaptable universe that has like epic multiplayer, arena combat battles. We are developing a PC first, which is new for the company, but it has like a AAA team behind it. As I mentioned before, we've catered a huge community across different channels. We launched our first drop of champions back in February and was super successful. And actually 2 days ago, we dropped companion pets, about 20,000 of them, which was great. And we are looking at later this year to release our first alpha. If anybody that likes arena battling and immersive multiplayer universes wants to establish and take a look, it's more than welcome. The URL is champions.io, and we are really, really happy and excited about this project. As it's mentioned, right now, it's sort of very early days for blockchain gaming, and there's a lot of collaboration. We don't see other projects as direct competitors, so we're talking to other developers almost on a daily basis, seeing how we can collaborate, how we can kind of amplify their success, because their success becomes our success, and vice versa, because we are all evangelizing for a new type of gaming that we love.
Obrigada, Alejandro.
Thank you so much, Alejandro. One last question, maybe not the last, but I want to start with you, Alejandro. It is of all developers' interest, everyone who's watching us at home, online, how, a developer who wants to bring blockchains to their games, how can a developer start? And for you, I'm going to include an additional part of the question. How can they work abroad? In this case, in the US, outside of Brazil.
I think that blockchain gaming is right now, it's a booming and uncharted sort of territory. There's a lot more questions than answers, but my suggestion would be to start interacting with other projects, try other projects, buy into other projects, buy a few NFTs here and there from other gaming projects, join their communities, see what works for them, what doesn't work for them. We're learning every day, and I think that people are super generous about kind of their know-how. I'm actually based in Colombia, but I interact a lot with our American studio. And to your question regarding kind of how to start, I think that conferences like big festival, which I'm really saddened not to have been able to travel to. It's the first time that I'm participating online on big. I usually go to Sao Paulo and love it there, but for medical reasons couldn't go. But I think that those conferences are a great place to start meeting people, either from other developers, from publishers, or even guilds that are playing blockchain games, and being able to interact with them and get pointers into how to start would be my suggestion. I think that thinking about the development as something iterative is great, especially because it caters to smaller independent teams that probably don't have the economic capacity or don't have the time to invest 1 or 2 or 3 years into a game. So being able to build a community, going with a MVP product into them and getting their feedback would be the best way to start, in my opinion.
Obrigada, Alejandro. Então, desenvolvedores.
Thank you so very much, Alejandro. So developers who want to work abroad, contact Alejandro. He's going to give you some help. So, and bringing it back down to Brazil, what advice, folks, can you give to developers who, they're already into making games, but they want to take this next step with blockchain? I'm going to talk a bit about our experience and the pains. The advice I have is, first thing, go into Discord, join Discord, and you have to understand what the large projects do to build communities. building a community in crypto, it's not having a bunch of people talking about crypto. There are lots of activities, mini games that are created, NFTs and exchanges, and way before the launching of the game itself. There are lots of techniques that we learned. If I could go back in the past and say, if we knew this from the beginning, we would have done a much better work to get the gaming community to grow. First thing, learn, understand what the best projects do to engage the community. Second, find a good partner. So, whether a blockchain or Ripio, a partner that can be your Sherpa on this journey, because it's all different. When we started looking blockchain, I was in a different universe, and I didn't understand any. I just knew how to make a game, but everything else, suppliers, it was all different.
Achem bom parceiro.
Find a good partner.
E por último, entendam.
And last,
pensem muito bem.
You have to think really well about your tokenomics from the very beginning. And the question you have to ask yourselves is how the game economics are going to be sustainable and how it stands on its own. So those three things I would focus on from the very beginning in that order of priority.
Se eu fosse começar jogo do zero agora sem experiência.
Without experience.
Legal.
Nice. I subscribe to everything that was said. I truly believe in studying. So besides studying, we have to experience that, to live that, to understand how it works, what's happening, how other people have done it before. What I believe is very valuable is because we're talking about people who truly understand about gaming. We saw before people who understood about blockchain making games. There were some cool games, but we were talking about people who did not come originally from this world. So when we bring that knowledge of those people who really understand about games, and then we bring it over to blockchain, and then we appropriate together, you think about it as a content to be shared, then we're going to have a fantastic leap in terms of what we understand as blockchain. And then we're going to be able to have all that potential, that the technology can deliver for both sides. So on the Ripio side, as Fernando said it, we're here to help you, to guide you, to support you. There's no competition here. Competition is not a bad word. If we compete, it's for everyone to improve, to get better. But I'm here, and I invite any group of developers, if you want to have a chat about the tokenomics and community, we're here to help you. In this stage, as I said, it's just the exploration. It's the beginning. Both developers and non-developers as well, right? All right, all right. Yes, everybody can make a game with Ripio. Alejandro?
Excuse me, I lost you for a second.
Sorry, Alejandro. Já estamos chegando no final.
So we're coming to the end of our chat. So Alejandro, I'd like to ask you for your final remarks, if we may.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that as you mentioned before, it's a very, very early days for blockchain gaming. I think that there's a huge opportunity for companies big and small. I think that there's tons of uncharted territory. We've talked about ownership. We've talked about interoperability. We've talked about play and earn. But I think that all of these avenues, what we currently are seeing out there in the projects that are live is going to be really different to what the big hits are going to reveal themselves in 2, 3, 4 years. So I really think that it's a great opportunity for everybody who thinks about gaming to try it out, to give it a thought, to maybe remove the stigma that's been kind of put on top of it by a lot of the hardcore gamers, and really think of it as an opportunity to generate kind of all of these new and beautiful things like owning assets and being able to interact across different games, etc. And yeah, jump into blockchain.
Obrigada. Para os que estão aqui, suas
Thank you so much, Alejandra. For those who are in person here, your final remarks. Let me say, a message I'd like for you to take home. One of the things I see today is what we did, we try to bring what we already know over to blockchain. My belief is that blockchain is a fundamentally new technology, and the winner in this game will be the studio, the developer, the game designer, who can truly create something that is completely new. That's not just a copy of what we see today in Web 2.0 with a few elements of blockchain. No, truly embracing the interoperability concepts, user-generated content, those who can create something truly new that you look at it and you say, wow, I couldn't do this in Web 2.0, then if the answer is yes, you're on the right track. And once again, I really want to mirror and echo what has been said here. There's nothing defined, it's all new. What we're trying to do at Wildlife is let's try things that we truly believe in, that that we're leveraging something extremely interesting for blockchain that we could not do it any other way. And I think we did something reasonably simple, but that would be the direction to looking at blockchain just as a feature, additional feature in a normal game. That's too limited. That's too narrow. That's not the kind of game that's truly going to make a difference in the future. That's what I think. We have a few questions from the audience, but we cannot... Elo Passos. Currently, crypto games are facing resistance from the hardcore gamers, traditional gamers. How can we change that? Nice.
Principalmente porque a gente veio daquela onda que a gente...
This has been happening, this reluctance is happening because, there were games that had no gameplay, appropriate gameplay. We're talking about people, I want to say it again, people who knew about blockchain but didn't know about games. And I believe that now we're going to have a new wave of games that will attract people in the community, and we're truly going to have fun, right? I was talking to Cynthia so that we can play Overcooked. Overcooked in blockchain that we enjoy, have an experience, as like Fernando mentioned, which will be very different than what you would have with Web 2.0, but it has to start somewhere.
Beleza, começou e agora a gente está no processo.
So it started and now it's in a growing process. And if we use an analogy as if you were a kid, in order to grow and start learning how to walk and evolve, you have to, fall down, you have to get hurt sometimes, but you have to be careful when you're climbing up a ladder or something. But we have to look at the game. We have to look at the game as a game and blockchain as a new technology and an environment for us to create communities and experiences, things that we didn't have up until then. Just want to add that not 100%, but 99% of the people who started playing those damn games did that as an investment, an attempt as an investment, a bet. The focus was not the game. From there on, the result of the bet could be positive or negative. If it's negative, you blame that layer of the game. That's why we like to differentiate play and earn or the click to earn. Those were people who had no experience, no skill. Right, exactly. So we have another question. It's not specific to anyone, but you can answer, all of you. Wagner Waka. Examples of the use of blockchain that are not for tokenization or focused on the game economics.
Pronto, a parte da comunidade, por exemplo,
The community side, being, you know, being part of the decision-making process of the game. I'm playing game X today, I like the blue car, and they're going to exchange the blue because too many people are using, so it's not well balanced. Everybody's going to want to continue using the blue car because they love the blue car. And the developers are going to say, no, we're going to launch the yellow car to balance out the blue. No, but I like the blue car, come on. So let's vote for this not to happen so everybody can use I play because I want to enjoy the blue car.
And when you think about experience, when you think about community, well, we can think about sandbox. There is a tokenization aspect there. But if there weren't tokenization, if there weren't any NFT, are we talking about an environment where we can actually produce content? Yeah. And if we look at blockchain technology, then there is the validation of what we would see as a transaction. And then you would know that the person is a bot or an actual player, then you would be able to see that. If it's a bot, then you won't let it through. If it's an actual player, then you will let them through.
trazabilidade, né? A gente consegue ver tudo o que está acontecendo.
Then we can really know what's going on. All right, and one last question for this Q&A round. Eduardo Cortes. Beyond the strategy of limiting ownership to older players, what other strategies do you use to offer ownership to users to reduce the risk of exploit and avoid that there's a bad culture developing in the game? These are very fierce questions, very difficult ones. So we can offer ownership to older players. And again, there's no rule. And we're not saying that what we did is the right thing and things are developing and changing. But what we tried to do with the game is we tried to reward not only older players, but players that really embrace the spirit of the game. And is it a card game? Is it a strategy game? Is it a competitive game? Is it a competitive nature? When you think of Castle Crush, it's all of that. When we were on Discord, then people would make fun of each other, take the mickey out of each other, and it is a really competitive community when you think of it, Castle Crush. So we wanted to respect that. So who is it the community is going to be welcoming? And who is it that the person is going to, or the community is going to think, yeah, this person deserves to be rewarded? So we designed our tokenomics to motivate people to grow in their rankings, to use the most sophisticated types of mechanics. And people who do that will be rewarded. They will have more voting power. So we really thought about what made the game special, what engaged the community, and then we wanted to create the mechanisms, and that's something we did with the community. We created the Castle Crush Council with users and players so that they could critique what we were proposing, and we have made a whole lot of changes based on what feedback they gave us. So we wanted something that would allow older players and younger players, or newer players rather, to be able to embrace the spirit of the game. And in doing that, they would be rewarded. And I think this helps us steer clear from exploits, and you really do need to engage with what the game wants from you so that you can make progress. All right, brilliant. I'd like to thank you all for joining. I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I'll see you at 8 p.m. in Auditorium 1 for the big awards. Catch you later.
Let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't care. You know I love it when you're loving me. Sometimes it's better when it's publicly. I'm not ashamed, I don't care who sees us hugging and kissing, a love exhibition. Oh, we'll rendezvous out on the fire escape. I'd like to set off an alarm today. The love emergency, don't make me wait. Just follow, I'll lead you. I urgently need you. Oh, let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't. Let's make love. Let's go somewhere they might discover us. Let's get lost in lives. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't care. I see you closing down the restaurant. Let's sneak and do it when your boss is gone. Everybody's leaving, we'll have some fun. Oh, maybe it's wrong, but you're turning me on. Oh, we'll take a visit to your mama's house. Creep to the bedroom while your mama's out. Maybe she'll hear it when we scream and shout. But we'll keep it rocking until she comes knocking. Oh, let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't. Let's make love. Let's go somewhere they might discover us. Let's get lost in lives. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't care. If we keep up all this fooling around, we'll be the talk of the town. I'll tell the world of our love anytime. Let's open the blinds, 'cause we really don't mind. Oh, I don't care about propriety. Let's break the rules, ignore society. Maybe our neighbors like to spy, it's true. So what if they watch when we do what we do? Oh, let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't. Let's make love. Let's go somewhere they might discover us. Let's get lost in life.
Boa noite, Big Fest.
Good evening, Big Festival. How you doing? This is the way I like it. Hope you're so excited as I am, because we're starting our big award ceremony. This is the largest independent games festival in Latin America, Big Festival 2022.
Sejam todos muito
So welcome, welcome, welcome. So happy to see this wonderful audience with us, and there's loads of people also watching from other two auditoriums as well as from YouTube. I am Brenda Olivieri. I'm a digital creator, a hostess, and a gamer. Wonderful. I'm very happy to be here with Brenda on the stage. I'm Abá Gutierrez, and I'm very happy to be here for another year at the Big Festival. This is one of my favorite events in the year, and I am a hostess and a game columnist. And are you ready? Because we have 21 awards to bestow, 21 categories that will summarize the best that we had in 2022. I'm so excited. Whenever we talk about independent games, this is where you'll see the crème de la crème.
A premiação contou com a deliberação.
And we had a guest jury to help us vote. They were divided into groups according to a curatorship by the festival, and they had exclusive access to competing games. Let's look at the juries. All right. The jury for the Best Game Award. Astrid, Justin Burnham, Wonk, Zhenhua Yang.
Esses nomes são difíceis.
These are very difficult names to pronounce. We're trying our best to pronounce them correctly. So, well, Best Brazilian Game Jury. Bobby Waitin, Daniele Tran, Irani Absum. Best Latam Game, Jeff Valadares, Martina Santoro. The rest of the jury can be seen on the website, so please check it out. Check the website. It's great. And now we're going to have the official opening of the ceremony, and I'd like to invite onto the stage the CEO of Big Festival, and the Omelette CEO, and the Big Festival CEO, Gustavo Steinberg.
Obrigado, pessoal. Alô, alô. Pessoal, obrigado. Boa noite.
Good evening. Thank you.
Emocionante agora, depois de 3 anos, né?
It's been 3 years, right?
2 anos de Covid.
2 years with the pandemic. A lot of people saying that this year was also going to go down, but, well, it worked, didn't it? Now we can all feel the energy. We can all feel this energy of an in-person event. Right, guys? It's incredible, isn't it? It's amazing.
O que eu tenho falado para todo mundo?
What I have been saying,
A piada já ficou velha.
and this is an old joke already, but how big has big got, huh?
Pouquinho mais.
And we're getting bigger and bigger.
Parte culpa do Pierre que a gente está aqui no.
A lot of that thanks to Pierre. Thanks to Pierre.
Ele falou, não, acho que dá, acho que dá.
He always says, no, I could do this, we could do that, we can go into that larger pavilion, and I think we've managed, right? The event is working, it's really busy. People are often concerned about leaving the city center and going to a further away location, but you see, it's a big event. We wouldn't find any venue in the city center in São Paulo where we could have this event. And it's really great. This is a great venue, great infrastructure. I have a cheat sheet here. Let me see if I can get it. We had 538 games. 234 of those are Brazilian games. This is really cool. 234 Brazilian games.
Foram jogos de 53 países.
There were games from 53 countries, and 92 finalists were singled out. 23 out of these 92 are Brazilian games, and this is amazing. In the first big festival, there was one game in the final category, and it was not the best game category. We also selected another 30 games for Panorama Brazil. This is the games that you can see at the back of the event. This is a parallel sort of exhibition. There's no prize for them, but these are games that could maybe get into the festival. We had one game that was in the Panorama Brazil last year, and it is part of the awards this year because it got better, and it's now good enough to be on a par with international games, as the other 23 games are that were selected. We had 6,000 meetings that were called for in these 2 days, with over 1,300 professionals taking part in these meetings. This is an absolute record. The largest number we had was 800 before that, so it really is booming. Out of these 1,300 professionals, we have over 650,000 companies, 240 of which are from abroad, and 420 are Brazilian. It's really amazing, isn't it?
É absolutamente fundamental.
It is absolutely crucial that we understand that all of this is only possible because we have got brands and sponsors that believe in this. A lot of people said, oh, but Big is no longer a Brazilian or independent games show. Now they've joined with Omelette, and, well, now you can see it, right? We have the very best of independent games, and we have the major publishers publishing independent games, because these two universes, they are merging. You can no longer say, you can no longer tell what is an independent game and what isn't. It's born as an independent game, and all of a sudden it's bought by Epic. So I really would like to hear a hand of applause to Ripio, our master sponsor, and our gold sponsors, Magalu Games, BIS, Claro Games, Fini, Apex Brazil, our silver sponsor, DX Gameworks, and Brazil Games and Abra Games are partners.
Aí a gente tem, gente, é muita gente para fazer isso.
And a lot of people work hard to make this happen, but I have to name names here. We have Espacini, and we have the Department of Culture of the City of São Paulo. We have the Department of Culture of the State of São Paulo, and PROAC CMS, and also the Culture Incentive Act, all supporting us. And we have over 40 supporters, companies that you've probably seen. You've seen the number of companies that we have here. We have 30 booths of international and national companies, and this is very important. It's very important that we say this. This is the first time where we have had booths of Brazilian companies too. That already bears witness to the fact that Brazilian companies are rising to the level of other companies, which is the case of DX, one of our sponsors.
Hello? Eu acho que tem mérito muito grande, na verdade.
And there's a lot of merit to these two, Gustavo and Eric, and Eliana.
O Big tem uma coisa que eu acho que
vocês sentiram. Big's got something that you can all feel. It's got its spirit. And this spirit, this soul, is in the games. At CCXP, the Artist Alley is the body and soul of the event. But there are other things where you see, which is the stories will live the books and get onto the screens, or series or games. But indie games here are the very core of the event. It's a story, it's an idea that any developer had, and the way we see Big from this edition onwards, our idea is how can we increase their power, increase the power and the firepower of all of those who are in this industry. It's great to have thousands of people who can see your product, you can improve your product, you can get investment from the business rounds and the event. And I think the way we see big now is with the intention to really boost the development of the indie market. But to do that, we need more experiences and more things. So I think the future is going to be challenging and great. And I find the spirit of this event really charming. And it's you, really. You are the body and soul. You're the spirit of this event. This is an event made for you, and we want you to continue to grow and thrive, and we will be the wind behind your back. As you grow, we grow with you. We'll give you more opportunity for businesses and more everything you need. So enjoy this ceremony. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your games. And let's find out who the winners were.
Maravilhoso, né, gente? Olha.
That was wonderful. It's great to see how big's grown in these past years, right? Absolutely, yeah. And mind you, some people are going to be speaking English, and we have simultaneous translation. You just have to go get a headphone right outside the room if you would like to listen to the translation. Let's get started with two very special awards and two brand new awards. Best game not yet launched, offered by GTR.
Os games vencedores vão
The
ganhar
winning games are gonna get service vouchers at the value of $10,000. This is a fantastic prize offered by GTR, Global Top Round. And now, to tell you who the winners are, I'd like to invite Slated onto the stage.
There we go. Thank you very much. I want to say that it's amazing being here in Brazil again, finally, offline, seeing all these people in person, and I want to thank Eliana and Gustavo in particular. You guys were the first people who showed Global Top Round about Big Festival, and you've done an amazing job, so I think we should all give them an applause again. Yeah. And personally, this is my second time offline. I was here digitally, and 2 years later, we're back here in person, and we're very excited to support the Latin American scene and Brazilian scene in particular. So we have a couple of investments here in Brazil already. You have an amazing talent here, and today we decided to sponsor the show with 2 vouchers, as you mentioned. So this award here goes to 2 studios that we really want to support and help with finding engagement and real player data, because as you all know, it's very hard finding your target market, finding a lot of different users that want to buy and play your game. So we hope these 2 $10,000 vouchers can help these 2 studios understand where can I find my players and hopefully make their games even better. So thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Slated, please. You can announce our first winner of the night.
Okay, so the first winner of tonight is SE Proxy.
Oh.
Parabéns ao primeiro.
Congratulations, that's the very first winning studio. The representatives weren't able to attend, but they've sent us a video. Let's watch it.
And we are the sole developers from some games and creators of SFRox. Thank you so much for this award and the opportunity to participate in this great event.
Sadly, we can't be there right now sharing this amazing moment with you all, as we are in Argentina preparing everything for the game launch, which will be Monday on July the 11th. That's crazy. We've been working on SFRox for 2 years now, and we are really happy to see how supportive the community is. Brazil is in the top 5 of countries with more wishlists for as a proxy, so we really receive lots of love from the gaming community over there. We are humbled for even be there competing with so many great games. So definitely winning an award is beyond our wildest expectations. From the bottom of our hearts, we want to thank you all. Thank you. Remember that you can add as a proxy to your wish list on Steam and Epic's game stores and will be released in 3 days. You can also find us on almost any social media, meaning YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, and many more. And if you want to talk directly to us, join our Discord server. We are always there chatting with the community, and we are very open to hear suggestions and improvements for the game for future updates. As a proxy, wouldn't be a thing if it weren't for all the people who gave us feedback. Thank you, Brazil. See you on Monday. See you.
Maravilhosos mesmo.
Wonderful, aren't they? Even though they didn't make it in person, they're winners and they sent us this great video. Now, Slated, can you tell us who the second winner is?
I'm assuming that means present the second one.
Yes, yes.
Just double checking, you know. I'm trying to learn Portuguese now.
Perfect.
All right, so the second studio I actually recognize because I actually live in Thailand in Asia, and this one is from Malaysia. So the second prize goes to Gigabash.
Parabéns ao estúdio ganhador da...
Congratulations to the winning studio. Sadly, the representatives didn't make it here in person either, but we also got a video from them.
Hello everyone, I'm Aiken. And I'm Mel. We are from Passion Republic Games and the co-directors of Gigabash.
On behalf of our entire team here in Malaysia, I would like to thank you so much for awarding us the GTR prize. Gigabash is our first indie game, and we want to thank all our friends, family, and playtesters for giving us lots of encouraging words and feedback throughout the game's development. It really motivated us to push beyond our limits and always do our very best.
Thank you again for having us on board and giving us this amazing award.
Maravilhoso, hein?
Wonderful. Great, great, great. So,
Gente, olha, Slated, muito obrigada.
Slated, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much, and enjoy Big Festival.
Thank you. Bom, agora eu quero
All right.
para vocês.
Now, I'd like to invite you to do something next Sunday at 3 p.m. We're going to have the Best Game Jam Award with Magalu.
E agora nós vamos realizar a nossa próxima.
And now we're going to have the next award. Big Direct, Best Pitch in the regional associations.
Bom, como vocês viram, nós teremos uma apresentação.
Well, as you can see, we're going to have pitches from Brazilian games from all over Brazil. That was an initiative from the games associations from Brazil. And to deliver this award that is offered and sponsored by Nintendo, I'd like to invite Carol Caravana and Rodrigo Terra from Abra Games.
Olá, tudo bom?
Hello. How are you doing? We're good. How are you? Are you enjoying the festival? Hello, everyone. Good evening, and there's a lot to come this evening, right? There's loads of awards. Abra Games was created 18 years ago, so we've been around for almost 20 years, and there were very few representatives in the past. There were 10 companies and we were one of the largest back then. But everyone's grown since then. The system has grown, studios started cropping up, and this regional organization started becoming more important. Because a national glance won't be able to peer through and see all of the places and locations. So the regional associations have become more and more important to help us have one single agenda for our work. for our mission to really help the industry develop and grow. So we're really proud to be here presenting this award because we really believe in this mission that we have. So let's now announce the prize, shall we?
Então vamos revelar o nosso jogo ganha.
Shall we reveal the winning game?
Momentos de tensão.
Drum roll.
Gaúcho and the Grasslands.
Gaúcho and the Grasslands.
Que comemoração deliciosa, gente.
Ah, this is great. Love to see the applause. Come on to the stage. Come on.
Então, por favor, estúdio Epopeia Games.
Epopeia Games is in the studio.
Já gostei que o pessoal chega animado, né? Daquele jeito.
Everyone is thrilled. You can see, isn't it great? Just the way we like it.
Tô nervoso pra caramba, gente. Oh, obrigadão aí.
Thank you so much.
Peraí. Oh. É difícil, gente. Desculpa.
Sorry, guys. It's really hard. This is amazing.
Ganhar prêmio, já disputou algumas vezes.
Winning an award here. I mean, we ran at the times, but we're so proud to win. I'm really shaking, guys. I'm sorry. The guys from the regional associations, you guys are the best. You're awesome. You're bloody awesome.
Vários outros aí, ó, show de bola, tá?
You guys are awesome.
Tá na hora, né?
I'm so glad. We have to stand together. We're stronger together, you know?
Mas obrigado por tudo, tá?
But thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to my family, friends. Thank you to the regional associations. Thank you to Abra Games. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Big time congrats. All right. That's what we like, this energy, right, Brenda? Yeah, everybody's so stoked. And we're going to have lots of awards still to come. So now we're going to have a special award from Ripio. Blockchain games offered by Ripio. The game is going to win an award of 20,000 reais award from Ripio. And to deliver the next award offered by Ripio, I invite Henrique Teixeira.
Olá, Henrique.
How you doing, Henrique? Good evening, everyone. All right. Thank you so much, and it's a great joy being here with all of you. Want to thank Big Festival, thank our staff, and we're really happy to be here and be able to share this moment with you. Want to be very brief on my quick talk. The Ripio Group is in Latin America for over 9 years, one of the most senior blockchain groups, over 3 million users. If you want more information, check us out. We're at your service in our booth to talk and discuss and foster the industry, the gaming industry. We're always at your service to help. The winner of the award was a very hard decision to come to. We discussed and debated at length, and we would really like to share the award, but the rules don't let us do that. So we chose. It was a hard challenge, but you know, everyone else, we're going to give you all the support over to you, and we're going to support you with whatever you need. So thank you so much for your trust, and we are at your service here at the event, after the event, to talk about your projects as well. But here we go to the award.
Revela pra gente que a gente
Please let us know. We are dying to know the winning game. Everybody's so anxious to get to know.
O vencedor da chamada Ripio.
The winning of the Ripio call for blockchain happened to us. I don't even know how to start thanking you guys. I want to thank my family, first and foremost. Many times, they don't even know what I'm doing, actually. But they're always there supporting my wife, my kids. Please like the streaming video. I thank Ripio and Big Festival. They really help us. You know, the indie games market in Brazil, Latin America. Just have words of thanks. Once again, thank you so much.
Olha, parabéns.
Well, big time congrats. And just a note, this Sunday, we will have the 6th season of the Nordic Game Discovery Contest. It's a challenge where 3 competitors present live their sports projects for an audience and a guest jury. I'm going to see you there on Sunday at 3:40 auditorium, to simultaneous translation into Portuguese. All right, so put it on your calendar. Now it's time for a special award. We are going to talk about Big Brains, the next best Big Brains game. Investigation Academy, Brazil. Irmão do Jorel and the Game of the Galaxy. Let's return. Brazil. All right.
Esse próximo troféu.
This next award goes to the best game for brands offered by Omelete, CCO from Omelete, Otávio Juliano, to hand the award. Juliato. Chico Resser. All right. Good evening, everyone. Great pleasure being here, girls. Folks, good evening. It's an honor being here. Thank you for the invite. Gustavo and Eric. Pierre has talked about most everything in terms of what we feel as Omelette and fans of big fans of Big. And, you know, Thursday I got my a badge and I said, wow, dude, I'm a staff from Big. What an honor. This is so cool. It's an event that we have admired for some time, long time, and it's an honor being here with all of you. And we who work with relationships with brands and finally being able to deliver this award over to brands who are involved with games. It's the dream of everyone who works with entertainment. It's that our stories, should ripple. And the brands have that role of rippling what we do, and they do this very well. And now with games, it's a dream of any developer, any product, having the big brands telling those stories and being part of this ecosystem with us. It's fabulous. I'm extremely happy, and I want to hand the award then. Let's discover, let's find out.
Vamos então revelar o.
Let's reveal the winning game. Let's see who.
Foda.
Wow. Well, congrats to all the competitors, but I'm a big fan. Best Big Brands award goes to Irmão do Jorel. Irmão do Jorel, and the most important game in the galaxy. Folks from Double Dash Studios, Copa Studios, congratulations, folks.
Queria agradecer pela oportunidade.
I want to thank you all for the opportunity and being here. It is extremely important for us from D&D and Copa to represent Brazil. We talk a lot about our culture, a lot about Brazil. The game talks about somebody who lives under the shadow of someone and finally is on the spotlight to have their story told. And for Double Dash, it's extremely important to tell this story because it creates important bonds. So we want you to play this game and feel part of that universe, feel that you're telling the story with us. Thank you so much.
Parabéns, gente. Parabéns.
Congratulations, folks. Big time congrats. Come on, some avocado, dude.
Obrigada, o seu também é
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm such a big fan. And folks, guys, on the big festival stage, are you guys anxious? Because we're going to go to the 5th award. I feel you guys are like quiet. Come on, you know? Let's have some noise. Are you guys anxious for the 5th award from Big Awards?
Então vamos lá.
Here we go. 5th award.
Era para entrar uma vinheta, mas
we should have had the clip, but let's learn about the finalists. Best child, the adventures of child games, so the adventures, the Beliche Voador, the flying bunk bed, Harmony's Odyssey, Mythical, Hello, Good Boy, and from Indonesia, Rainbow Billy, The Curse of the Leviathan from Canada.
Vinheta rodou, vocês viram?
The clip? Oh, you finally saw the clip.
Mas agora vamos conhecer os finalistas.
Minor delay, let's learn about the finalists. That category had the judgment of a very special jury, 5 children from Graak.
Maravilhoso demais, né?
Wonderful, wonderful. Oh, big round of applause. Yeah. So, folks, to hand the award offered by Recode, I invite Rodrigo Baggio.
Ai, já gostei. Gostei assim.
I like it. I like it. That's how I like it. Incredible being here at Big Festival, handing this award for best children's game. Round of applause for Graak, I'm Rodrigo Baggio. I'm a social entrepreneur for technology, and 27 years ago, I founded the first NGO for digital inclusion in Latin America, Ecode. And today, we have over 1,000 schools in 12 countries. We have trained 1.8 million people of low income and focusing on women, African descendants, LGBTQA+. And we're so very happy to be developing games with a purpose and Big Festival ABBA Games to see how you are providing a stage for purpose education and how we can insert in the games industry low-income folks bringing diversity and inclusion. I'm extremely happy to be here with you handing this award. Let's learn about the winner. You guys curious?
Conta pra gente.
Tell us. Who is the winner? All of the finalists are winners. Let's have a big round of applause to all the finalists. Who's going to win the award for Best Kids Game 2022? The Adventures of Capitão Algodão. The Adventures of Captain Cotton.
Aqui, ó. Fiquei no quadro aqui.
Arrasou, gente. Parabéns. Ai, que alegria gostosa.
Porra, bora. Nossa, galera.
Wow, folks. It's incredibly rewarding being here. Couldn't be happier. This wouldn't have happened without a wonderful team that we have working with us throughout the project. And over a year, really rushing to get this to happen. So really want to thank the team who couldn't be here, folks from all over Brazil, really, sweating to make this happen. And everyone who's supporting all of these people, behind the curtains, thank you so very much, everyone who's here. Best game for kids, As Aventuras do Capitão Algodão. I want to share a message since everyone's here, and I think it's important for us not to forget about kids' games and educational games. If there's someone who can make a difference for this industry and creative solutions, it's us. So. Congratulations, folks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the winning game, Barbara. What great energy. Oh, I love, this is big. We have soul, we have spirit, we have heart. Indie games are the foundation of our industry. Love these people here, stoked because we are just as well. We are a dynamic duo. So let's move on to the next stage. We're going to talk about the coming categories that were recognized with a special award. The Big Impact Award. Biased. I really see myself with a Best Social Issues Game. Let's see the video with the finalists. Big Impact Games. Best game for Goliath. Playing with reality. UK. Hello, Good Boy from Indonesia. Pill Baby from the UK. Pollinator Park from Belgium. Train to Sachsenhausen.
Bom, para entregar o
right. So to deliver this award that's offered by the Department of Social Works from the state of São Paulo, Armando Jr. Please, come onto the stage, Armando.
Boa noite, obrigado. Boa noite a todos.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to congratulate you all, and I'd like to say hello to all. The mayor of our city also sent his regards, and I just wanted to say a little bit about what we've been doing in the gaming industry. The gaming industry is an innovative industry and is a young industry, and the government may not be able to keep pace sometimes. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what we've been doing. In São Paulo, in Brazil, we have highly qualified people, highly skilled people. And one of the things that we are doing, that it is our duty to do, is help train people for the gaming industry. So we have free courses on our online platform, right? So on Portal. And companies from the gaming industry like Saga, Recode are there. They're doing, Recode is there through Meta, the Facebook company. And we're doing this so that we can have more and more qualified people developing games. More people allowing new games to spring up and allowing for more economic development in this segment. We've also been working hard on economic activation. We have our booth here for São Paulo Negócios, São Paulo Business, and we're promoting São Paulo Tech Games. It is aiming to connect developers and investors so that we can have our technology going from São Paulo to the rest of Brazil and to the world. We're also working on other projects that we would hope to implement next year or up to 2024, still in this administration. We want to have the game hub in the city of São Paulo. The idea is to have in one venue, and this is going to be free of cost, especially for the needy, right? So we're going to offer them training and we're going to offer them games. So we want to have one location, one site with everything involved in the gaming industry. And lastly, up to the 31st of July, we have Vitec Games. Vitec Games is our mentorship and acceleration program. We receive projects and we give them 39,500 reals, another 6 months acceleration with us, with market specialists for 12 startups in the gaming industry. You can sign up already. Sampa is a company that is connected to our government department, and this is another opportunity that you have. So you not only get almost 40,000 reals, but you also get the acceleration and mentorship. So thank you so much. All right, that's wonderful. So you can say what the winning game is. They close this envelope really well. And the award goes to... It's a difficult name to pronounce. Train to Sachsenhausen.
Parabéns, então, gente. Nós vamos receber online.
Congratulations. Let's listen to the Charles Games representative who is with us online, and she's very excited. Hello.
Thank you so much for having us. I am here on behalf of my dear colleagues from Charles Games. It's currently 2 a.m. at Czech Republic right now, so excuse my English and my look. We are really happy to accept the award. Train to Sachsenhausen is a historical game that is meant to inform the youth and educate about our dark past of the European history. So I would also like to thank to organization Živá paměť, incredible historians who worked with us, so the game is really accurate. And also we would like to thank to EVZ Foundation as a part of the Young People Remember, which is an organization that financially helped us. And we would be glad if you check out Charles Games on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. We are a small Prague-based studio, so we would really appreciate your interest in history. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada, pessoal do Charles Studio.
Thank you so much. And she stayed up till 2 in the morning to talk to us, right? Oh, they deserve the prize. They deserve to win. Are you enjoying this? Are you enjoying the Big Impact Games? The Big Impact Awards, pardon me. Yes, we are. Now, the next category is the best educational game. Let's check who the finalists are. Big Impact, Best Educational Games. Beliche Voador from Brazil. Flying Bunk Bed. Copy Editor from the United States. Hello, Good Boy from Indonesia. Meu dinheiro, meu negócio, My Money, My Business from Brazil. O mundo de Augusto contra o coronavírus. The world of August against the coronavirus. And the Fermi Paradox from Germany.
Olha, para entregar o troféu
And now, to deliver this award, offered by Xbox, Griselda Hernandez. Welcome, welcome, Griselda Hernandez.
Hello, everyone.
very nervous.
Don't be.
I just want to say that I'm very grateful and thankful to be able to attend Big Festival for the first time this year. And I've met so many amazing indie devs, and I've seen so many amazing games. There's so much talent in LATAM, and I'm just honored to be here. Thank you all for being so kind. And I hope to be here next year. Obrigado. This is not about me, so let's see who the winner is. And the winner is Belish Boadol.
Hi guys, it's been an honor to be here. We are from Brazil, but as all our mates here are from other places, so we have to speak in English here. And I was a bit nervous to speak even in Portuguese. Now imagine me speaking in English. So I just want to thank you for this honor to be the winner of this. Yes.
Parabéns, ela é representante do estúdio.
Congratulations, she is the representative of the studio.
Muito obrigada pela sua...
Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. And Griselda, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. E agora, mais troféu Big Impact.
And now, another Big Impact award.
Jogo diversidade.
Now, the best game in the diversity category.
Vamos conferir então os jogos finalistas.
Let's check out the finalists. Best diversity game offered by Able Gamers. Queer and Chill from Argentina. Skabma Snowfall from Finland. The Legend of Tiending from Taiwan. Unpacking from Australia. Wish Us Luck from Brazil.
Só jogaço, gente. Bom, para entregar o troféu, vou chamar aqui ao
Great
palco
group of games here, top-notch games. Able Gamers offers this award. If you haven't checked their work yet, do that. And Christian Bernauer, please come onto the stage. Thank you, Bart. Good evening, everyone. I'm so happy to be here presenting this award. Also because I see massive companies here, and to see Able Games amongst them is really an honor. And this is an award about diversity. We know how important diversity is, and I'm really happy to be part of this award. And I hope that we have a prize for accessibility next year as well. Who knows? I think that's very important. We see how important accessibility is for Big, and studios are always bearing accessibility in mind nowadays so that everyone can play. These are experiences, and the more people can have these experiences, the merrier. And that's what our work is all about. So let's find out who the winner is, shall we? Come on, drum rolls. The Best Diversity Game Award goes to
É isso, parabéns para os representantes do estúdio Witchbeam que estão...
Congratulations, and the representatives of Witchbeam Studios are joining us online.
Wow, thank you so much. The Diversity Award means a lot. For us, like, diversity was about making the, not only making the story richer and better, but also to kind of better represent and reflect the world around us.
As someone who rarely, if ever, sees herself in video games and in other popular media, it was really important to me that other people like me can see themselves in unpacking. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Muito obrigada, Christian. Pode voltar.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, folks. Wow, this is delicious. How great it is to be here with all of you. Thank you, thank you. And we're going to move on to one more category. Same segment. We're going to go to the best student game. Let's see the finalists. Best student game. A Juggler's Tale from Germany. Escape Game from Portugal. Lisfanga from France. Omegabot from Slovakia. Silly Comrades from the Czech Republic. There you are, from the United States.
Olha,
Hey. To deliver this trophy, this award, I want to call Viviane Ferreira on stage. She's the head president of SPCine. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Boa noite a todos.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not Vivian, I'm Liada Oliveira, the head of innovation for audiovisual critics from Audiovisual SPCine. I'm here on behalf of Viviane Ferreira. She had a health issue and she couldn't be here with us, but it is a major honor. It is a great pleasure being here amongst friends and partners. SPCine is the municipal agency for fostering audio and visual, TV, cinema, new media, and games. So I invite you all to get to know SPCine. Today, especially, I'm here also on behalf of our Games Incubator. Our coordinator, Pedro Zambon, is here with me. The SPCine Incubator is the first Brazilian incubator exclusively focused on games projects. We have just concluded the first cycle of the incubator. We will soon open for the second cycle. I invite you all to invite our mini booths and play and get to know the games. And being here to present this award is extremely, extremely special. This is what we believe in. We believe in fostering young talents. So how important that is, you know, the prospecting of new talents, the training, the strengthening of new talents. So that's why we invest in the incubator. That's why we are investing in new projects for the gaming industry. And with that in mind, it's a pleasure being here. And let's present the award. So the best student game for 2022 Big Festival, Lisfanga, yes. Congratulations. And let's welcome online the representative of the studio, Daphne Delfree, here with us.
Hi everyone. I
not Daphne, I'm Thibaut. I was a game designer on the project. Thank you for having me here among all of these great games. It is also 2 a.m. here in Paris. I haven't had a coffee this late in a while, but I don't regret it. It's great. It feels really good to have international recognition for our humble student project. And that year of hard work really paid off, and everyone in the team is very happy about everything it has happened since. And I'm also very happy to announce that we are continuing to develop our game with an editor. So if you like the game, keep your eyes open for news about Lisfanga in the future. And if you want to give the student project a go, it's available for free on itch.io. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you so much. We apologize for making a mistake on your name. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. E temos mais prêmio.
And we have more awards. My loving friends, now we're going to award a technical quality category. This is Best Sound. Let's see the finalists for Best Sound. Best Sound. Backbone, Canada. Evil Wizard, Uruguay. Flawless Abbey, from Russia. Happy Game, from the Czech Republic. Inua, A Story in Ice and Time, from France. Cuckoo's Lost Pets, Brazil. Onde, France. One Hand Clapping, United States. The Longest Road on Earth, Spain. Wolf Stride, Brazil.
E para entregar o troféu.
And to hand the award, I'm going to invite on stage the Chief of Staff from the Secretariat of Culture from the state of São Paulo, Fred Mascarenhas, on behalf of the Secretary, Sérgio Sá Leitão. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure and a joy being here. Thank you, Gustavo. Congrats on the event. Full house every single day. You know, breaking records for the Secretariat of Culture and Economic of the state of São Paulo to support the this festival. It's important. The gaming industry, it's strategic for the state and the city of São Paulo. We have different lines of financing, the PROAC, cultural financing, 2 million reais focusing on the games industry for the state of São Paulo. It is an evening of joy, a celebration and partying. I'm here on behalf of Sérgio Sá Leitão, the secretary, to greet you all. So let's see who the winner is for this evening.
E o prêmio de melhor som.
Best Sound Award goes to Inua, A Story in Ice and Time.
Parabéns, então.
Congratulations. We're going to have online the representative of Art France.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Florent. I would like to I'm super happy and humbled to get this award. I would like to thank our teams at Eco, Arte, and the Pixel Hunt, especially Swan Ménage, who's our sound guy. He made all the sound-related stuff. But I also wanted to talk very, very much Tanya Tagak. She's an Inuk artist from Northern Canada, and her amazing throat singing songs are the biggest part of the game's soundtrack. And the Inuit people allowed us to introduce us to their culture, and that's part of what the game is about. And I think it's really important, and we are really grateful to them to allow us to tell a story that was set in the great north of Canada. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for the prize, and yeah, have a good evening.
Thank you and congratulations. Muito obrigada.
Thank you.
Olha, galera.
Folks, now, this is so cool. We're going to recognize and award a category that speaks to the quality of the game. This is the Best Narrative. Let's see the finalists for Best Narrative. Aspire, Ina's Tale, Brazil. Backbone, Canada. El Hijo, A Wild West Tale, Germany. Evil Wizard, Uruguay. Game Deck, Poland. Hitchhiker, A Mystery Game, Germany. Inua, A Story in Ice and Time, France. Lamentum, Spain. Needy Streamer Overload, Japan. Pill Baby, UK. The Forgotten City, Australia. The Wreck, France. Unmetal, Spain. Vern, The Shape of Fantasy, Spain. Wolfstride, Brazil. Yaga, Romania.
Olha, e para entregar.
And to hand the award, I invite on stage David Bravik.
Hello. Thanks for having me here at Big Festival again. Many times now, and I really appreciate it. I love this festival. I love seeing the games every year. The talent here is unbelievable. The games are great. They keep getting better, more interesting, and in fact, the winner is The Forgotten City.
Parabéns!
Congratulations. We're going to go online to hear the representative of Modern Storyteller.
Australia, I'm Nick Pearce. I'm the Managing Director of Modern Storyteller. I was the writer, designer, producer, and director of The Forgotten City. I really, really wish I could be there in Brazil today. But I'm absolutely delighted to accept the Best Narrative Award, especially considering the incredible and kind of intimidating list of nominees that we just saw. It's actually kind of amazing. But yeah, as you can probably tell from the name of our studio, narrative is incredibly important to us. And there's really no better feeling than telling a story and seeing all of the joy that it brings to so many people. So yeah, the Best Narrative Award is an incredible honor. And thank you very much to the judges, and have an awesome festival.
Thank you so much for your presence online here. And thank you so much. E teremos mais.
And we will now have more awards. There are endless awards this evening. How do you guys like this so far? Yeah. You guys are a bit more stoked. So let's move on to the next category. The next award goes to Best Art. So let's see the nominees. Best Art. Aspire, Ina's Tale, Brazil. Backbone, Canada. Flawless Abbey, Russia. El Hijo, A Wild West Tale, Germany. Griak, Memories of Azure, Mexico. Happy Game, Czech Republic. Inua, A Story in Ice and Time. France. Cuckoo's Lost Pets, Brazil. Minute of Islands, Germany. Rose and Locket, New Zealand. Sable, UK. Wolf Stride, Brazil. Yaga, Romania.
Quantos estilos estilos artísticos?
So many different styles, huh? Sorry, I was struggling to enunciate a few words here. So many different styles that we can see here in the Best Art category. This is offered by the Department of Culture of the City of São Paulo, so I'd like to call the representative Aline Torres onto the stage. Well, arts is hard, isn't it?
Tem que fazer jogralzinho para todo mundo falar artístico.
Everyone has to say artistico because we're struggling to say the word here, artistic. Gustavo, congratulations. I'm very happy you have partnered up. And this industry will have over $200 million in the world. $200 billion, pardon me. And we see many Brazilians involved, and we want to continue to foster this. And this is one of the missions of our culture department. We want to have more Brazilians in the gaming industry, of course. The City Department of Culture is here with SPCine. We have Vivi with us, our general manager, and we understand that fostering a project in a festival like yours is really to allow for investors to meet developers, and that really goes hand in hand with our mission in the Department of Culture, which is to find resources for these projects, because you are the families of Brazil, right? So, and audiovisual was very important during the pandemic. You stood your ground. So let's hear who the winner is. What if I can't pronounce the name of the game? Then you just, slur like I did. The best art goes to Backbone. The Best Art Award goes to Backbone. All right. Congratulations. And the Egnat Studio sent us a message. Let's hear what they had to say.
Everyone at Big Festival for granting this award to us. This really means a lot to our team at Egnat. So sorry we couldn't be there to share our gratitude with you in person, but I would like to thank our Brazilian community for endless support of Backbone. You are incredible. This award wouldn't happen without our art director, Tamara Klipinina, and our whole art team. So this love goes directly to them. Again, thank you so much to everyone who's played Backbone and shared your experiences with it. We are so grateful for this community, and we can't wait to share more about our next project very, very soon.
Parabéns para eles. Obrigado.
Congratulations.
Muito obrigada, Aline. E vamos que vamos.
Thank you, Aline. And let's continue to do this. Now, we're going to give the award to the game that contributed the most to the industry in terms of innovation. So this is the Innovation Award. Innovation Award. Chris Tales from Colombia. In My Shadow, India. Letters, a written adventure. Switzerland. One hand clapping. United States. Outcourt desktop adventure. Israel. Peglin, Canada. Rail Route, Czech Republic. Rollers of the Realm, Reunion, Canada. The Shadow Government Simulator, Canada. The Wreck, France. Unpacking, Australia.
Dessa vez teremos duas pessoas aqui.
And we'll have two people come onto the stage to hand out the award offered by the Brazil Games Project. Eros Ramos, he's the manager of the Brazil Games Project in Tax Brazil, the Brazilian company for imports and exports. And Arina Lucia, who is here with him, the Chief Operators Officer in the Brazil Games Department in Abra Games.
Bom, já vai passar o vídeo?
Are we going to show the video?
Conversar, ficar feliz.
You can speak, you can do whatever you want. You have 3 minutes. Well, this event is made for you. We hope we have lived up to your expectation. We have worked very hard for months on end. There were loads of uncertainties because of the pandemic. We were only sure that it was going to be in person in March. So I'd really like to thank Aprix Brazil and Abra Games for supporting the industry. And I'm very happy to be a woman here with the other women on the stage. I think that's it, right? Do you want to say something, Eros? This is the first time I've come to Big. I've been managing the project at Abra Games for about a year now, and it was love at first sight. But I can't say that because my wife is watching. And I look after 3 departments: economy, technology and innovation, research and development, and games. And I'll let you in on a secret, games is my favorite department. So thank you to the staff, thank you to the backstage groups, and we're loving it. Thank you. Every step you take, everything you achieve makes us proud. We're very, very grateful to be part of this. Keep it up, and let's do this.
Hora de revelar o jogo ganhador.
Let's find out who the winner is.
O melhor jogo de inovação vai para
Best Innovation Award goes to one hand clapping. Congratulations.
Online no telão.
And let's have the studio reps on the screen. They are joining us online.
Hey, thank you.
Bad Dream Games, hello.
This award. Big thanks to Big. Also, I want to extend some appreciation to the rest of our team, to our publisher, Handy Games, and thank you to anyone who took a chance on a weird game that makes you sing to win.
Thank you so much, Big, and all of you out there.
Okay.
To all the other games and all the nominees.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. E muito obrigada a vocês.
And thank you.
Obrigada, meu amor.
Thank you. You did great.
A Helena já está cansada de mim, gente.
Helena is sick and tired of me.
Bom, agora, no Big Festival, chegou
And now,
o momento da categoria Melhor Jogo
the
Mobile.
Best Mobile Game Award.
Finalistas.
Let's check who the nominees are. Offered by Fini. Gunstars, Brazil. KonMari Spark Joy, Japan. Legends of Kingdom Rush, Uruguay. Rakupi, Mexico. Relic Hunters Rebels, Brazil. The Cavemen, Colombia. Toon Chase, Brazil. Train to Sachsenhausen, Czech Republic. Wish us luck, Brazil.
E para entregar o troféu oferecido.
And to hand out the award offered by Fini, Raquel Letterman, please.
Oi.
Hi everyone.
Boa noite.
Good evening. This is my very first time at Big Festival. I'm very happy to be here to represent Fini. I am the head of marketing and communication in Fini. We have been in Brazil for many years, and we're a leading company in the sweet segment. And let's find out who the winner is, shall we?
Wish us luck.
Wish us luck.
Obrigado, gente. Que viagem.
Thank you, everyone. Unbelievable, isn't it? Before I started working with games, I used to come to the big festival prior events, and I'm here now. So we used to come to the event earlier. We used to play the indie games that were being launched. I've always liked indie games, and now to be awarded a prize, wow. I used to walk to the venue in Vergueiro, this region in São Paulo, so it's really a special moment for me to be here, receiving this award. The team is small, and I'd like to thank Michele Santos, João, André Teresa, Marcelo Saravá, and thank you, everyone. That's it. Thank you.
Aí é para vocês degustarem enquanto vocês criam novos jogos.
You can have a taste of it as you create new games. Congratulations to the studio Black Mollusca. Thank you, Raquel.
É isso que a gente gosta. Isso sim é bem.
We love to see you so excited, so stoked. There's a whole lot of excitement here. And now we have the best virtual reality game. Let's see who the nominees are. Best XR/VR game. Gavigo, Canada. And this category is offered by BIS. Goliath, Playing with Reality. United Kingdom. Paranormal Detective, Escape from the 90s. United States. Pollinator Park, Belgium. Yuki, Brazil.
Tem torcida aí, hein?
We can see that people are cheering here, eh? And to hand out this award that is offered by BIS, I'd like to invite onto the stage Alana. Amanda, she's already on the stage. She is fast, eh? Welcome, Amanda. We're so happy to be here with you. This is the first time BIS has joined this fantastic gaming event. We have been in the market for 80 years, and we're very, very happy to be with you here tonight. And I want you to think of BIS, because, you know, whenever you see, I'm going to play 5 more minutes, and then you lose track of time completely, and you fast forward to 5 hours later, and you haven't done the dishes, you haven't made your bed, and then you need to eat a couple of chocolates, eat a couple of BIS, and then you're going to have energy to do what you need to do. And here at the BIS Festival, pardon me, the Big Festival, this year is an opportunity for you to come to our booth and taste some of our chocolate. Let's find out who the winner is.
Quem será que vai ser o ganhador, hein? Todo mundo na expectativa.
Who is it, do you think? Drum roll. And the best XR VR game goes to Goliath, playing with reality. The best XR VR award. Congratulations. They sent a video, the Anagram Studio did. Let's hear what they have to say.
We've just heard that we've taken the award, and we're so pleased that we've received this award. So we're very honored. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and of course, like, thanks for everybody that's been involved in like getting this thing made, and thanks to John so much for working with us on this project.
Yeah, when we first made it, we had no idea that this project would travel so far and resonate with so many people, and we're so hopeful that it still is, and it still has an impact, and we're hoping that we can change the language around this condition, you know, through shared experiences, and this award really helps that raise the profile and, you know, get it out there to more people. So we're so pleased and honored. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Parabéns.
Congratulations. Thank you, Amanda. And as you saw, time and again, people are online and live, and sometimes it's a video, as we watched a video just now. And now, we have the best multiplayer game. So let's see who the nominees are.
Best multiplayer game. Davigo, Canada. First Class Trouble, Denmark. Gigabash, Malaysia. My Singing Monsters Playground, Canada. Uniduni, Brazil.
Dessa vez também tem torcida, hein?
Oh, we have fans cheering here to bring the awards offered by Sony Interactive Entertainment. I invite Shuhei Yoshida.
Hola.
Hello.
This is my first time visiting big festival, and actually this is my first time visiting Brazil. And obrigado. It took me only 26 hours to come here. But so I didn't know what to expect. But for the last 3 days, you know, I had seen and played, you know, many games that I enjoyed playing, and I met with developers who are talented and passionate, and have shown me, you know, new pitches, and some of them I really hope they find you know, publisher and the funding, and to get the games done so that I can come back in the future years and play again. So thank you, Eliana, and you know, organizers for having me, and let's find out who is the winner of the multiplayer. So the best multiplayer game goes to Davigo.
Muito bom, parabéns. O pessoal.
Fantastic. Folks from the studio sent a thank you video, so let's watch their message.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend Big Live, which is a shame because I would have loved to have played the other games, met the other creators, and have been in Brazil in general. Now, this award here for Best Multiplayer Game really does come as a surprise and is an honor. It really helps to motivate me and my team to continue to put hard work and effort into building our game. I'd like to thank the panel of judges, the players, and of course, all the other nominees. Next year, I hope to be there live, but in the meantime, thank you so much for this award, and have a great night. Ciao.
Parabéns ao Davigo Studio.
Congratulations, Davigo Studio. Thank you so much. And we are coming to the end of the awards. This is the 17th award. Now it's a time for Best Gameplay. Let's see the nominees. Best Gameplay offered by Ripio. Aeterna Noctis, Spain. Backbone, Canada. Brock, the Investigator, France. Chernobylite, Poland. Dodgeball Academia, Brazil. Epiphany City, United States. SC Proxy, Argentina. Evil Wizard, Uruguay. Game Deck, Poland. Great Memories of Azure, Mexico. Happy Game, Czech Republic. Cuckoo's Lost Pets, Brazil. One Hand Clapping, United States. Peglin, Canada. Rail Route, Czech Republic. The Legend of Tianding, Taiwan. The Rift Breaker, Poland.